giving me this talk. And also thank you very much, the chair, for your kind introductions. So I have been asked to talk in this conference on the medical physics in cancer care and research in the era of precision medicine, COVID. So it was basically a very yeah. So it was basically a very yeah. So it was basically a very yeah. So it was sorry. Yeah. So it was sorry.
Are you on the platform as well? Have you logged in on the platform as well? Have you logged in on the platform as well?
Yes.
No, please log in on the platform. Your voice is echoing. You please be on the Zoom on the platform. Logging off.
Please mute your microphone.
Can you please continue and check? Yes, continue and check.
Can I?
Yes, continue and check.
Can I?
Yes.
Sir, you are muted.
Can you continue and check, sir? Can you continue and check, sir? Can you continue and check, sir?
Sorry, continue.
Sir, I think your speaker is on in the platform in other computer.
Sir, you can come out of the platform, continue only in the Zoom.
Yes.
Dr. Subramani, if you have logged in on the platform also with the same laptop, please log off because the voice will echo. You have to be on the Zoom. Just log off from the platform, virtual platform.
I would like to welcome our chair, Dr. Syed Hussain, to the list of panels and for the presentation. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Murugan Appasamy.
Hope Dr. Subramani will be joining soon. He has some small technical issues.
Dear organizers, the panel's respected speakers and participants, good and welcome to you all to Day 2 scientific session of Asia Oceania Congress Medical Physics.
Yes,
Here,
yes.
the speakers are from home and abroad, and hopefully all the sessions I will like to request co-chairperson Mr. Murugan Appasamy to conduct this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Technical team, any update from Dr. Subramani?
Yeah, I guess he is rejoining. I guess he had logged in on both the platforms, Zoom and virtual platform. That is
Yeah, I
why.
think he is there. Yes, sir. You are welcome back.
Yeah, yeah. Now, sir, please share and check.
Sir, please unmute yourself, sir.
Unmute yourself. Yeah, I'm unmuting. There is some issue. Yeah, I'm unmuting. There is some issue. Yeah, I'm unmuting. There is some issue. Yeah, I'm unmuting. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, sir. It's
Sir,
better.
please go ahead, sir.
Okay, I'll just try to.
Perfect. Audio.
Okay. Share the screen. I'm so sorry that.
Dear audience, sorry for the small technical issue. So now we are starting the session again. Yes.
I'm so sorry for the the technical issue. Hope can I continue, Chair?
Yes, we are able to see your screen, sir.
Okay, thank you. So given the topic, which is really the entire spectrum of the medical physics practice and research, it may not be possible to really go into the deep of it. I just would like to give a brief view on what is actually the medical physics, what is the role, and what is the current practice, and what is the emerging practice, and what is actually the precision medicine means for radiation oncology, where we are actually in terms of the biology guided radiotherapy tools and the technologies what is available, and what are the challenges for medical physics in radiation oncology, and where that actually medical physics in radiation oncology, the practice directions or in a future direction is going. And I'll conclude and summarize and conclude the talk. This is what I outline my talk. So I'm not going to, give, for the sake of introductions, we all medical physicists, and not necessary to define what is medical physics. Definitely, I would like to introduce or redefine as a medical physics is a foundational and interdisciplinary translational clinical science in radiation medicine. So this is what important to understand. And the primary duty of medical physics in radiation oncology, as we all know, that to ensure that safe and effective use of radiation to the cancer patients. So any clinical medical physics, not only radiation oncology medical physics, any clinical medical physics, the roles and responsibilities revolve in 5 areas over the period of their, the professional career. Starting from the clinical practice and the educational and training, research and development, quality management in the department, and of course, the professional contribution and development. This is how actually there revolves any kind of the medical physics, the roles as far as the medical physics profession is concerned. So coming to this, the major milestones in radiation therapy, wherein the physics discovery and contributions or innovations have led to this, the present, the evolutions. We all know that external beam radiotherapy has evolved soon after the discovery of X-rays, radium, and radioactivity in 90s, then followed by the cobalt-60 radionuclide therapy, and 1960s high energy MV X-ray beam, including the linear accelerator. 1980s the stereotactic radiosurgery, the neurosurgeon Laxal gamma knife have been introduced. The 1990 the proton therapy, the clinically introduced in US, and 2000 the linear accelerator with the MLC EPAD resulted in IMRT, integrated cone beam CT IGRT, and ring gantry robotic linacs responsible for image guided IMRT and SRS SBRT, and 4D motion management technologies have introduced in 2000. Currently in 2020, where we are in the the phase of adapting that adaptive radiotherapy, offline, online, real time, 3 kind of adaptive radiotherapy. Then that biology guided radiotherapy, which is responsible for the establishing the precision radiation oncology. This is what that evolutions in radiation oncology, external beam, we have, have milestones. Similarly, in the brachytherapy, we all know that in 90s, we started with radium source manual loading, and followed by 1980s LDR remote afterloading, and 2000 HDR dose optimization, inverse planning, and modern 3D imaging were used for guiding that, the brachytherapy procedures. As of today in 2020, and brachytherapy has been evolved from the, the inceptions to that MR image guided adaptive radiotherapy in certain centers. This is what, I'm talking about, what is advancement. It's not particularly any institutions or, any, the countries. So we are all, proud to see the pictures of, the physicists who have been contributed for the cancer therapy or cancer imaging. In the top, the row, the physics discoveries has been by the physicist responsible for X-rays and radioactivity and radium and proton and cyclotron. And these are that, the radiation physics discoveries and the physicist. In the middle row, you can see that, the imaging, the radiation physics contributions are discoverers. The CT scanner, NMR, and PET. These are that, the physicists responsible for imaging technologies come into this, the clinical or, patient's care. And the bottom row, you can see that, the current all legends are living, like, the Brahme for responsible for IMRT, Drakmeki for the tomotherapy, David Jeffrey for IGRT, and Yemar Linak for, from Netherlands, the legendic and Remek, and US from, James Dempsey. So these are all, the three generation of medical physicists or, physicists who have contributed in radiation medicine, especially for cancer imaging and therapy. That is what we all know that. So what is an advancement in imaging technology? We all know that it started, in 2D portal imaging using that simulator, conventional simulator, then slowly in CT scanner 1972, and the CT scanner with a simulator or simulation software has been embedded into the CT simulator 1980s, the MRI 1990s for that, the specialized radiosurgery treatment for planning have been used, and 2000 PET CT has been used for planning, and 2010 that 4D CT, and then 2020 4D PET and 4D PET MR. Now the quantitative imaging or imaging biomarker is one of the important, the advancement in radiation oncology as far as the precision medicine is concerned. Similarly, there are, the guidance imaging also is being used in including the ultrasound to the real-time, the 4D ultrasound and real-time MRI imaging. So these are all, the advancement, which I'm not going to go into the details. You all know that. Similarly, coming to this radiation therapy imaging techniques or technology, you can see that the recent developments in for IMAT and VMAT and radiosurgery and SBRT, you can see that, the CM linear accelerator as well as ring entry and robotic linear accelerator. In addition to that, the CBCT attached integrated the gamma knife radiosurgery system. Also the ZAP, that is, the MV X-rays based, the radiosurgery system, including that, the gamma ray based radiosurgery system for the breast solution that's called gamma port. These are all, the innovations or advancement in terms of technology in radiation therapy. Similarly, if you see that the middle row, the developments in particle therapy. So it started from the multi-room, the proton therapy system. Now that, the advancement is towards that single room compact proton therapy system. And again, the more advancement, like, the dual particle therapy system, which is available in Medast and Vienna, Austria. And also there are the multi-ion, the beam therapy is also in the research mode. And many of you are aware about, the very hard research is going on for compact solutions in the particle therapy. And the bottom row, that is also, the MR linear accelerator. There are two commercially available vendors are, generating the MR linear accelerator and responsible for biology guided radiotherapy. And also that artificial intelligence based, the linear accelerator ethos also is introduced. And finally, that PET LINAC, which has got an FDA for CT and IMRT and SRS SBRT, not for the biological image guidance still. So these are all that, the advanced technology in radiation treatment, where that, the medical physicist will be involving from that clinical implementation to that, the verifications to that validations, and, ensuring that, the quality managements in everyday duties. So what is the current practice in medical physics and radiation oncology? Everybody knows, I'm not going to go into the details. Basically, when you use that multimodality imaging, it increases an accuracy in tumor normal tissue definition, also make tighter safety margins and higher prescription doses possible because of the advancement in imaging. And advancement in radiation treatment planning, starting from that, rigid to the deformable image registrations, auto segmentation, advanced dose calculations, including that, the Monte Carlo or GPU based Monte Carlo, even optimization method like a physical and biological optimizations are advanced. The treatment verifications during the treatment, pre-treatment, post-treatment, 2D and 3D and 4D real time, and also the dosimetric accuracy is also possible during the treatment, integrated solutions, real-time dosimetric verification. Coming to this treatment delivery, we have seen from that focused to smaller beams, SRS, SBRT, to the intensity modulated beams and real-time dynamic beams, wherein 4D and adaptive beams are used, and unflattered beam, LINAC and proton and carbon ion. These are all, the everyday, the current practice right now, the medical physicist will be involving in the patient's care, cancer patient's care. So what have we achieved scientifically? So starting from that, simulation imaging, we started from planar to 3D to 4D, and MR simulation of the biological simulation is advancement as achieved. The deformable image registrations will be useful for, the IGRT and 4D and adaptive radiotherapy, which is most advancement and central to that, the radiation treatment delivery and planning. In terms of the TPS advancement, 2D to 3D, inverse planning, 4D and adaptive, and biology-based Monte Carlo and LET and auto planning, this now that machine learning and deep learning based automatic treatment planning is that current, the advancement in treatment planning. And IMRT to VMAT, the resulted in improve the delivery efficiency in patient's throughput. IGRT corrects for the patient positioning and target and YR reduce the margin. SRS SBRT frameless and to hypofractionation and dose escalation is possible. FFF HDR fast delivery mode and reduced tumor and organ motion in delivery. 4D RT accounts for respiratory motions, effects on that RT process. Adaptive radiotherapy accounts for the volume and dose changes and modify the treatment plan. Particle therapy will be better for treatment options for pediatric and radio-resistant tumors. MR-guided, PET-guided RT towards biology-guided radiotherapy towards the precision radiotherapy. And in terms of the brachytherapy, image-guided adaptive radiotherapy started from, the manual to LDR brachytherapy, HDR brachytherapy, iridium to cobalt, now electronic brachytherapy. These are all that advancement. So in radiation oncology, and the physics are, the physicists are more responsible for ensuring that safety and, the effective of the treatment. So this is what the technology versus outcome. If you look at this curve, so it started, increasing up to that, the CyberKnife and proton. After that, there is a plateau regions. That means the physical confirmations or physical dose confirmation is achieved and to some extent. But still, there is no chance of getting, the better cure compared to that, what we expected. So what could be the reason? The reason now that the trend, the today trend is that, the biological based radiotherapy is the way forward to, explore further, towards that cancer cure. That is what the precision radiation oncology, wherein the integration
finish in another 2-3 minutes, that would be better, sir.
Yeah, I'll finish it up. So integration of radiation technologies and, the imaging, and we know that not only that, the dose conformations in terms of anatomy and biological and functional parameters, and also the genomic parameters. That is what, the precision radiotherapy come into the picture. So that today, the precision radiation oncology will be having that integrity of imaging as well as, the tumor biology of including the genomic levels. So what is that emerging techniques? As I told you that, the precision radiation oncology and the flash therapies are emerging. And for the precision radiation oncology, 4 important things in quantitative imaging biomarker, radiomics and genomic and radiogenomics, integrating imaging and therapy in terms of MR guided and MR LINAC and PET guided PET LINAC, artificial intelligence using machine learning and deep learning and big data for the data analytics and mining, data mining and sharing and data farming. So these are all the important requirements for the precision. Again, that quantitative imaging, I'm not going to go into that. So these are all the quantitative imaging biomarker. Recently the AOCMP-2021 guidelines have come into the very detailed way. So what are that the biological characteristics is possible by obtaining by the MRI images, like the tumor angiogenesis, perfusion, and hypoxia, cellular the density, proliferation, tissue microstructure, and metabolism. These are all the very important imaging biomarker will be responsible for precision radiation therapy. Similarly, if you look at that, the radiomics workflow, they can after the image acquisition, the lesion can be the delineated. You can extract the feature or phenotype of the tumor in two ways. One is that the statistical or machine learning way. Another one is the deep learning way, which will be completely automated. Similarly, the radiogenomics, you will have to have that input of the genetic the parameters, like what is the radio sensitivity of the particular gene, and the radio sensitivity index, and GWAM and GWAS, all those parameters is important. Similarly, big data is important for this precision therapy. Coming to this linear accelerator, you all may be knowing that there are two vendors are available, and PET LINAC, the reflection is one of the things, and artificial intelligence all the way from starting from the patient's consultation to the treatment delivery to the follow-up. That artificial intelligence will play a major role in radiation therapy. If you look at that, the AI in precision oncology, that the future of radiation oncology is going to be the data-driven. That means data will be derived from the integration of the imaging, automated data analysis, better data-driven to the screening, from the screening, medical imaging, image segmentation, registration, then biomarker to that, the monitoring and diagnosis and automated detection to the diagnosis and treatment, the precision and the disease stratification, and finally the cancer detection and monitoring and optimized, the allocation of the resources and personalized cancer therapy. So these are all that, very important role that the AI is going to play. You all know that IBM Watson Oncology is one of the important, the tool of, the making the decision making. Similarly, the particle therapy, from that, the multi-ganglion to the compact is the future. And the future of particle therapy lies in, the compact and proton arc and rapid beam delivery like a flash and online adaptive and, the many different features. Similarly, the flash, the ultra high dose rate greater than 440 gray per second, is the very important the feature, and the ROS important. The oxygen depletion is important concept in flash therapy. You can save the critical structure by means of eliminating the critical the tumor. And these are the emerging technologies in flash radiotherapy, starting from the flash knife to that the proton flash and the conventional LINAC and the very high electron energy and the phaser. And the medical physics research, the varies in a different sphere, mainly 23% in the implementation and audit, and 17% for the image analysis, and the treatment planning application 10%, and 9% in dose measurement, and the remaining the percentage, how the medical physics, basically the research evolves. So in the recent publications in Australian journal, what is the actually medical physics in cancer research role? So indeed, the medical physics, not only the technology, the know-how, the specialist, also we must know that now the tumor biology in order to take that, the cancer research and various, the research, the topics like nature of the cancer and biology and personalization, data analytics, and, all this important, the cancer tumor biology related information is important to conduct the cancer research. What are the challenges for radiotherapy medical physics? 4 challenges as per that, the recent astrophysics guidelines. The number one is the target definition transformed from art to science. So inter-observer variations will be there from the person to person. So obviously there should be a science behind that, better to automate the treatment definition, the target volume definitions by means of physics, and the development of, the implementation of AI in the clinic, the modeling of biological effects for personalized medicine, leadership. These are all that, important. So now that, the future of the medical physics need to be really important. in various disciplines, not only the radiation oncology or, the particular in radiation oncology itself, we have to understand and, contribute to the whole oncology as such, like targeted radionuclide therapy, radioimmunotherapy, photodynamic, nanoparticle, thermal oncology, translational research. So all these things are, the future of radiation oncology. So the future of radiation oncology career also is not definitely it's going to be a bright. If you look at that, the Lancet in 2013, how that, the low middle income countries requirements for the medical physics based on the requirement of the treatment, the machines for the cancer incidence is going to come. So coming to this last benefits of the role in radiation oncology, medical physics and cancer care for the patients, the care with the safety and quality service, for the organizations, the safety and compliance and cost-effective services, for the professions to make a practice standard and advanced science and improved service, for the society, for the value-based. So coming to this summarize, the medical physics in cancer radiation treatment or cancer care will play a foundational role in education and training, the critical role in clinical practice and statutory role in quality management, the major role in research and development, evolving role in professional development, master of the roster in deciding the patient's outcome in cancer treatment. So this is what, the medical physics in cancer care and the research in the era of the precision medicines where we are actually marching towards. So with this, I would like to conclude with the quote that, the best way to predict the future is to create it. That means education is the passport to the future. But tomorrow belongs to those who prepare it to today. So better, we may not predict the future, but definitely we can prepare for today. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
Thank you very much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. So due to the lack of time, we are not able to take the questions. We will try to take some questions at the end of the session. So thank you very much, sir. Now I am moving on to the next invited speaker, Mr. Wolcott Sterling. He has medical physics and radiation, head of medical radiation protection in the University of Mannheim, University Germany. And he is also a member of many scientific societies in Germany and as well as across the globe. And he is also scientific coordinator for DARA project in Bangladesh, scientific coordinator in Bangladesh and Germany. So now the platform is over to Mr. Wolcott Sterling. You can yourself start.
Please unmute. Sir.
Yeah, thank you for the organization committee to inviting me to this talk. I would like to give you, let's say, my outside view to challenges of low and middle income countries in radiation therapy. As you have heard, I'm involved in several projects, and this is based also on this experience. What are such challenges? We have all to deal with the burden of cancer. We have a lack of money for investments. We have a lack of well-educated staff. That means we have often to deal with not established training or academic infrastructure. We have a lack of accompanying infrastructure. We have a need of development of curative treatment concept based on screening and preventive checkups. This is from the background because we are dealing with other disciplines like surgery and chemotherapy, but radiation therapy is a comparatively inexpensive form of cancer therapy compared to these two other disciplines. We have a need of establish structured digital data as a natural resource of a hospital or country. Radiation therapy is per definition a strict interdisciplinary clinical department, and therefore radiation therapy has a high need of exchange of digital data. Digitizing of data for radiation therapy, does this mean handling of DICOM RT data? And it's necessary for some reasons to have an own research work platform for the benefit of the own patients. Burden of cancer. Yes, I found this notice from Gustav Salford. He's the CEO of Elekta, and still he pointed out that from the past is still constant. There is a need of 50 or 60% of cancer patients to radiation therapy globally. But the middle and income countries only have 32% access to this global radiation therapy sources, but even they have 80% of the global cancer burden. But also there is in some developed economies, there are problems with access to radiotherapy. This may vary based on geographic and or socioeconomic status. Here in Germany also has this burden of cancer. You see the cancer disease are on the second place of the most frequent causes of death. But to be honest, this situation is covered by a text-based health system, and there is an official German guideline that recommends one treatment unit for a population of 174,000 people. And in 2013, there was the last evaluation. We have had an actual status of 596 treatment units. So we have a comfortable position in this way. But if we are looking for the number of medical physicists are needed to operate these 600 treatment units on a let's say on a basic level, means exclusive IMRT, exclusive stereotactic, exclusive brachytherapy, and based on a series of 300 treatment series per year and per machine in one shift, then we are talking about a minimum requirement of 900 medical physics experts. If you include all the other aspects, there will be the number will be doubled. Germany has currently is a high technology country, but there's currently a lack of digital infrastructure even in medicine, and this is what's there. So Germany has also to deal with some aspects to get an improvement in this way. Lack of money for investment. Yes, this is the most important part. Of course, a national cancer plan of a government could be a good starting point for structured improvement for cancer patients. This national cancer plan could be implemented through governmental investments supported by national or an international program, and importantly, private investments. This cancer plan should be a structured development, because not everything can be done in once. If you have a lack of money and you could not do the investments, of course, then we have a roadblock and nothing will go forward. Another real roadblock is the lack of well-educated staff. Because there is often a not established training or academic infrastructure. I'm involved in a project. This fulfill exactly this the first line. If investment constraints can be overcome to create more capacity for radiation therapy, well-trained personnel as radiation therapists, medical physicists, and so on should be available. That means trained to be commissioned to treat patients with these high-tech facilities. Education and training should be also part of the national cancer plan. So the situation is, from the project I mentioned, is the money is more or less ready, but there is no structured education infrastructure. No, the physics department has never heard from medical physics. No one has an interest on medical physics. This is the present situation there. Lack of accompanying infrastructure. What does it mean? the awareness and screening programs for early detection and the development of curative treatment regimes, the improvement of the pre-therapeutic diagnostic, histology, radiodiagnostic, lab results. There's a lack of interdisciplinary tumor boards to find the individual best therapy. The treatment decision has to be done on the actual scientific level. At the start of the therapy after the diagnosis with a minimal delay, without waiting lists. This is pointing to the capacity. The treatment of the whole treatment series without any break. So in Germany, we have a legal rule that every treatment unit has to have a backup concept for its treatment. Transition from palliative to curative treatment concept, I mentioned this. We need a follow-up after the treatment and then catching up the patient for efficient retreatment based on the documented pre-treatment. The need of development of curative treatment concept based on the screening and preventive checkups. As I mentioned, how radiation therapy is a cost-effective therapy, and you see this is analysis from this year, analysis between radiation therapy and chemotherapy, and you see overall items. The radiation therapy fits the general aspect of a cancer therapy very good, and he supports the highly value, and this evaluation pointed out the high value and the cost effectiveness of radiation therapy. How costly in comparison? The high percentage of patients undergoing radiation therapy can be treated on an outpatient basis. Such outpatient treatment is less expensive than an inpatient hospital treatment. However, if there are not enough daily accessible radiation therapy centers in a rural area, for example, it can be considered to accommodate these patients in patient hotels during such an outpatient therapy. Professor Zakaria pointed out yesterday in his talk that he's going to found welfare homes for those patients. Early detection and screening. Here is a post from Masoud from the Evercare Hospital in Dhaka, and you see the increasing number of the major cancer diseases are growing. And what I want to point it out, these are growing on late stages. That means from this point of view, you have a growing cohort of palliative patients. I would show you a kind of establishing a screening concept on the example of the lung cancer screening in Germany. Screening in Germany is a problem because from the legalization of ionization radiation to basically healthy patients. This is a typical situation for screening regimes. So we have only one screening program left in this ionization radiation, and this is mammography screening, and now we are going to establish the lung screening, and this is based on a change in the radiation protection law with by definition of what is called the asymptomatic patient. There are very good pioneering trials. They pointed out there is a good outcome if you go into screening regimes, and you see this here. They have a special age, and the risk is more than 30 PEC years, 50 PEC years, 15 PEC years, and you see in this cohort of patients, 50,000 patients, 15,000 patients, and you see the reduction in mortality of lung cancer by 20%, and the lung cancer mortality here by 24% over 10 years. So this is you see there is a high need and a good quality to go into this early detection. There are good accompanying regimes to have the scoring of pulmonary nodes. So there's a good basic for doing automation in this area. And you see, I give you one example here. This is a scan of a suspect node, and you see here it has 10.2 millimeter, and 3 months later he has 11.9 millimeter. This the increasing of the diameter is very low, but the increasing of the volume in the 3D reconstruction shows a significant increase in volume with the range within the range of malignancy. If you could not do this 3D volume construction, there's an alternative is the multiplanar reconstruction of the CT data. We will kick in. We will start in a consortium with this for this lung cancer screening with our new photon counting CT, and this will be part of the screening program. And the aspect why we want to use it is a low dose imaging option of this machine. To establishing a structured digital database as a natural resource of hospitals, the hospital has to be considered that.
If you could able to finish another 3-4 minutes.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Sorry, thank you.
So radiation therapy is an interdisciplinary discipline. We have a digitation of data means DAY-2 data and their own research. I would point it out this. This is our present situation in the University Medical Center in Mannheim. We are completely digital. We have everything is digital. We have all the data. We have independent access to this data, independent from any application. And you see here we have we could work and in our main conferences per day. So we have this infrastructure, but there is I'm involved in the actual tender preparation for new packs at the University Medical Center. And what the absolute mandatory item for this tender is to improve the usage of radiomic and genomic data. Every patient-related information must be accessible by one viewer. That is absolutely must for this tender. With the increasing of application of methods based on artificial intelligence, it could be increasingly important to use own data research to train AI algorithm. This is one example what we have done in the automatic screening for abdominal aortic aneurysm detection in CT. Also, these AI detections and AI processes increasing more and more. So you have now software available that they do detection and classification. And this is my last slide because the automatic detection was done on MR data sets, and they found out suspect areas during this analysis, and they were able to sort these areas on a scoring, on an international scoring, on a well-accepted scoring, the PI PETs, RETs, and you see here they were able to do this very good. And the next step, AI-based automatic target definition, I think will be ahead. Thank you. And my congratulations for an excellent organized congress.
Thank you very much for giving a detailed briefing about the need of challenges in the Middle and East countries and the income countries. So due to the lack of time, we may not be able to take the questions now. So we will try to take the question at the end of the session. So now I move on to the next session, which consists of almost 7 oral presentations. So now I invite Mr. Chen Jain from China, who is also working in MD Anderson, USA, to present his presentation on robustness of IMPT.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jiaoyin Chen from China. China. I worked as a medical physicist in Cancer Hospital, Chinese Academy of Medical Sciences. The subject of my talk is application of a robustness analysis method to multi-field optimized MPT plan in head and neck cancer patient. This work was accomplished during my one-year research visiting at the MD Anderson Cancer Center on the guidance of Professor Xiaodong Zhang. My talk will be in 4 parts. In the first part, the background and the purpose of this research will be illustrated. Then in the second part, I will present it in the material and the method of this work. After that, I will explain the result and discussion of my work. Finally, it's the conclusion of this work. The right figure is the architecture appearance of MD Anderson Proton Therapy Center. Now, let's move to the first part of my talk, which is about the background. Proton therapy using spot scattering constitute of moving from a single field optimization to multi-field optimization, in which the optimization process is simultaneously applied to all 3-dimensionally distributed proton black peaks for all spots. Multi-field optimization MPT and MPT used proton spot scattering, which is equivalent in intensity modulated radiotherapy, as shown in the right figure. MPT offers sharp dose gradients, which produce excellent coverage of target and sharp sparing neighboring organ at risk. The literature contains a number of spots of the theoretically advantage of proton therapy over photon therapy for head and neck cancers. At the meantime, MPT is highly sensitive to the uncertainties in beam range and the patient compared to photon MRT. The uncertainties include computed tomography artifacts, weight gain, and losses during the treatment course, conversion from Hawes field units to stopping power, patient daily setup, interfraction patient moving, and anatomic changes. These uncertainties greatly diminish MPT effectiveness, and the dose distribution in MPT carry a risk for underdosing or overdosing target volume, normal tissue, or both. Let's take the example of what happens if we move a patient left 5 mm in both MPT and MRT plane. Left figure is the MPT plane, while the right figure is MRT plane. The blue line is the prescription isodose line in the original planes. The right line is the prescription isodose after shift. There are always those distribution symmetry broken under perturbations in MPT shift planes, where you can see in the left figure, while it's not obvious for MRT plane in the right figure. Thus, the MPT plane needs to be robustly evaluated. If you look at those warning histogram sketch map of MPT, considering the uncertainty beam range and the patient setup, the solid line is the DVH of MPT plane from the original plane. The band illustrated the DVH for both target and the OAS under these uncertainties. The light lavenders and the beige lines is the GTV and CTV. Large variation for target coverage for MPT plane, so it is with stacked OAS, brainstem in blue, left temporal lobe in yellow, optic chiasm in occurring, and the right optic nerve in brown. And the black field introduced the worst case dose distribution for MPT, and new applied the method for clinical planning. After using this method, multi-field optimization MPT dose distribution are considerably less sensitive to setup and range uncertainty than are the distribution in the traditional PTV-based optimization. The worst case of optimization provides robust targeted coverage without sacrificing normal juice spelling, possibly even proving. The robust optimization is crucial for MPT plan. We have adopted robust optimization for MPT plan based on the worst case dose distribution approach in MD Anderson Cancer Center. However, to the best of our knowledge, studies determine whether the worst case scenario method is adequate for accounting for the potential uncertainties encountered during daily clinical treatment have not been conducted. So our study respectively evaluate the robustness of MPT plan and compare to the clinical benefit of MPT and MPT. First, let's introduce the worst case scenario robust method, which used to evaluated in the present study. And by using the faster dose calculation method described by Liu, the nominal plan exclude the range uncertainty of 3.5% and setup uncertainty of 3 millimeters. To incorporate the setup uncertainty into MPT plan for the same beam arrangement with the nominal plan, 6 plan generated with the isocent for each patient is shifted by 3 millimeters along the anterior, posterior, superior, inferior, and lateral directions. 2 plan was got with the sloping tau ratio modified by minus 3.5% and 3.5% to simulate range uncertainties. This parameter used as noted in the robust analysis in the MPT study. The worst case distribution was calculated by determining the minimum and the maximum of 8 dose distribution for each voxel inside and outside of each region of interest, which is described as cold and hot MPT plan. The result, cold and hot plans are imported into treatment planning system for physician and physicist evaluation. Now let's look at the patient characteristics. 54 consecutive patients with head and neck cancer who underwent MPT and 15 who underwent MRT in MD Anderson Cancer Center from May 2011 to June 2015 was selected for this study. All their tumors evaluated histologically whereas center pathological review. A fast approximated dose calculation method was developed and used to calculate the dose in 15 clinical MPT plan under different setup and range uncertainties. Our clinical outcome data demonstrate excellent local control for head and neck cancer patients who went on multi-field optimized MPT shown in the right figures. The estimated 3 years local failure rate were 4.2% in MPT group and 80.1% in the MRT group. Also, the estimated 5 years local recurrence-free failure rate was 6.8% and 7.9% in MPT and RT groups respectively. We found no significant difference with the local recurrence-free survival rate in MPT and MT recipient patients. And for this study, 80% of MPT recipients and 8% of MRT recipients have died. The figure presents the difference in GTV in blue, CTV in light green, and CTU2 in green, CTU3 in blue, and CTV in dark violet for worst case scenario in W plan and in nominal plan. The left figures is D5 for the double plan and the nominal plan were shown in this number. And the right figure presents the D19.5 to GTV and the CTV are shown in this line. And if we look at the difference in the D2CC showing up panel, D max in middle panel, and the D min in the down panel, we can have a look at the organ at risk for the nominal plan and the worst scenario case plan in 15 head and neck cancer patients who underwent multi-field optimization and PT. The brainstem in red and the spinal cord in golden rod, left parotid in low green, right parotid is in green in lemon, and left corals in ochre and the right corals in blue, larynx in blue violet, and the white brain in magenta. The difference of average D min and D2CC and D max are shown here. Although the inherited properties of the proton therapy get its advantages over photon therapy regarding those metrics in target conformity and organ at risk sparing. Addressing the range and patient subject of MPT is crucial. In field dose perturbations in a small number of fractions with proton therapy may lead to an appreciable risk of local failure. Currently, used multi-field optimization MPT in spot scanning mode is of great interest. With the numbers of many new and non-standard proton therapy facilities designing such a system, as suggested by Liu and other authors, robust optimization should be widely used in all MPT plans, and the worst case optimization provides robust target coverage. We believe that demonstrating the robustness extent of multi-field optimization MPT plans in clinic practice, and that can result in local recurrence-free survival equivalent to that with MPT plan is crucial. As we found that the 5 years local recurrence-free survival rate in the 15-4 MPT and the 15-4 MRT recipients did not differ significantly. Combined with the findings described above, this demonstrating that within those uncertainties, the MPT can provide good local control compared that provided by MRT. This is the first study to explain for robustness of MPT plan for the target D2, D5, D19.5, D2CC, D max, and D min for selected OARs in MRPT for head and neck cancer patient. Furthermore, this is the first report of standard tolerance about the robustness of an MPT plan when administering MPT to patients for the first time. And many thanks go to the professors and my colleagues in MD Anderson Cancer Centers for their contribution and helpful discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Muhammad Saeed, sir, can you invite the next speaker?
Sir, you're muted.
So let us invite the next speaker. We'll take the questions at the end of the session. The next speaker is Jalaluddin from Malaysian University. He is going to talk about the photon beam commissioning of electrovalinic accelerator. Please start to speak.
Yes, I would be happy if the organizer
and try
could
to
play
stick
my
on to the
recorded
time,
video.
10 minutes. Thank you. Okay.
Hi all, my name is Asila. I'm from University Science Malaysia, Penang, Malaysia. Today I would like to present on photon commissioning of Electa Versa HD linear accelerator, a multi-institutional study. Once a linear accelerator is installed and before it is released for clinical use, medical physicists have to characterize the behavior of radiation beam. Therefore, acceptance and commissioning procedures must be done. Recently, Electa has released linear accelerator called Versa HD. Some radiotherapy centers replaced and upgraded linear accelerators for application of advanced radiotherapy techniques such as IMRT and VMAT. These treatment techniques require accuracy of beam modeling and in commissioning of the treatment planning system to achieve a successful treatment. The problem is, firstly, these commissioning processes are complex and time consuming. Secondly, there's little to no literature is available. Thirdly, many institutions tend to base their beam modeling in the TPS to data provided by the vendor, and this data may be insufficient because the beam characteristic can differ between machines. This study aimed to report on the dosimetric commissioning performed on Electa Versa HD linear accelerator for photon beam modes for various centers. Specific objective, firstly, to generate a set of data with technical guidelines that may assist other institutions embarking on Versa HD commissioning. Secondly, to validate the commissioning beam data with Electa Golden Beam dataset provided by vendor. Thirdly, to establish national guidelines on purchasing new generation of linear accelerator in the market. Hypothesis of this study is the commissioning data among the 4 Versa HD units indicate good consistency. The methodology, firstly, photon beam data of 6 and 10 MV from 4 institutions were retrieved. Then data in the format of MCC were read by Scandos Match software. And then the mean PDD curve were plotted and analyzed. Next, mean in-plane and cross-plane profiles were plotted and analyzed. And for output vectors, the dose values were obtained via WordPad application available in the Windows, and the output vectors were normalized to the reading at 10 by 10 field. So here are the results and discussion. Table 1 shows the max obtained for 4 centers at 10 by 10 fields. So as we can see in the table 1, all 4 centers obtain deviation that were within the tolerance range of 0.2 cm. And the second table shows the dose at which 80% of the dose is reached. So as we can see in the table 2, all 4 centers obtain deviation that is within the tolerance range of 0.3 cm. Yes, therefore, the Dmax and Dactive were passed. Next, this study also analyzed variation of PDDs. As we can at the PDDs were analyzed at 10 cm and 20 cm at various field size. So as we can see in this table 3, the maximum relative difference obtained for all 3 field sizes were within the accepted tolerance of plus minus 2%. So variation of PDDs were passed. Next, we also analyze in terms of flatness. So there were 2 protocols used. The first one, 3% plus minus 3% protocol were according to the AAPM protocol, and this less than or equal to 106% were according to the IEC protocol. Note that this less than 106% is the tolerance set in the standard beam overview for Electa Versa HD by the vendor. So as we can see in this table, all 4 centers obtain the flatness that were within the accepted tolerance at both in-plane and cross-plane profile. So beam flatness is passed. Next, this study also analyzed in terms of symmetry of the beam, in which 2% were according to the APM protocol, and less than or equal to 103 was based on IEC protocol. So as we can see in this table, all 4 centers in plane and cross-plane profiles obtain symmetry that were within the tolerance according to each protocol. So beam symmetry will pass. So we also analyzed variation of beam profiles at 3 field sizes. So in this case, we can see that only 10 by 10 and 30 by 30 field size obtain maximum relative difference that were within the tolerance of plus minus 2%. However, the small field, which is this 5 by 5 field, have the maximum relative difference quite high. The highest is 4.7, negative 4.7% at 6 MV. Yes. So next is output vectors. Okay, the output vectors obtained were normalized to the 10 by 10 field. So, and then the output vectors were compared to a study by Narayanasamy et al. 2016. So as we can see in this table 6, the output for 6 MV, the output vectors obtained only the output vectors obtained for GN and PP were within the output vector range as stated by this Narayanasamy et al. 2016 study. So PB and TM were out of this range. However, meanwhile, for 10 MV, we can see that all the output vectors obtained for 4 centers were within the range as set by this Narayanasamy et al. 2016. So next is the variation of output vectors. As we can see that in this table, since 2 of the 4 centers were out of range, therefore for 6 MV, the coefficient of variation obtained is quite high, which is more than 40%. For 10 MV, as stated earlier, all the 4 centers were within the range set by the study by Narayanasamy et al. So the coefficient of variation obtained were within the range. Therefore, the conclusion, although for both 6 and 10 MV photon beam pass the standard beam tolerance set by vendor, only 10 MV can be represented by one set of data. For 6 MV, the output vector showed large discrepancy. Therefore, an additional set of data in the TPS may be needed to represent the accelerators that were not within the usual standards. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Noora, for the wonderful presentation. So we will take the questions at the end. So now we will move on to the next speaker, Suresh Podul from Nepal, to talk about the profile calculation with a given incident free air profiles. Mr. Suresh.
Yes, sir. Is my slide visible now?
Yeah. Please go ahead. And try to stick on within 10 minutes because we are running already 4 or 5 minutes delayed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Suresh Podul, and the topic I'm discussing today is profile calculation with a given incident-free air profile Monte Carlo method. The method we have the method is comparison of the true profile in water without detector that is calculated.
Sorry for interruption. Sorry
presentation mode.
Please,
right.
Yeah, show your presentation mode. Preview.
Bottom.
Right bottom.
Right bottom.
Is it okay now?
No.
It does not go.
Yeah.
Okay. That's great.
Okay. The method we have utilized is the comparison of the true profile in water without detector that is calculated with the profile measured and calculated with the detector. And the problem is the free year profile of the beam incident on the water phantom, and thus the true profile in water is not known. And the construction, in this study, we have done the construction of a hypothetical but plausible free year profile and use of such a given profile for comparison between measured and Monte Carlo calculated profile using a relatively small 4x4 cm square field. The basic idea revolves around this slide, and we started by writing a 4-time program for regeneration of profiles. And meanwhile, we measured profile in water phantom with a detector at given depth, that is 5 mm from surface, and we did it with a semi-flex chamber, and we utilize it by taking it as an input file in Monte Carlo to generate a Monte Carlo profile. And by doing so we compared the two, and we validated the given 4-time program for further development. And after we did that, then we wrote a dose XYZ and Monte Carlo program for Monte Carlo profile generation at auto depths, and finally we arrived to get Monte Carlo profiles at various depths. The basic idea for Monte Carlo simulation is that we have chosen because the Monte Carlo code dose XYZ NRC offers a number of options for the source of a particle which are listed below. But in this study, we have chosen the source to be a point source, which is represented by I source is equal to 3 according to the Monte Carlo DOS XYZ NRC code. So if you see the figure, that ISO source is equal to 3, that is a point source that is located. The point source is incident from the front as seen in the figure, and the isotropically radiating point source is located on the z-axis at distance SSD above the phantom, and the phantom surface is represented by the yellow rectangle. The source is collimated to the rectangular field, which is bounded by X, I, and U, that is upper, and on x-axis the lower is X, I, and L. Similarly, on a y-axis that is bounded by Y, I, and U, and Y, I, and L on the phantom surface. So Monte Carlo sampling is an important concept we need to discuss for Monte Carlo generation of profiles. So for this, we construction of a sample we have to construct a sample method for a starting photon which delivers a realistic estimate profile. Then we have to calculate the profile for a specific detector using a starting realistic estimate for free year input profile. Then we compare a measured profile with the Monte Carlo calculated profiles. In case of insufficient agreement between measured and calculated profiles, we need to adjust step by step, such that calculated and measured profile agree with certain tolerance. So the principle of sampling relies on the interpretation of probability density function and cumulative distribution function, which we have utilized in this work. So the interpretation of physical density function is a relative likelihood that the value of the random variable would equal that sample. And similarly, the cumulative distribution function's interpretation is the likelihood that the set of possible values is smaller than or equal to the value of the density function, which has been shown in the figure in next slide. And another concept we have utilized for sampling is the concept of normalization, because the cumulative distribution function has been normalized between -infinity to +infinity to 1. So it is just an example of the sample algorithm. In this study, we have used the approach of piecewise linear profile. And see in the left-hand side, if you see it's a free year profile, we have conceptualized. That is, it has different regions, see, with different slopes, and each of the slope could be represented. Each part of the profile could be represented by functions on the right-hand side. And so it is a piecewise linear profile, Px represented by P1, P2, P3, P4, P5, and which in a more general form can be represented as shown on right-hand side, the bottom. area. And so I want to skip this slide because it has involved a bit of mathematics, integral calculus to reach to a Monte Carlo to derive Monte Carlo profile. I just want to skip it because of lack of time. So the concept we can the concept is a random value R is obtained from a random generator yielding a value in the interval 0 and 1. This value is shown in the figure on the abscissa, the corresponding X value, such that Fx is equal to R is the wanted sample. This is the meaning of the equation. So here I want to discuss a little bit. Just previously we had discussed that the in-ear profile has been normalized, and when we normalize the profile, that has to be linked with a random number so that we could do the appropriate sampling for generation of the profile at various depths. That is the concept of sampling here. So these are the results. And in this study, first I want to discuss the result, and then I want to explain what we have done in this study. We started by using a simple rectangular profile at measured SST. This is an in-ear profile, and if you see the and this is represented by the left-hand side square rectangular in-ear profile. Just have a look on that. The stiffness of the input profile is too large, and when we utilize that for Monte Carlo generation of profile in water, so there is some kind of differences between the measure and the calculated profile, as you have seen the differences in red and blue line on right-hand side figure. Then, since it could not estimate the real profile, so we made a slight changes in the input profile, and this time we are using a trapezoid profile, a simple trapezoid set profile at measure SST. And the remark is the stiffness of the input file now appears more appropriate because the profile is generated in water using Monte Carlo simulation is more close. Still, there is some differences, and the differences could be because of the contribution outside the field, which cannot be come by scattering from inside the field. And the conclusion is there must be an additional small part of the photon in profile. Thus, we need to again change the input profile. So this time we made a slight changes in the input profile. So the changes is the simple trapezoid step profile with A is equal to 2 mm, and we add the differences between the red and the blue curve in the previous slide, which I have shown. By doing so, this time we have come. This time the measure and the calculated profile are very close to each other. Still, there are some differences in some part of the profile, and that is corrected intuitively. So these are just the repetition of the previous figures, and we started by comparing the profiles, measured profile with the calculated profile for a semi-flex chamber. But this could be extended for number of chambers, small field chamber by changing the codes on Monte Carlo line written in photon, and by doing so we generated Monte Carlo profiles for semi-flex and for various depths, which have been shown in this slide. So the conclusion is the in-ear profile can be adapted as beam model of an accelerator for the given beam energy 6 MB, which we have used to estimate in water profile estimation for various detectors. By adapting the detector parameters in photon during Monte Carlo simulation, in turn, the correction factor for each of the detector can be formulated. This is the way forward, which I'm still working on. And just for the purpose of comparison between the measured and calculated profile, we have parameterized so a few things for the purpose of sake of comparison. That is normalization, full wave half maximum, and the ease stiffness. So at the end of this session, I want to acknowledge my supervisors and some important persons for these reasons. For this research work, that they are Professor Dr. Asin Anupama Ajari, Diploma in Engineering, Fulkerstyle, Dart, Germany, from where I have received the scholarship for conducting this research. PTW company, from where I have got the support on getting the small field detectors, and at NCHRC Nepal, MIT University, from where to which I am affiliated to. And thank you. And at the end, thank you for the kind attention. Thank you, everyone, for having patience to listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Suresh, for your nice and elaborate presentation. Our next speaker is Abu Kausar from Bangladesh, and his topic is inspiration breath hold technique for left-sided breast cancer, a single institutional review. I would like to request Abu Kausar to present his topic.
Have a good day. Honorable Chair, Co-Chair and the moderator of this scientific session, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be a part of this conference, and I would like to thanks to the organizing committee for giving me the opportunity to talk about my presentation. The topic that I'm going to present today, this is very common and popular technique for the breast cancer, especially for the left-sided breast cancer, that is called deep inspiration breath hold technique. The breast cancer is one of the major cancer in our country, according to the global 2020. The 8.3% breast cancer patients were diagnosed. At our institute, we have been treating more than 350 patients per year. It is well established that the radiation therapy is a very strong tool to treat the breast cancer patient along with chemotherapy and the surgery. This radiation therapy that reducing the rate of local regional recurrence and improving survival rate. So when we are talking about the radiation therapy, so we have to be concerned about the toxicity of that. So for breast cancer, the two, especially for left breast cancer, the two main concern is the cardiac and the lung toxicity. To reduce the cardiac toxicity, we have used deep inspiration breath hold at our institute. So what is the deep inspiration breath hold technique? This is the kind of technique that patient take a deep breathe during treatment and hold while the radiation is delivered. This technique is first introduced for breast cancer in 2001, and it became more popular in later one. And this, how this technique, how this DIBH work, when you are taking a deep breath, that means the flattening of your diaphragm and expansion of the lungs pulls the heart away from the chest wall. The two main methods to obtain the DIBH are called voluntary DIBH and the moderate DIBH. And in our study, we used the voluntary DIBH technique, which is developed by the Bavarian medical system called real-time positioning management. So this is the difference between the DIBH and free breath. In free breath, what we can see, there is a close relation between the heart and the chest. Also, when we are using the tangential radiation beam, therefore the heart is directly exposed by radiation. On the other hand, in DIBH, there is as the lung is expand, therefore the heart is pulled away from the chest wall, thus reduces the radiation dose to the heart. So this is very important thing is patient selection. in our study, as it is our initial experience, that therefore we have been selected only 10 patients for this study. And during the patient selection, you have to be concerned about the about few things, like the patients who can hold their breath for at least 20 seconds, were able to cooperate in the DHPH training, no heart diseases, or who had no respiratory function impairment. So after the patient selection, we sent to the patient to CT simulation, and during CT simulation, we set the patient in supine position with breastboard. And before CT scanning, we talk to the patient. We make them aware about the advantages of DIBH, and we post all the patient for at least 3 times to hold their breath to allow maximum benefit. And after that, we take the 2 sets of data, that is free breath and DIBH. And how this breathing pattern monitored by using this real-time positioning management, as I mentioned, that is developed by Varian. So this is the breathing pattern that is acquired from the real-time management system. This is DIBH, this gated system. There is a threshold that you can set the threshold. So this threshold means when the breathing pattern goes above the threshold, therefore this time the radiation beam is on. In any way, if the breathing falls down to the threshold limit, therefore the beam automatically off. And this is also the free breathing pattern. So this is the image that is acquired from CT simulation, and we can see also the difference between the DIBH and the free breathing technique. And in treatment planning, when the contouring is done, we generated 2 treatment plans for each patient. One is for free breath and other is for DIBH, and the total dose was prescribed in 40.05 gray in 15 fractions. So this is the color wash of the of both techniques. In DIBH, what we can see as the heart is far from the chest wall, so therefore when we're giving when we apply the tangential beam, and therefore there is a less chance to expose the radiation to heart. On the other hand, in free breathing technique, what you can see here, as the heart is close to the chest wall, therefore the radiation beam is much exposed to the heart. In plan evaluation, we have considered the 2 organ risks. One is heart, other is left lung, and 3 dosimetric parameters we have been evaluated. One is mean B5% for heart, B10%, and for left lung, mean dose B5% and B20%. And for heart, what we can see, the mean dose is significantly decreased in DIBH technique. So for all the patients, for not only the mean dose, also you can see the V5% and V20% is also decreased comparing to the free breathing. On the other hand, for most of the cases, the mean V5 and V20% for lung doses also decreased in DIBH technique. So what we can say, all cardiac and lung dosimetric parameters were improved for all patients, and in comparison to the free breathing and DIBH treatment plan. So we can say the cardiac doses, cardiac radiation is reduced by at least 60% for these patients. So this is the example of dose volume histogram. In discussion, we can say this is an excellent heart sparing technique comparing to the free breath and breast RD, and also the lung doses is decreases for most of the cases. And when you were talking about the DIBH, therefore you have to be think a few factors like the anatomical factors, because the anatomy of the patients is varying from one patient to the another. So there is a chance to the variation of doses. Also, the PTV volume corresponding to the breast size had negative impact. One dose sparing for left lung in DIBH. And some of the cases we have been observed as a few patients, sometimes they cannot hold their breathe properly, and this is also take much time. So we need, I think we need more counseling to the patient, and we need more coaching. So as this is our, it is our initial experience, so I can say that we have implemented this technique successfully, and all these cases, the patients were benefited from this technique. So in conclusion, so radiotherapy to the chest wall with DIBS technique is definitely superior to the free breath technique, and this needs appropriate patient selection, adequate training, and to achieve the best result. And also, this is also a time-consuming, and also the setup is complex. So this result increase the time of treatment delivery and needs patient cooperation and also the technical expertise. So and finally, you have to be the concerned about the patient illness or patient pulmonary risk factors, also the cardiac risk factors, and sometimes the age is also the factor to applying the DIBH technique. So thank you for your patience, and thank you for being with me.
So thank you very much. We will take the questions at the end. So now we will move on to the next speaker, Mushfiqur Rahman from Gono University. So I will request him to stick on to the time by 8 minutes. Mr. Rahman, please. Neetu team.
Sharing the presentation, sir.
Yes, please. Try to stick on with 8 minutes. We are running late.
It's a recorded one, so should we stop at 8?
You can fast forward in between.
Play the presentation, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
And as you know, Ajarim, this is my content. This introduction, aim of study, theoretical background, methodology, result, and conclusion. The next. This introduction. Here IMT is the most advantage from the 3D CIT. This technique tumor having the higher, more effective dose radiation, and this delivered will minimizing exposure to certain healthy tissue. The VMAT novel extension of IMT. This VMAT delivered radiation on a linear accelerator using a cone beam that continuously rotates around the patient. And this main advantage of VMAT are the speed, Next. This is my aim of study. This may the compare to the IMT VMAT, this homogeneity of PTB, this concern of the IMT and VMAT, and another of the evaluated and compared to the dose volume OR alternate risks, like as when we are PTB, the breast cancer, obviously we are considered the lung, heart, and spinal cord. To suggest IMT technique in the clinical purpose. This theoretical background, they are showing the breast cancer. Breast cancer is the disease in which the cell in the breast grow out of the control. And also the disease occur almost infrequently in the woman, but man can get it. They are showing the anatomy of the breast. This theoretical background, they are showing that there are types of breast cancer, this non-invasive breast cancer, invasive breast cancer, this ductal carcinoma, and also metastatic breast cancer. There the cancer has started to grow to another side. Inflammatory breast cancer symptoms benign to affect when the lymph vessel and become blocked the vessel. This risk factor that cause breast cancer, this age and family history come breast cancer, this alcohol, which take on alcohol, and overweight, hormone therapy, genetic change, smoking, previous breast cancer diagnosis, radiation exposure. This all of factors come the breast cancer. Next, this sign symptom breast cancer. This showing on the picture sign symptom of the breast. This tumor nodal and metastasis systems for the stage of the breast cancer. This tumor size T1, T2, T3, T4, which on the come and this curable. This lymph node affected N1, N2, N3. I mean, this M0, this test not are the cancer free, but M1 tested not show cancer cells or the microcytes. This stage of the breast cancer. This when detected the breast cancer 0, this 100% curable and survival rate. But when this one is 98%. But when this 2, this is just 2, but 88% curable or survive. And the this 3 stage, 52% survival rate, and 4 is the 60% survival rate showing in the picture. This diagnosis screening of the breast cancer. This identity of breast cancer, this mammogram. Mammogram, the X-ray of the breast to help feel between a benign or malignant mass. Then ultrasound. This ultrasonic sound wave to produce an image of the tissue. That MRI, magnetic resonance image, normally used conjunction other tested. MRI another non-invasive test examining and breast tissue. And biopsy. Biopsy this remove of the small amount of the breast tissue for testing. And also this showing the PET scan. That metrology, this working material, the following material are used for the study. This patient selection, CT simulation, and immunization treatment planning systems, protocol. This protocol using MME, Quantric, and RTG, RTG 130, 05, and ICU 83. This my works patient selection. This left side early stage invasive carcinoma T1 and M0. T1 like this. This showing this primary stage. This is obviously tumor T1. This patient is 34, 46 years old. This and 10 patient enrolled in my study, and also all patients are immobilized with supine position. This CT simulator, this have scan limited, and also in end and set of center of the field, scan of the central exit size, and also this CT simulation, this scan patient treatment position and comfortable and reproductive. Make the field based of the and also this setup of the reference point CT simulator. This on the emulation device. This mostly common of preferred the setup, obviously setup. This the breast in the position, and also this the breast board generally within this 0 and 5 degree OH with low arm twist and supine position. Also, this protocol ITOG protocol, this phase 3, this higher risk stage, this showing the stage treated by lumpectomy. This lumpectomy, this and showing the standard WI can boost, and also have a fraction WI boost showing in the protocol. This show on the goal and RTOG 130 1000. This showing the organ and ideal acceptable. This hard mean dose, how many doses acceptable when we can better plan. This also hard. This showing the heart volumetric, then the lung and breast PTV and chest wall axilla. Which this one showing all the this better plan for the ideal and acceptable build. And this show view of the target and where this target when this the mastectomy this breast is here and showing the hard lung, and 3D view of the target where lumpectomy. And also dose homogeneity and conformity index. Conformity index, this where when the best plan, this showing on the conformity like as this nearest one, this better plan for the better conformity. This dose conformity characteristic degree, and also this homogeneity, this homogeneity showing this the like as near 0, this better plan for breast cancer. This method.
Can you finish another 2 minutes? That would be good.
Yeah, sir, I'm trying. This method show delineation of target, and this also delineation of the target volume and organ. This plan of the radiation oncology show on the target and near the where organ risk like the heart and lung. And prescribe and fractionation. Fractionation like as the whole breast 50 gray and fraction 25 and 2 gray party. This on the AME treatment plan technique. Here using four field, this tangential field, and also this another 2. This VMAT treatment planning technique, the plan quickly defines the acid modulated, and the VMAT plan is generated using one partial arc. And there VMAT only advantage show my work. This monitor unit and treatment delivery time are also evaluated. And then show this IMAT and VMAT plan showing the dose color wash. And this my result dose analysis of planning target volume. This showing the conformity index. This near 1 IMRT, but this VMAT is dose analysis of the lung. And also another right lung. And those are right breast and heart. Those analysis of the spinal cord. And then show the dose volume histogram. This organometrics there and showing the PTV coverage. This better PTV coverage when the comparison VMAT. This on the VMAT. And this graphically show in the IMAT and VMAT plan this minimum dose, maximum dose, and D-mean. This showing the better of the IMAT plan. And also conclusion from the above discussion, VMAT and IMAT plan is the good for left breast, but here the complete IMAT result in even better planning target volume coverage than BMAT, as well as confidence index and homogeneity index also good. And also this showing the conclusion. This on my reference. And thank you.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentations. Due to time limitations, we are moving on to the next speaker from Malaysia, Hung, to talk about electron beam commissioning. Mr. Hung, please. If it is recorded, please limit within 5 minutes.
The use of linear accelerator had increased while new cancer case increased yearly in Malaysia. Electa versus HD had slowly gained market share. I would like to share with you today on a data analysis done on electron beam commissioning for Electa versus HD linear accelerator on behalf of my affiliates. Electa versus HD was produced in 2013 with an electron energy ranges from 4 to 15 MeV with 4 standard applicators available. Upon purchase, LINAC must be commissioned for dosimetric values to form beam models for TPS validation. Narayana, Sami, and Snyder reported point dose agreement within 2% for all energies in a homogeneous phantom for Monaco TPS dosimetric validation. On the other hand, Munoz and Chang researched the use of 2D monolithic diodes array on output factors and stereotactic radiosurgery on Electa versus HD respectively. There were much studies on electron beam dosimetry for Electa versus HD. Park et al. Reported an increase of PDD with increasing energy using Monte Carlo simulation. As for consistency of electron beams, Sava et al. Concluded that changes of penumbra, flatness, and symmetry of electron beams were within limits over 16 weeks for Electa synergy. In 2019, Tanaka reported that TrueBeam LINAC had small intermission variability with representative beam data. This study was a multi-institutional data analysis consisting 4 hospitals in Malaysia, which we study and analyze electron beam PDD and electron beam profiles. Dmax ranges and output factors were also estimated and assessed. Furthermore, beam data were compared with standard beam overview provided by Electa. Our result for the PDD, the ANOVA and t-test for mean PDD between field sizes in Table 1 shows significant differences between most field sizes for 6, 12, 15 MeV, which are indicated as ticks for each respective categories. 14 by 14 and 20 by 20 cm square show no significant differences for all 3 energies. Figure 1 shows the percentage differences of PDD in each field size with mean PDD at 10 by 10 cm square. The differences were minimal at Dmax and increased beyond Dmax at the exponential part of the PDD curve. Besides comparison between field sizes, PDD comparison between institutions for 10 by 10 cm square were attained and p-value were less than 0.05 for all energies available, indicating significant differences of the electron PDD between 4 hospitals. The mean PDDs were plotted and estimated for their Dmax and ranges as well. From this result, ranges of 90% to RP increased linearly with increasing electron beam energies. Dmax increased as well, but it peaked at 12 MeV. These data agrees to Park et al. Statement of PDD increase with increasing energy and Chang et al. In 2012, where ranges increased with energy in TrueBeam LINAC. PDDs were also compared with standard RAT provided by vendor. RAT was required to be within 1 mm from the standard range, but some ranges, especially in high energy, exceeded the limits, which were circled in red. Percentage disagreement on the right did not give good representation as disagreement were larger when denominator was smaller. There was similar pattern observed for standard deviations and relative differences when correlated to PDD curves. The maximum were in exponential region, approximately at R50 for standard deviations, and the minimum values excluding the Branch-Dryland tail region were at Dmax. Figure 5 shows similar pattern for relative differences where minimum were at Dmax and peaked at the lower half of exponential region. For cross-line and inline profiles shown in Figure 6 and 7, the mean profile and dose differences for each institution shows minimal values of less than 2% at the flattened region, and the differences increase at the penumbra and umbra region of the beam profile. ANOVA tests showed significant differences when compared between the LINACs, except for 6x6 square field sizes for 12 and 15 MeV for cross-line profile, and same field sizes for 12 MeV in the inline profiles. Similar pattern was observed when beam profiles were correlated with relative differences. Minimal differences in percentage increased with field sizes, which were calculated from full width at half maximum for each beam profile. Raw data obtained were also tabulated for symmetry, and all of them were within tolerance of 3%. However, symmetry of one of the hospitals were not 100%, when the other two hospitals were exactly 100%. This means that 100% symmetry is achievable, and the differences may be due to suboptimal setup during commissioning. Similar data and pattern were observed in the inline profile symmetry. The electron output factors were calculated from raw data with 10 by 10 cm square field size used as reference. The output factors had no matching pattern, whereas output factors for true beam LINAC had a well-matched pattern, which were reported by Gladhurst in 2013. From the figures, most graphs were best fitted with polynomial regressions. Although the output factors were not well matched, ANOVA tests showed no significant differences between output factors of the hospitals. In conclusion, there were significant differences of PDDs between field sizes and machines. PDD and ranges and Dmax increased with increasing energy. Moreover, mean Dmax increased linearly with maximum range, reaching at 12 MeV. Relative differences and standard deviations were minimal around Dmax in PDD and flattened region of beam profiles. ANOVA test showed p-value less than 0.05 for most intermachine beam profiles, showing significant differences between the electron beam profiles, except for small field in high energy. 6. Electron output factor were mostly best described in polynomial regression, but showed no significant differences. Significant differences of PDDs and beam profiles prove any standard beam profiles provided by vendors are not accurate for clinical use, but can be used as guidelines and commissioning in Electa versus HD. Lastly, majority of RAT was within 1 mm from standard. That's all from me. Thank you for your time and do stay safe.
Thank you very much. Now we will move on to the next speaker, Sundram Venugopal from Jamshedpur, India. Please stick on to the timing, 5 to 6 minutes due to the time constraint. We are running late. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my work for the organizing committee. My topic is the role of dose rate and gantry speed variation in PRO and PO algorithm for rapid or VMAT delivery. The purpose of the study was to assess and compare the performance of two different rapid or optimization algorithms such as PRO and PO by changing the two different parameters such as gantry speed and dose rate technical parameters. Material and method. A total 5 patients were selected for this from each side. One is from brain, and another is head and neck, and Hodgkin's lymphoma, and another is right lung, and the last one is the CS cervix. The rapid arc plans are generated using Eclipse 15.6 PO and the PRO algorithm. So the plan were created with a maximum dose rate from 100 to 600 and two different gantry speed. One is minimum range 0.5 degree and the maximum range was 6 degree per second. So the first reference plans were created for all patients by using PO algorithm with fixed up gantry speed 6 degree per second and dose rate 600 ml per minute. The rest of all plans were re-optimized using the same constraint and the same priorities. In no case, any interactive adjustment was performed during the optimization phase. For each patient, we did 24 plans were generated and the total 120 plans were created. Finally, we evaluated the R-check result also, the plan quality record also done. This one is showing the control points information. If you look at the first figure, this is a photon optimizer algorithm with a gantry speed of 6 degree and max dose rate was 600. The another one is showing the limited of gantry speed of 0.5 degree. One is only the difference between this figure and this one is a gantry speed. Even though we are fixing the gantry speed 6 degree, whenever they want, only is taking the 6 degree, rest of the time it is limiting, and another time is taking only 600. If you see in the second figure, the dose rate was 600. Even though if you're fixing the 600 dose rate, when we're limiting the gantry speed 0.5 degree, it's not taking close to 600 because it's limiting less than 100 degree. So this distribution showing for the same, but the different dose rate, but the same, different gantry speed, but the same dose rate. The distribution were very close to similar. This one for a lung case distribution, but the different algorithm P1 and the PRO, but same gantry speed and the same dose rate. But even though same dose rate and the same gantry speed, but different algorithm for the 50% distribution working way is totally different. This distribution showing for the head and neck side, same algorithm, same gantry speed, but the different dose rate. But the different dose rate also achieving the similar results of the DVH distribution. So this is another for the Hodgkin's lymphoma. We evaluated for fixing of the gantry speed 0.5 degree, but the dose rate varied for 100 to 600, total 6 plants. Even though changing the dose rate, all the results were similar and there is no significant difference of the distribution. This table is showing for the, we limited the gantry speed 6 degree. By limiting the 6 degree, we evaluated, investigated 5 parameters. One is the mean ME per degree, another is the mean ME per dose rate, and another is the gantry speed and ME for fraction and the total treatment time also. So this is another table for gantry speed 0.5 degree. So this one the same previous, only the changing the dose rate from 100 to 600. When you're changing the 100 to 600 dose rate, when because of the limitation of the 0.5 degree gantry speed, none of the area dose rate were achieved above 100 ME per minute. It is almost all limited for less than less than 100 per ME minute. So this graph was plotted against dose rate versus gantry speed for head and neck one side with a single arc. The top one is showing the gantry angle, and the side one is showing the gantry speed, and the middle one is showing the dose rate. So this is a mutual understanding how is changing the dose rate and the gantry speed. When dose rate is this color is showing the dose rate. When the dose rate is adjustment is made, the gantry was fixed completely. When the gantry was fixed, the dose rate automatically changeable, both algorithm. This one for head and neck side, two different algorithm P1, PRO, with fixing up only the showing 6 degree gantry speed, but the different dose rate from 100 to 600. First one 100 and 200, above last one is a 600. Even though if you're fixing the gantry speed maximum range, the 100 and 200 and 300, nowhere the dose rate was changed. After 300 only the dose rate is changing. So this is the gamma agreement index we performed with the R-check composite measurement. When we are using the dose rate from the different 100 to 600 or either gantry speed, you are limiting gantry speed for 0.5 degree also, the performance results were good. The results of the study shows the plant quality values, both algorithms achieved similar results and no significant difference were observed. Closely similar results of dynamic range of ME per degree achieved across all dose rate with both gantry speed modulation. The total mean monitor units for PO algorithm maximum is 14% higher than the PRO algorithm. The reduced total beam on time is a major benefit of when you are going high dose rate and gantry speed compared to a constant dose rate and dose rate versus and gantry speed. Dose rate has higher priority over gantry speed modulation, and the compensation mechanism adjustment between both algorithms are different for higher dose rate. My conclusion here, dose rate and gantry speed are free parameters optimized alongside field aperture shaped by the rapid arc engine. However, they are limited by machine constraint and mutually compensate in order to deliver the proper ME per degree during the gantry rotation. The results show that a new PO algorithm is either clinically beneficial or neutral in terms of plant quality and efficiency in comparison to PRO algorithm. The parameter gantry speed and dose rate in optimization engine might be undeviating for those variable and capable of generating plant unaided from the limited we are chosen. As a minimum benefit, the reduced total treatment time should be considered as well for high dose rate and high gantry speed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Venu, for the wonderful presentations. So now the floor is open for questions from the audience. Please, if there are any questions, you can ask. Audience? So the not of much questions, so we can conclude the session. Now I would like to thank my co-chair, Mr. Mohammad Said Hussain, Dr. Musa, for sharing the session along with me. So now we are concluding the session. Thank you very much for all the presenters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Cancer touches us all in one way or another. That's why we're dedicated to connecting all care to realize a world without fear of cancer. We're achieving that through intelligent cancer care. Through building shorter paths from research to remission, bridging the distance between Manhattan and Mozambique, driving a direct link from high tech to high impact, and resolutely facing today's unique challenges by connecting the world through more personalized treatment, more data-driven decision-making, more direct access to care, and a new, more unifying, smarter standard of oncology. We're all connected through intelligent cancer care.
We're not waiting for the future. We're creating it. Imagine radiation treatment that's easier, more efficient, and delivers therapies in record time without compromising on quality. Because quality of care is so important, there's innovative beam shaping technology, combined with 100% image guidance and patient positioning. This is a new way of thinking, a transformation designed to help more patients enhance their well-being and comfort in less time. Together with our customers, we've led radiotherapy innovation for years. Now we're creating its future.
Cancer touches us all in one way or another. That's why we're dedicated to connecting all care to realize a world without fear of cancer. We're achieving that through intelligent cancer care. Through building shorter paths from research to remission, bridging the distance between Manhattan and Mozambique, driving a direct link from high-tech to high-impact, and resolutely facing today's unique challenges by connecting the world through more personalized treatment, more data-driven decision-making, more direct access to care, and a new, more unifying, smarter standard of oncology. We're all connected through intelligent cancer care.
We're not waiting for the future. We're creating it. Imagine radiation treatment that's easier, more efficient, and delivers therapies in record time without compromising on quality. Because quality of care is so important, there's innovative beam shaping technology, combined with 100% image guidance and patient positioning. This is a new way of thinking, a transformation designed to help more patients enhance their well-being and comfort in less time. Together with our customers, we've led radiotherapy innovation for years. Now we're creating its future.
Launching a new era. PTW BeamScan, the new water phantom. Automated, wireless, fast. PTW beams you up to a new era in 3D water scanning.
I still remember that morning, the day I first set foot on the campus as a student. I couldn't imagine that the campus of a private university is so large. Yes, I'm talking about United International University. Built on 25 bighas of land, 30% is built-up area and 70% is open space. There was a large corridor in front with a lot of students. I went ahead with a surprised look. As soon as I entered the class, all the new faces stared at me. They were my university classmates. Sir entered the classroom. Lesson started. The way of teaching was different. He explained everything in a simple way. Beyond theory classes, there were associated laboratory classes on different subjects. A large number of computer labs for meeting the needs of CSE students. Circuit lab, machine lab, digital lab, microprocessor lab, communication lab. All are equipped with modern setup for producing competent EEE graduates. Civil engineer labs to prepare civil engineer students to design and build modern infrastructure. The robotics lab is the place for innovation and discovery in this era of fourth industrial revolution. In Advanced Intelligent Multidisciplinary Systems Lab, researchers are exploring the application of IT in multifaceted domains including health sector. Center for Energy Research (CER) is dedicated to do research in producing clean energy. It is thus helping the country to combat against effects of climate change. It has modern servers and data centers of international standard to keep the campus live online without interruption for a second. Proverb goes that the more you read, the more you learn. There is a spacious library stuffed with so many books and a pleasant, calm environment for serious reading. Spending time with friends in a lovely green environment was really very exciting. Large playground over the horizon cannot be forgotten. Suddenly, I was in trouble. It would be too late to get money from home. A friend advised me to go to the DSA office. I went and got an interest-free education loan. What a relief it was for me. There is no end to the benefits. There's a game room, gymnasium, nice canteen, large auditorium, plenty of benefits. Is it possible to pass without good results? So, study, study and study. I got scholarships several times along with many of my classmates. The wheel of success of this organization is moving forward under the leadership of our Honorable VC Sir, Professor Dr. Chaudhry Mafizur Rahman. And that's why United International University has been accredited by ACBSP, IEB, CIMA, and has been ranked in Asia by QS. The main secret behind this is the quality of education and all the modern facilities. Time passes by. A special day comes. I got the certificate of graduation from the Chancellor. Today, during my busy schedules at work, even though I am far away, I still remember the key contributor of my success, the United International University. Today, graduates of United International University are working successfully in home and abroad, bearing the flag of this noble institution, United International University. Quest for excellence.
Cancer touches us all in one way or another. That's why we're dedicated to connecting all care to realize a world without fear of cancer. We're achieving that through intelligent cancer care. Through building shorter paths from research to remission, bridging the distance between Manhattan and Mozambique, driving a direct link from high tech to high impact, and resolutely facing today's unique challenges by connecting the world through more personalized treatment, more data-driven decision-making, more direct access to care, and a new, more unifying, smarter standard of oncology. We're all connected through intelligent cancer care.
We're not waiting for the future. We're creating it. Imagine radiation treatment that's easier, more efficient, and delivers therapies in record time without compromising on quality. Because quality of care is so important, there's innovative beam shaping technology, combined with 100% image guidance and patient positioning. This is a new way of thinking, a transformation designed to help more patients enhance their well-being and comfort in less time. Together with our customers, we've led radiotherapy innovation for years. Now we're creating its future.
Launching a new era. PTW BeamScan, the new water phantom. Automated, wireless, fast. PTW beams you up to a new era in 3D water scanning.
I still remember that morning, the day I first set foot on the campus as a student. I couldn't imagine that the campus of a private university is so large. Yes, I'm talking about United International University. Built on 25 bighas of land, 30% is built-up area and 70% is open space. There was a large corridor in front with a lot of students. I went ahead with a surprised look. As soon as I entered the class, all the new faces stared at me. They were my university classmates. Sir entered the classroom. Lesson started. The way of teaching was different. He explained everything in a simple way. Beyond theory classes, there were associated laboratory classes on different subjects. A large number of computer labs for meeting the needs of CSE students. Circuit lab, machine lab, digital lab, microprocessor lab, communication lab. All are equipped with modern setup for producing competent EEE graduates. Civil engineer labs to prepare civil engineer students to design and build modern infrastructure. The robotics lab is the place for innovation and discovery in this era of fourth industrial revolution. In Advanced Intelligent Multidisciplinary Systems Lab, researchers are exploring the application of IT in multifaceted domains including health sector. Center for Energy Research (CER) is dedicated to do research in producing clean energy. It is thus helping the country to combat against effects of climate change. It has modern servers and data centers of international standard to keep the campus live online without interruption for a second. Proverb goes that the more you read, the more you learn. There is a spacious library stuffed with so many books and a pleasant, calm environment for serious reading. Spending time with friends in a lovely green environment was really very exciting. Large playground over the horizon cannot be forgotten. Suddenly, I was in trouble. It would be too late to get money from home. A friend advised me to go to the DSA office. I went and got an interest-free education loan. What a relief it was for me. There is no end to the benefits. There's a game room, gymnasium, nice canteen, large auditorium, plenty of benefits. Is it possible to pass without good results? So, study, study and study. I got scholarships several times along with many of my classmates. The wheel of success of this organization is moving forward under the leadership of our Honorable VC Sir, Professor Dr. Chaudhry Mafizur Rahman. And that's why United International University has been accredited by ACBSP, IEB, CIMA, and has been ranked in Asia by QS. The main secret behind this is the quality of education and all the modern facilities. Time passes by. A special day comes. I got the certificate of graduation from the Chancellor. Today, during my busy schedules at work, even though I am far away, I still remember the key contributor of my success, the United International University. Today, graduates of United International University are working successfully in home and abroad, bearing the flag of this noble institution. United International University. Quest for excellence.
Cancer touches us all in one way or another. That's why we're dedicated to connecting all care to realize a world without fear of cancer. We're achieving that through intelligent cancer care. Through building shorter paths from research to remission, bridging the distance between Manhattan and Mozambique, driving a direct link from high tech to high impact, and resolutely facing today's unique challenges by connecting the world through more personalized treatment, more data-driven decision-making, more direct access to care, and a new, more unifying, smarter standard of oncology. We're all connected through intelligent cancer care.
We're not waiting for the future. We're creating it. Imagine radiation treatment that's easier, more efficient, and delivers therapies in record time without compromising on quality. Because quality of care is so important, there's innovative beam shaping technology, combined with 100% image guidance and patient positioning. This is a new way of thinking, a transformation designed to help more patients enhance their well-being and comfort in less time. Together with our customers, we've led radiotherapy innovation for years. Now we're creating its future.
Launching a new era. PTW BeamScan, the new water phantom. Automated, wireless, fast. PTW beams you up to a new era in 3D water scanning.
I still remember that morning, the day I first set foot on the campus as a student. I couldn't imagine that the campus of a private university is so large. Yes, I'm talking about United International University. Built on 25 bighas of land, 30% is built-up area and 70% is open space. There was a large corridor in front with a lot of students. I went ahead with a surprised look. As soon as I entered the class, all the new faces stared at me. They were my university classmates. Sir entered the classroom. Lesson started. The way of teaching was different. He explained everything in a simple way. Beyond theory classes, there were associated laboratory classes on different subjects. A large number of computer labs for meeting the needs of CSE students. Circuit lab, machine lab, digital lab, microprocessor lab, communication lab. All are equipped with modern setup for producing competent EEE graduates. Civil engineer labs to prepare civil engineer students to design and build modern infrastructure. The robotics lab is the place for innovation and discovery in this era of fourth industrial revolution. In Advanced Intelligent Multidisciplinary Systems Lab, researchers are exploring the application of IT in multifaceted domains including health sector. Center for Energy Research (CER) is dedicated to do research in producing clean energy. It is thus helping the country to combat against effects of climate change. It has modern servers and data centers of international standard to keep the campus live online without interruption for a second. Proverb goes that the more you read, the more you learn. There's a spacious library stuffed with so many books and a pleasant, calm environment for serious reading. Spending time with friends in a lovely green environment was really very exciting. Large playground over the horizon cannot be forgotten. Suddenly, I was in trouble. It would be too late to get money from home. A friend advised me to go to the DSA office. I went and got an interest-free education loan. What a relief it was for me. There is no end to the benefits. There's a game room, gymnasium, nice canteen, large auditorium, plenty of benefits. Is it possible to pass without good results? So, study, study and study. I got scholarships several times along with many of my classmates. The wheel of success of this organization is moving forward under the leadership of our Honorable VC Sir, Professor Dr. Chaudhry Mafizur Rahman. And that's why United International University has been accredited by ACBSP, IEB, CIMA, and has been ranked in Asia by QS. The main secret behind this is the quality of education and all the modern facilities. Time passes by. A special day comes. I got the certificate of graduation from the Chancellor. Today, during my busy schedules at work, even though I am far away, I still remember the key contributor of my success, the United International University. Today, graduates of United International University are working successfully in home and abroad, bearing the flag of this noble institution. United International University. Quest for excellence.
Cancer touches us all in one way or another. That's why we're dedicated to connecting all care to realize a world without fear of cancer. We're achieving that through intelligent cancer care. Through building shorter paths from research to remission, bridging the distance between Manhattan and Mozambique, driving a direct link from high tech to high impact, and resolutely facing today's unique challenges by connecting the world through more personalized treatment, more data-driven decision-making, more direct access to care, and a new, more unifying, smarter standard of oncology. We're all connected through intelligent cancer care.
We're not waiting for the future. We're creating it. Imagine radiation treatment that's easier, more efficient, and delivers therapies in record time without compromising on quality. Because quality of care is so important, there's innovative beam shaping technology, combined with 100% image guidance and patient positioning. This is a new way of thinking, a transformation designed to help more patients enhance their well-being and comfort in less time. Together with our customers, we've led radiotherapy innovation for years. Now we're creating its future.
Launching a new era. PTW BeamScan, the new water phantom. Automated, wireless, fast. PTW beams you up to a new era in 3D water scanning.
I still remember that morning, the day I first set foot on the campus as a student. I couldn't imagine that the campus of a private university is so large. Yes, I'm talking about United International University. Built on 25 bighas of land, 30% is built-up area and 70% is open space. There was a large corridor in front with a lot of students. I went ahead with a surprised look. As soon as I entered the class, all the new faces stared at me. They were my university classmates. Sir entered the classroom. Lesson started. The way of teaching was different. He explained everything in a simple way. Beyond theory classes, there were associated laboratory classes on different subjects. A large number of computer labs for meeting the needs of CSE students. Circuit lab, machine lab, digital lab, microprocessor lab, communication lab. All are equipped with modern setup for producing competent EEE graduates. Civil engineer labs to prepare civil engineer students to design and build modern infrastructure. The robotics lab is the place for innovation and discovery in this era of fourth industrial revolution. In Advanced Intelligent Multidisciplinary Systems Lab, researchers are exploring the application of IT in multifaceted domains including health sector. Center for Energy Research (CER) is dedicated to the research in producing clean energy. It is thus helping the country to combat against effects of climate change. It has modern servers and data centers of international standard to keep the campus live online without interruption for a second. Proverb goes that the more you read, the more you learn. There is a spacious library stuffed with so many books and a pleasant, calm environment for serious reading. Spending time with friends in a lovely green environment was really very exciting. Large playground over the horizon cannot be forgotten. Suddenly, I was in trouble. It would be too late to get money from home. A friend advised me to go to the DSA office. I went and got an interest-free education loan. What a relief it was for me. There is no end to the benefits. There's a game room, gymnasium, nice canteen, large auditorium, plenty of benefits. Is it possible to pass without good results? So, study, study and study. I got scholarships several times along with many of my classmates. The wheel of success of this organization is moving forward under the leadership of our Honorable VC Sir, Professor Dr. Chaudhry Mafizur Rahman. And that's why United International University has been accredited by ACBSP, IEB, CIMA, and has been ranked in Asia by QS. The main secret behind this is the quality of education and all the modern facilities. Time passes by. A special day comes. I got the certificate of graduation from the Chancellor. Today, during my busy schedules at work, even though I am far away, I still remember the key contributor of my success, the United International University. Today, graduates of United International University are working successfully in home and abroad, bearing the flag of this noble institution. United International University. Quest for excellence.
Cancer touches us all in one way or another. That's why we're dedicated to connecting all care to realize a world without fear of cancer. We're achieving that through intelligent cancer care. Through building shorter paths from research to remission, bridging the distance between Manhattan and Mozambique, driving a direct link from high tech to high impact, and resolutely facing today's unique challenges by connecting the world through more personalized treatment, more data-driven decision-making, more direct access to care, and a new, more unifying, smarter standard of oncology. We're all connected through intelligent cancer care.
We're not waiting for the future. We're creating it. Imagine radiation treatment that's easier, more efficient, and delivers therapies in record time without compromising on quality. Because quality of care is so important, there's innovative beam shaping technology, combined with 100% image guidance and patient positioning. This is a new way of thinking, a transformation designed to help more patients enhance their well-being and comfort in less time. Together with our customers, we've led radiotherapy innovation for years. Now we're creating its future.
Launching a new era. PTW BeamScan, the new water phantom. Automated, wireless, fast. PTW beams you up to a new era in 3D water scanning.
I still remember that morning, the day I first set foot on the campus as a student. I couldn't imagine that the campus of a private university is so large. Yes, I'm talking about United International University. Built on 25 bighas of land, 30% is built-up area and 70% is open space. There was a large corridor in front with a lot of students. I went ahead with a surprised look. As soon as I entered the class, all the new faces stared at me. They were my university classmates. Sir entered the classroom. Lesson started. The way of teaching was different. He explained everything in a simple way. Beyond theory classes, there were associated laboratory classes on different subjects. A large number of computer labs for meeting the needs of CSE students. Circuit lab, machine lab, digital lab, microprocessor lab, communication lab. All are equipped with modern setup for producing competent EEE graduates. Civil engineer labs to prepare civil engineer students to design and build modern infrastructure. The robotics lab is the place for innovation and discovery in this era of fourth industrial revolution. In Advanced Intelligent Multidisciplinary Systems Lab, researchers are exploring the application of IT in multifaceted domains including health sector. Center for Energy Research (CER) is dedicated to do research in producing clean energy. It is thus helping the country to combat against effects of climate change. It has modern servers and data centers of international standard to keep the campus live online without interruption for a second. Proverb goes that the more you read, the more you learn. There is a spacious library stuffed with so many books and a pleasant, calm environment for serious reading. Spending time with friends in a lovely green environment was really very exciting. Large playground over the horizon cannot be forgotten. Suddenly, I was in trouble. It would be too late to get money from home. A friend advised me to go to the DSA office. I went and got an interest-free education loan. What a relief it was for me. There is no end to the benefits. There's a game room, gymnasium, nice canteen, large auditorium, plenty of benefits. Is it possible to pass without good results? So, study, study and study. I got scholarships several times along with many of my classmates. The wheel of success of this organization is moving forward under the leadership of our Honorable VC Sir, Professor Dr. Chaudhry Mafizur Rahman. And that's why United International University has been accredited by ACBSP, IEB, CIMA, and has been ranked in Asia by QS. The main secret behind this is the quality of education and all the modern facilities. Time passes by. A special day comes. I got the certificate of graduation from the Chancellor. Today, during my busy schedules at work, even though I am far away, I still remember the key contributor of my success, the United International University. Today, graduates of United International University are working successfully in home and abroad, bearing the flag of this noble institution. United International University. Quest for excellence.
Excuse me, are you on? Excuse me, are you on?
Welcome to the 21st Asia Oceania Congress of Medical Physics. Parallel session 3B, machine learning and artificial intelligence in radiotherapy.
Sir,
Now I would like.
Sir, actually there is a
second device.
I think there's lots of echoes.
Yes, there is a second device. From the speaker's place.
Now it's okay.
Not okay, sir.
Not yet.
So you have to switch off the speaker of one device from the platform device. Not the Zoom.
I'm in Zoom only. Okay.
Looks like still there's echo.
Sir, you are using your headphone.
Yes, I am.
Instead of that, you use the PC mic and headphone speaker.
That means just a laptop audio system.
Yes.
Okay, can you? I think there's.
You have to switch off your headphone.
Sorry, I'm not connected to the headphone now.
Yeah, please speak.
Yes. So I think we don't have the echo, right?
No, it's actually echoing.
So let's carry on. I think there's still echo.
Did you switch off your headphone power?
No, I don't have any headphone. I'm just.
Okay. Okay, then you may continue. Because
So I'm not sure who's going to cut this thing. Is there anyone from the AOCMP?
yeah, can you?
I'm not sure. The course. Do you hear echoes?
Sir, I guess you have logged in on Zoom and virtual platforms simultaneously. Can you please log off from virtual platform and be on Zoom? Sir, you are muted.
Sorry. I clicked the link. That was sent to us to go to the hall B and then join the session.
Pradeep, please check.
Okay, let me join.
Sir, you are connected with Zoom right now.
I'm on the Zoom, right?
Okay, so you need to disconnect from the platform. You have logged in with your user email ID and password, right? 2021.
No, I just clicked on the link that was sent to me by email.
It's a Zoom link.
Yes, it's Zoom link, right? I just went to the Zoom directly.
But is there any device you have opened the browser and?
No.
So you made reconnect once again, please.
Let me try that.
Okay.
If there is everything is okay. If there is everything is okay.
So can you hear me properly? Can you hear me properly? Still there are some echoes. Still there are some echoes.
I think someone from the team opened this.
Okay, how about now?
Yeah, now it's okay.
Okay, all right. All right. I think that solves the problem. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Welcome to the 21st Asia Oceania Congress of Medical Session, learning and artificial intelligence in radiotherapy. Now I would like to introduce our chair and co-chair.
Still there are some echoes.
Zubarul, maybe from your side. Please check once.
So I don't know. Is this echo?
So can you speak?
Yes.
Now it's okay. Now it's okay.
Let me see. Still, there's some echo.
Something wrong with someone's system actually.
I don't know. Is here?
Yeah, are we okay?
Let me see. I think it looks better. But this is coming back.
Slow.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
No, it's not working.
How about Taslim? Can you speak whether it's just echo?
Yes, sir. The same thing is happening.
All right. I think probably at the center. Let me see. Can you guys check? The organizers, what's the source of the echo?
Now, so for a few seconds, it looks okay. Afterwards, it starts.
Somewhere the mic speaker is very close to each other. That's why it's getting echo.
Can you just lower the volume of someone's system? Yeah, now speak.
All right, let's see. Hello.
Yeah, now it's okay.
Okay, let me try one. No, it comes back.
No, again it's happening again. Can you speak now?
Hello.
Taslim sir.
Yeah.
Is there a problem with your system?
Still there are sequel. Have you faced this kind of problem in the earlier sessions? It's slow.
Not really, sir.
Okay.
Like maybe for 1-2 minutes.
Okay.
I think we can clear the speakers that we're having difficulty, but we'll solve it soon.
Let me leave the session again and join. Check it down.
So speakers have logged out from the platform.
Taslim से
Hello. Yes.
Hello. Do we still have the echoes? I think we do.
Check. Check 1, 2, 3. Check. Sir, can you try now?
Yes. Hello. Yes. I think it's okay.
Yeah, it sounds okay from my side.
Yeah.
Hello. It's okay now?
Yes. Now it's okay.
Now it's okay.
Yeah. I have actually sent Rakibul sir to the attendee list right now. So probably the sound is echoing from his side only. Now I'm audible, right?
Hello.
Again, it stops.
Again echoing.
Can you check now? Is it okay?
Hello.
Yeah, now it's okay.
Now it's okay. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry for this inconvenience.
Okay.
Now I would like to introduce our chair and co-chair. As a chair, Professor Dr. Rakibul Mustafa, Professor of Electrical and Engineering Department, as well Dean of School and Science, School of Science and Engineering, United International University. He received his undergraduate degree from BUET in Tripoli in 1991,
yes,
and then joined.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Are you hearing?
Yeah.
He received his undergraduate degree from BUET in Tripoli in 1991, and then joined as a lecturer in Tripoli department. After serving there for 1.5 years, he went to USA to complete his MSc and PhD degree in Virginia Tech in Electrical Engineering Department. His research focus during his graduate study was electromagnetics, time domain measurement, antenna array, and digital signal processing algorithm for wireless communication, prototype development for a smart antenna system, and software-defined radio, SDR. He worked with research sponsors that include Texas Instruments, US Navy, DARPA of USA, and LG. After completing his PhD program, he joined Virginia Tech as a postdoctoral research associate. He then joined Qualcomm Intech in San Diego, USA, and worked in the research and development R&D branch for about 5 years. He came back to Bangladesh to join United International University, UIU, in 2009. He is a senior member of IEEE. He is currently in the Director of Biomedical Image and Signal, BIMS, Research Group of Tripoli Department at UIU. As his co-chair, Dr. MD Taslim Reza, Associate Professor of Electrical and Electric Engineering Department, Islamic University of Technology, IUT. Dr. MD Taslim Reza has been working as an associate professor in the Department of Electrical and Electric Engineering of IUT since 2012. He has done his PhD in the field of ultrasound imaging from the Department of Tripoli of IUT. He has completed his MSc from Tampere University of Technology, Finland, in the field of biomedical engineering. Currently, he is working on medical imaging, medical instrumentation, signal processing domain. Now, I would like to request our chair and co-chair to conduct this session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's start. I think we have lost quite some time due to technical difficulties. We actually, on behalf of AOCMP, apologize to the speakers and because they have lost time. Sorry for the inconvenience. So first of all, I think we have one invited talk, which is by, I don't have the list on the screen, so I have to find it out here, which is IV08, I believe. Invited. That's the number IV08, and this is by Dr. Shians Jean, and this will be on the ultrasound images-based radiomics for cervical cancer. So please, I'd like to start with this invited talk. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Xian Zhejing from the first affiliated hospital of Wenzhou Medical University. Thanks for the invitation from Professor Hastings Anupama. It's my great pleasure to participate in the 21st Asia Oceanic Congress of Medical Physics. I want to show you something about the ultrasound images-based radiomics for early prediction and protection of cervical cancer. As we know, cervical cancer ranks the second most common cancer in women. It affects 1.4 million women worldwide. Radiotherapy plays an important role in the management of cervical cancer, including brachytherapy and concurrent chemoradiotherapy. Previously, we have studied some dosimetric studies for cervical cancer with VMAT. We also published one of our phase 3 randomized trials of the chemoradiotherapy for patients in high-risk early-stage cervical cancer. In my department, in my hospital, our department has accumulated a lot of experience in the treatment of cervical cancer with radiotherapy. One our clinical trial won Best of ASTRO in year 2016. It's phase 3 randomized trials of comparing chemoradiotherapy versus radiotherapy alone in lymph nodes negative patients with early stage cervical cancer following radical hysterectomy. So we have a lot of reliable clinical data for our radiomics studies. So that's why we carry out our radiomics study for cervical cancers. So currently, the cervical cancer burden was majorly in the developing countries. About 85% of the new cases were occurred in the developing countries. And the 5-year overall survival dropped from 80% in the early stage to 15% in the stage 4. And among them, 30 to 40% will have recurrence due to their advanced stages. So why most of the cervical cancer diagnosed at an advanced stage? Basically because of the lack of knowledge among women of the relevance of symptoms. So their fatalistic attitude towards cancer and the possibility of being cured, lack of the availability of healthcare in rural areas, low priority of women's health issues, and screening is limited to a few urban areas for the developing countries. So one of the effective ways for early diagnosis is cytological screening. This is the mainstay of early detection of cervical cancer, but adequate screening services are not available in developing countries and will not be available for many decades. So it's only about 25% of women about 35 years of age could be properly screened, even if the number of cytologists were to increase tenfold. So we need alternative approaches to for the cervical cancer early diagnosis. So these alternative methods include with images like CT image, MR image, PET-CT, and ultrasounds. But MR, PET-CT are too expensive, but for the developing countries, they are not universal available. And also, like PET and CT, they have radiation. They will have actual radiations for screening. And the diagnosis will depends on the experience of the radiologists. All these images lack of quantitative evaluation methods. So why we use ultrasounds in this study for the radiomic study? Because ultrasonography is universally recognized as a convenient and reasonable price method to detect and diagnose your cervical cancer. In clinically, it's universally available. It's available in the developing countries. It's cheaper. Also, there is non-ionizing radiation, its portability and accessibility, cost-effective, relatively safe, real-time display. But what the weakness of ultrasound imaging? Its low imaging quality, caused by noise or artifacts that highly depend on the abundant operator or their experience. It's also higher inter or intra-observer variabilities across different institutes and different manufacturers' ultrasound systems. So we need computer-aided or objective evaluation markers for radiomics feature. So this is why we introduced radiomics. Radiomics is an objective way to diagnose and predict the progress of this cervical cancer. So currently, there's not too much radiomics study for cervical cancer, especially with the ultrasound. Even though ultrasound is one of the most used imaging modality, but few study with radiomics with ultrasound images. That's why we did a review study found out this. So radiomics is the highest throughout extraction of large amount of image features from radiographic images. So assumption was this advanced image analysis could capture additional information that not currently used. The more specifically, that genomic or proteomic patterns can be expressed in terms of the microscopic image-based features. So it can be used for oncology, all organs. It can use CT, MR, all kinds of image modalities. So the procedure of the radiomics was first you need to segment the volume of interest, the target. Then you extract the radiomics features from the target volumes, interest volumes. Then you pick the optimal features for the model building, then analysis, the evaluation, the model. So first, we developed an automatic segmentation method for radiomics study based on ultrasound. So we used 4 architectures or units, UNet or attention UNet. So this is the structure of the UNet. Additional 2 UNets. One is UNet plus ResNet and another one CENet. That's the definition of this UNet and its structures. So pre-processing with the original ultrasound, we need to manually contour the target volume. Then we were clipping on these images. Then we contour the study. So that shows the results are automatic segmentations. We use different UNets. It shows the results, control results. And the patient study that we have for this automatic segmentation, there are 796 patients. We use more than 10,000 images. No, 1,000, more than 1,000 images. So that's the characteristics of these patients and the image in our study. First, let's evaluate the performance of our automatic segmentation. As we can see, the dice for UNet, CE UNet, these 4 units was close to 0.88 to 0.09. That's a very good performance. So also we try to figure out that our automatic segmentation affect the radiomic features, that affect the stable and the reliability of these radiomic features. So that shows which method, automatic segmentation method, have the higher reliability and reproducibility of these radiomic features. See, this we found that some shape features could be affected by the automatic segmentations. We further evaluated that this automatic segmentation is reliable and they have a weak effect on the radiomic features. So then we will go to use this automatic segmentation to study for lymphoma metastasis prediction with this ultrasound radiomics. This is the flow chart how we enroll the patients. We enrolled 172 patients for our final study with 49 have positive lymph node metastasis and 123 with negative lymph node metastasis. This shows how we select the radiomic features of we finally, I think, was pick 5 radiomics after the mean wing test, unit test, and the least absolute shrinkage selection operators. So this the modulation performance. I see with the final, the AUC in the training was 0.79 and in the validation was 0.76. So finally, these results for the non-invasive prediction of lymphoma status for patients with early stage cervical cancer based on radiomic features from ultrasound image was published in the European Radiology. So the results showed that the radiomic signatures demonstrate a good discrimination between patients with lymph nodes and the non-lymph node groups. The best performance was 0.79 in the training and 0.76 in the validation cohorts. So now we're still going on is use deep learning method to first study the radiomics for ultrasound. We are not only to predict the lymph nodes metastasis, we are trying to predict the progression, its outcomes, survivals. So that's the ongoing researches. This shows some primary study with the survivals, our survivalization goals. So except the cervical cancer, we also did a lot of radiomic study for the esophageal cancers. We used the combined dosimetry and the CT radiomics to predict the response of the chemoradiation for esophageal cancers. We also studied the brain metastasis with the CT radiomics to see its primary tumors, the pathology subtypes, so others as well. So the most important part of radiomics is you need to have strong clinical data and images. So this is the key for the success of the radiomics performance as models. So we hope if you have a good clinical study, clinical data, we can have some population. We will do some radiomics study together. So that's my email. Hope get some positive information from your side. Thank you. That's all I want to show today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Jean, for a very good presentation, very, I think, timely presentation that will help cervical cancer detection. So I'm not sure whether we should go for a question and answer session at this point, or is there any interest in discussing this further from the audience? Okay, I thank very much again, Professor Jean, for this very timely speech and this presentation. And now I would like to move on to our first oral presentation, the title of which is Designing of a Decision Support System for Cancer Treatment Using Artificial Intelligence. And the authors are Muhammad Anwarul Islam, Muhammad Shafiul Alam, and Muhammad Ashraf Zaman. So we can start the video for this oral presentation.
Respected Chair and dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present our thesis work. The title is Designing of a Decision Support System for Cancer Treatment Using Artificial Intelligence. Authors are Muhammad Anwarul Islam, Muhammad Shafiul Alam, and Muhammad Ashraf Zaman. Presenter Muhammad Anwarul Islam, that is me, Department of BME, MIST. The contents include the background, problem statement, objectives, material and methods, result and discussions, and finally, conclusions. Background. According to the World Health Organization, some of the data are taken and put it here for clarifications of the impact of cancer in our country. Our total populations, according to 2019, 163 million people, and out of those, if you see, the cancer percentage premature death is 25.9%, which is very alarming for us. And the most common cancer cases are written here, and if you see, the esophagus is around 13.9%, that is highest, and 8.5% that is breast cancers, and others you can see the data here written in the percentage form. Cancer is the uncontrolled growth of abnormal cells anywhere in the body. There are over 200 types of cancer. Anything that may cause a normal body cell to develop abnormally potentially can cause cancer. General categories of cancer-related or causative agents are as follows: chemical or toxic compound exposure, ionizing radiations, and human genetics. Types of cancer, already I have told that around 200 types of cancers are there, but out of those, some of the major types are written here. That is carcinoma, which is related with the skin, lung, colon, pancreatic, and ovarian cancers. Sarcoma, cancer that begins with the bone, cartilage, fat, muscle, blood vessels, or other connective and supportive tissues. Bone soft tissues cancers. Leukemia, cancer that starts in blood-forming tissue such as the bone marrow and causes large number of abnormal blood cells to be produced and enter the blood, which is called leukemia. Lymphoma and myeloma, cancer that begins in the cells of the immune systems. Lymphoma, the T cell lymphomas and B cell lymphomas. Central nervous system cancers, cancer that begin in the tissues of the brain, spinal cord, brain and spinal cord tumors. Some of the treatments, that is cancer treatments, are written as follows: the surgery, chemotherapy, uses drugs to kill cancer cells, radiation therapy, bone marrow transplant, immunotherapy, hormone therapy, targeted drug therapy, cryoablations, radiofrequency ablations, and clinical trials. Problem statements. Chemotherapy is the most common treatment. Eradicate tumors if possible, palliations, prolong the patient's lives, drug scheduling, that is in level of doses and time cycle. Drugs have narrow therapeutic indices. Doses levels at which drugs affect the tumor are close to those levels at which toxic side effects occurs. Need a balance between beneficial and adverse effects. Now, how clinicians, that means doctors, decide dose schedules. At the first step, initialize dose based on primary diagnosis, periodic adjustment based on tumor conditions and toxicity, and prescribe periodic and discrete pattern of dosing days. In the second steps, try to trade off between efficacy and toxicity based on patients' specific and other parameters. And third step, analytic and intuitive decision making, and get influenced by conventional knowledge and personal practices. Motivations and objectives. In order to help the clinicians to treat cancer well, the research will focus on development of a decision support system based on artificial intelligence. Objectives: to develop a decision support systems for designing clinically relevant and optimal drug doses and schedules for chemotherapy and radiotherapy. Second, to assess efficacy and design doses and schedule using physiological-based pharmacokinetic models, that is PBPK models, and other tumor growth models. Validate the design decision support systems using clinical data. The research methodology, the development of a decision support systems are given here. Here, if you see that we'll be using here, in fact, the developer model or user developed model, will be using the developed model, and then design drug schedules using artificial techniques, apply those on the model and observe response. If it is satisfactory, then we'll go forward. If dissatisfactory, then again it will go to the artificial intelligence, the loop method, to adjust. And if it is yes, then we'll verify with the clinical data. If it is satisfactory, further experiments and it will be ended. Otherwise, it will go to again the artificial intelligence techniques and developed a model or use a developed model. Here, some of the clinical data will be also using as input. Fuzzy logic will be act as a doctor, and the cancer growth model, the treatment plan and drug doses, and we'll get the response, and again we'll be getting or giving the treatments. So this is how the final adjustment will be carried out for treatment purpose. Here, the decision support system for chemotherapy schedules are given here. Here, you see that fuzzy expert systems are here, and those schedule generators will be utilized here, and the cancer chemotherapy model will be here. So, starting the dose level and the dosing occurrence, and dose schedule generator will generate the dose, that is DT, and the output, if you see the toxicity level and the number of the cells, if it is decreases, that means response will be okay, and we'll also see that toxicity level, that how best we can minimize, and taking those responses, again the fuzzy the response will be given to the fuzzy expert systems. So fuzzy expert systems will analyze those responses, and again we will activate the dose schedule generators. So this is how the data will be utilized and to find out the best treatment plan, so that the efficacy and the toxicity are balanced properly. So for those analyses, the decision support system will be using the MATLAB program, and the previous data of all the steps will be utilized in MATLAB in this forum, or in this datas. Here you see the fuzzy logic controller are utilized here, then dose schedule generators and the Martin models are utilized in subsystems, and we will find out the output datas here. We have taken two cases for dose scheme, case 1 and case 2. For 40 days, first day is fixed, and first 2 days of every second week, that is one will be utilized, case 1 will be utilized for the 14 days interval, and the case 2 will be utilized 21 days interval, and same level on 12 consecutive days of scheduled weeks. Treatment time 10 weeks, and it will be around 15 weeks. Follow-up result will be getting after 8 days, and in case 2, 13 days, and simulation time is 18 days and 120 days for case 2. And the results we have got as follows. For case 2, and the number of cancer cells in response to a design dose schedule. Here you see the interval which for the case 1 and the interval 21 days, that is the blue one, and you see the response, the time t, which is the time for interval 21 days will be less, and for interval 14 days the time will be more. And the toxicity levels also, the response is depicted in this data. Toxicity in response to design doses. So it is almost a little and this is how I'll will continue with the real data. And real data will be collected from my cancer center, Dhaka Combined Military Hospitals, and my AOCMP missions, and exactly will take the output from our MATLAB program, and we will justify with our real data. This is how we'll create a treatment plan for the cancer using artificial intelligence. Now, the conclusions. This promising proposed method can assist the oncologist to take decisions on dose calculations for the cancer patient based on several factors that would help both patients and oncologists. That means it will be a guideline for the oncologist so that he can also compare with his knowledges, and it will also give guidance to take the proper decisions for treatment of the cancer patients. Since the parameters of this model can be regulated from the outcomes of clinical practices, the collective effort of oncologists and the engineers could be able to make this model exquisite enough to use it as the second brain of the doctor. And in future work, multi-objective optimization algorithms to optimize treatment plan. Second, to develop a decision support system for PBPK model and other tumor growth models. And third, validate the designed DSSS using clinical data. With this, dear listeners, thank you very much for your kind attentions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. It's a recorded presentation. So I was wondering whether anyone from the audience has any question. We have to keep the question answer session a little bit limited to make up for the missed time. So if there's any question, please let us know. Okay, if not, then we can go to the next one, oral presentation number 28. And the title of the talk is Detection of Lung Cancer Based on Deep Learning, a Comprehensive Review. And this is given by Lestari FP, Haryanto, and Arif I. So I'll request the organizers to run the video. Thank you very much.
Sir, 28 is not present. So I have to go to, move to the next speaker.
Oh, okay. All right. So with that note, we move to the next one. That is the title of the talk is Efficient Dose Volume Histogram Based Treatment Patient Specific Quality Assurance Methodology with Combined Deep Learning and Machine Learning Models for Volumetric Modulated Arc Radiotherapy. And the author is Qicheng Zhu.
Hello, dear professors. I'm Kecheng Zhu from Radiotherapy Center of First Affiliate Hospital of Wenzhou Medical University. I feel honored to have opportunity to give you a speech. The topic of my speech is efficient dose volume histogram based treatment patient specific quality assurance methodology with combined deep learning and machine learning models for volumetric modulate arc radiotherapy. I will divide my report into the following 4 parts: background, material and method, result, and conclusions. One traditional way of pre-treatment specific patient quality assurance is measure the delivered dose distribution with photons and to evaluate the difference between delivered and planned dose with a gamma index. However, the measurement process takes a lot of time and a large amount of effort. The development of machine learning and deep learning, as well as their application in radiation oncology, demonstrate great potential of providing time-efficient and convenient tools for QA. And GI has many limitations. One weak side of gamma index is that it lacks information on those two specific structures of the patient, and it's difficult to extrapolate gamma passing rate to clinical implications, and weak correlations between gamma passing rates and those difference in target volume and orange at risk. To overcome the limitation of gamma index, evaluation on the difference between the planned DVH and the reconstructed DVH from measurement was adopted and incorporated into PSQA. The purpose of this study is to develop a dose-based treatment patient-specific quality assurance for WMAT with combined deep learning and machine learning models to overcome the limitation of conventional gamma index and improve the efficiency of DVH-based PSQA. A total of 208 head and neck patients underwent WMAT between 2018 and 2021 from 2 hospitals are enrolled. Table 1 summarizes the clinical characteristics of these patients. In addition to general accepted gamma passing rate and individual volume-based gamma index, the percentage dosimetric errors and volume errors between the TPS and measurement reconstructed dose distribution were recorded and analyzed by the COMPASS and CDVH. For PTV, mean and maximum dose D2, D50, D98 is the dose received by 2%, 50%, and 98% of the volume. V95 and V100 is the volume irradiated by 95% and 100% of the prescription dose. For OARs of the neck and hand patients, maximum dose of the spinal cord, brainstem, and so on. The mean and D50 of the left and right parietes were evaluated. The purpose of the pre-processing is to normalize the data and to save the memory usage and to reduce the important background error. The purpose of this step is to build a PSQA dose prediction model based on the measurement dose, TPS dose, as well as RT structures and CT images. A 3D SE block was incorporated into a modified unit to applicative incorporated residential information with each feature channel. 3-dimensional features were extracted directly from volumetric radiotherapy images with the milli-rate representation quality. Then channel-wise statistic features were generated through drawing the space information into channel descriptor. So a series of DSE block included convolution and deconvolutional steps. The size of the future map decreased and then successfully restored in the original dimensionally. The copying and connecting operation and utilized the concatenate the 3 DSE block stage and the later deconcatenation up a simple stage which mitigates information loss due to the multi-scan structure of the DCNS. A PSQA classification model was built by leading edge the power of XGB boosted with tenfold cross-validation and using increasingly complex data. The predict PSQA dose distribution in the 4 different transfers CT slider and their comparison with the measured and TPS dose of one head and neck patient were present in the picture A. Relative small dose error was observed between the measured and predict dose. Relative large dose difference between the observed is between TPS and predict dose. TPS and measured dose in the region near the boundary of the skin or the thermoplastic mask. Small dose error between the measured and predict dose shows the lowest dose difference values less than the 6 degree. The quantitative evaluation of prediction model in the term of the relative root mean square error, mean percent error, and structural similarity, and mean percent basics, and universal quality index, and the mean percent absolute error in this picture. A typical DVH comparison for one NPC case among the TPS measurement and the predict PSQA dose was shown in this picture. A version inspective indicates that the photon, the TPS, and the predict dose DVH of the PTV and OAS has an accepted agreement for each patient. The AUCs of the XGB boost models with measurement and predict PSQA dose of the 0.89 and 0.88. Deep learning and machine learning techniques were combined in this study to develop a methodology for DVH-based treatment PSQA for neck and hand cancer patients underweight the WMAT. The successful prediction of the PSQA dose and classification of the path or not for the neck and hand WMAT PSQA indicating that this DVH-based PSQA model is promising to overcome the limitations of the gamma index to improve the efficiency and accuracy of the IMRT or WMAT delivery. Thank you for your listening.
I thank Dr. Zhu for the very good presentation and very useful results. So at this point, I also like to invite our co-chair, Dr. Mirza, if he has any comment, and he can add some comments, or we can also invite some questions from the audience.
Yeah, thank you, sir, and thank you, Mr. Dr. Zhu, for nice presentation. And I believe that this is very useful for the patient, and hopefully this result will contribute for efficient dose management in future. Sir, we can invite the other participant if he's available. Yeah.
We have like 1 minute we can allow. So if we have any questions from the audience.
Yes, sure, sir.
I think the study was quite thorough. The results and the methodology was a kind of very good result also. So if not, I would actually invite Dr. Tasnim Mirza to take over and introduce the next speaker, next presentation.
Yeah.
Presentation number 30. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Unfortunately, I don't have the full author's name for each and every participant. However, I have the presenter name, so I can start with that. So the next paper ID OP30 would be presented by Mr. Alamgir Hossain from Bangladesh. And the paper title is Automated Approach for Estimation of the Normal or Abnormal Stages of the Kidney using an Artificial Neural Network for the prediction model of the glucomer filtration rate. Thank you.
Dr. Reza, just one thing. I think if this is a PowerPoint live presentation, I would like to kind of remind the author to keep the talk within like 8 to 9 minutes, and as per the instructions we have.
Yeah.
Okay, 8 minutes for presentation, 2 minutes for question answer. So I think if you can keep it within that range, that will be really wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, the presenter can start the presentation and keep the things in mind what Professor Rafiqul Mustafa already mentioned, that so you'll have 8 minutes for the presentation around and 2 minutes for the question answer session. Thank you. Is the presenters are going to start the presentation? I can't hear anything.
Okay, hear anything?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, thank you, dear moderator, sir. Assalamu alaikum, and dear all, good afternoon. Today is my topics is automated approach for estimation of the normal or abnormal stages of kidney using an artificial neural network for the prediction model of the glomerular filtration rate. And here the author, I am Dr. Alamgir Hossain, Sir Shariful Islam Chaudhary, Shukti Sarkar, Shariful Islam Chaudhary, Ahsan, and last, Department of Physics, University of Rajshahi, Bangladesh, Institute of Nuclear Medicine, Allied Sciences, co-author. I introduce in my memory of PhD study in Japan, Kyushu University. Now I am working assistant professor, Department of Physics. Memory of AOCMP-2018. When I was a PhD student in Japan, during this time, I invited and my paper has accepted for presentation in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, 2018. This was the great memory in my life. Introduction. Chronic kidney disease is diagnostic using a gamma camera, nuclear medicine center or hospital as a part of routine procedure, but the gamma camera does not provide accurate disease tests. The aim of the study was to use an artificial neural network to determine whether CKD was in normal or abnormal stage based on the value of GFR. The overall procedure in the flowchart.
Excuse me, dear participant, it will be nice if you can go for the full screen presentation. That will be more visible for.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Injection in the 99 m TC DTPA. This is that one type of drug, chemical drug, and patient scanned by gamma camera, then GFR value, and applying AN means artificial neural network, and then the kidney stages, the 5 stages. Materials and methods. I actually applied artificial neural network and training 188 and testing 62, and then inject the gamma camera. Injection 99 MTC injection, and then gamma camera presence and posterior counts were collected, and then apply artificial neural network for evaluate the normal or abnormal stages of kidney based on GFR value in the output layer of the artificial neural network. Here is the table shows the patient characteristics, and the main feature was height, weight, split function, kidney depth, And because kidney depth is very important, some patients vary kidney depth. And then the isotope uptake, tracer medicine uptake percentages, left kidney or right kidney, and time of maximum, and the remaining of this table, GFR value and total GFR value, and this total GFR value has normalized, and the low GFR value, and GFR means agglomeration filtration rate, and the main GFR value. And this is the model of artificial neural network. The first row, horizontal row, shows the input feature, and the middle two rows shows the hidden layer, and then the last layer shows the output layer. Here is the output layer is normal or abnormal kidney stages. In this, I already split the data in training and testing, 3:1 ratio, and the total number of patients 250. Here the curve shows the heat map, and the heat map shows the highest value and the lowest value. So for example, split function kidney depth left and right, that shows the highest GFR value, sorry, highest the normalized value. Here is the artificial neural network or curve for normal patient or abnormal patient. Left curve shows the normal patient and right curve shows the abnormal patients. Here is the 5 stages for GFR value. The mean value of total GFR based the kidney stages. Actually, kidney have many stages. It depends on the age or patient anatomy or physiology. I try to find out the kidney stages based on the GFR value. This like curve like this exponentially, and many types of value. I would like to express GFR value based the value of GFR is significant or non-significant. Here all GFR value were significant. The architecture in input value of the ANA model have expressed here, because we need normal, any patient can be normal or normal. So I would like to apply this patient as a new patient, normal or abnormal. So input at first, and then hidden layer, and then softmax. Here I use softmax because softmax the output value will be 0 to 1 and the total sum will be 1, and uses cross entropy because we would like to minimize the loss function. Here for example, output patient will be normal, then at first the normal, and normal patient input, and then output layer, sorry, hidden layer, and then logist and softmax apply, and then output values 1 and 0, and 1 here is normal. And then the output probabilities, applying the cross entropy, we desired output 1, 1, 1 and 0. Here is the normal. Similarly, we apply for abnormal patients the ANA layers and logist and softmax function output probabilities, and then desired output 0, 1 is abnormal. We found the confusion matrix for patient, and the diagonal element is normal patient and abnormal patient. Here the 150 patient are normal, and the 96 is the abnormal. This results and discussion. We applied careful cross-validation. The proposed ANA model had 99.2% accuracy. The sensitivity and specificity were 99% and 99.2% respectively. The AOC curve was 0.994. Results and discussion. The overall, the article published that deep learning model can classify chronic kidney disease stage based on ultrasound imaging. This model describes the deep learning network to detect greater than 60 millimole per meter square. The overall accuracy of the overall kidney status was 5.6%, AOC 0.904, sensitivity 92%, specificity 60.70. Then the experienced neurologist stated 60.3 to 81%. The author also demonstrated AOC according to reference words. The another published paper accuracy 96, but our result have 99.2%, and the sensitivity and specificity were 99% and 99.2%. I think this was very good result than others. Conclusion: the proposed model, which employs an artificial neural network, can distinguish between normal and abnormal CKD stages, chronic kidney disease stages. After clinical implementation of the model, the gamma camera may be upgraded to diagnose normal or abnormal stages of chronic kidney disease with appropriate GFR value. Finally, our result published in Spinger, Annals of Nuclear Medicine, and the artificial neural network for model of glomerular filtration rate to estimate the normal and abnormal stages of chronic kidney disease. And thanks to all for my attention. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation, Dr. Alamgir Hussain.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's a nice presentation and a nice application of artificial neural network to analyze the CKD for the future prediction. Okay, so all the audience, if you have any question or comments on the presentation. Okay. So if not, then we can move to the next. The next paper ID is OP31. It's from Mr. Takanori Adachi from Japan, and it would be presented on the topic radiometric prediction of distance metastasis after dynamic tumor tracking stereotatic body radiation therapy for non-small cell lung cancer, a multi-institutional analysis. Okay, we can move to that.
I'm Takanori Adachi from Kyoto University. In my presentation, I will talk about this title. Stereotactic body radiation therapy, so-called SBRT, is a pinpoint irradiation to small targets. In addition to this technique, the Veros gimbal X-ray head allows for real-time tumor monitoring. By combining these techniques, dynamic tumor tracking SBRT, so-called DTT SBRT, was possible. Although DTT SBRT improved the local control and achieved low incidence of severe toxicities, several patients still develop the distant metastasis after treatment. Therefore, it is essential to further improve the DM prediction after DTT SBRT. Recently, from the viewpoint of using medical big data, radiomics approach for predicting prognostic outcome has been attracted research attentions. Radiomic consists of radiology, for example, CT images and MR images, and the omics represents the systematic data analysis. With the radiomic approach, it has become possible to extract numerous quantitative features from medical images. So in the present study, we aim to develop the predictive model of DM in NSCLC patients after DTT SBRT using CT-based radiomic features. And this slide shows the patient characteristics. We analyzed 609 patients with early stage NSCLC who underwent lung SBRT. 567 patients from 11 institutions were classified as the training validation datasets, and the 42 patients from 4 institutions were classified as the external test datasets. The instance of distant metastasis and the follow-up duration was shown in the bottom of the table. Detail of extracted CT-based radiomic features are shown. A total of 944 features, including shape, first order, and texture features, were extracted inside the region of interest of gross tumor volume. For first order and texture feature extraction, image preprocessing was performed with wavelet filter as the frequency decomposition, and the Laplacian of Gaussian filter as the edge enhancement. And this slide shows the methods of model development. First, in the training validation datasets, 567 patients from 11 institutions were divided into 2 datasets with the ratio of 80% and 20%. Next, with the machine learning algorithm or random survivor forest, we selected important feature and optimized the parameter for model development. After that, the developed model was applied to the test datasets with 42 patients from 4 institutions. Finally, the performance of the predictive model was evaluated by calculating the concordance index at 3 years and calculating the risk score classification. And this slide shows the explanation of cumulative incidence curve. In this study, we calculated the patient-specific risk score with the random survivor forest algorithm. In the calculation, competing risk was defined as this. And based on the median value of risk score, all patients were divided into the high-risk group and the low-risk group. After that, a grade test was performed to evaluate the statistical significance between the 2 risk score groups. Now let's move on to the results. The figure shows the overall survival of the training validation and the test dataset. And the horizontal axis shows the time to events after treatment, and the vertical axis shows the ratio of the overall survival. According to the log rank test, there was no significant difference between 2 datasets. 2-year OS was 78.4% in the training validation datasets and 78.6% in the test datasets. In addition, 3-year OS was 71.2% in the training validation datasets and 76.2% in the test datasets. This slide shows the selected important features during the model development. A total of 43 features were selected from 944 features. The number of selected features in each filter group are shown in the red color. From these results, there was no large bias due to the differences in the filter preprocessing. This slide shows the results of the model performance. In the training and the validation and the test datasets, the red color indicates the high-risk group and the blue color indicates the low-risk group. And in each figure, the horizontal axis shows the time to event after treatment, and the vertical axis shows the ratio of the incidence of distant metastasis. Although in the training and the validation datasets, the risk score-based stratification yield a significant separation of DM prediction. However, in the test datasets, there was no significant difference between two groups. The p-value was 0.054 in the test dataset. Further, the concordance index at 3 years were 0.69 in the training and 0.62 in the validation and 0.55 in the test datasets. This figure shows the future importance of developed predictive model. The vertical axis shows the importance 18 features, and the horizontal axis shows the importance of each feature. And the gray color indicates the original features, and the orange color is the wavelet filter-based feature, and the blue color is the LOG-based feature. From the results, the orange color wavelet filter based features were identified as important features for predicting the instance of DM after DTTS-BRT. This slide is a discussion. First of all, from the results, there was no significant difference in the cumulative instance curve in the external test datasets. One possible reason is that in the study, the sample size and the DM instance were limited in the test dataset. Moreover, because this is a retrospective multi-institutional study, CT image parameter was not standardized. And furthermore, although we included only radiometric features for model development, other clinical factors, for example, the GTV size, and may improve the predictive power. And in addition, we reported that wavelet filter-based features were important regarding the model development of DM after DTTS-BRT. One possible reason is that the substantial proportions within the tumor may contribute to the instance of DM. In conclusion, this study suggested that CT-based radiometric approach may be useful to predict the instance of DM after DTTS-BRT. And that's all for my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for that video presentation to Mr. Takanori. Okay, so any comments on this presentation? Probably that was a recorded presentation, so any sort of comments from the audience? Okay, so otherwise we can move to the next presentation. This is paper ID OP32, would be presented by Junbin Jin from China, and the title would be like the effects of automatic segmentation on preoperative lung node status prediction models with ultrasound radiometric for patients with early stage cervical cancer.
Dear Professor, my name is Juebin Jin. I'm from the first affiliated hospital of Wenzhou Medical University. Today, my topic is the effects of automatic segmentation on preoperative lymph node status prediction model with ultrasound radiomics for patients with early stage cervical cancer. Worldwide, cervical cancer is both the first common cause of cancer and the fourth most common cause of death from cancer in women. In 2012, estimated at least 500,000 cases of cervical cancer occurred, with 266,000 deaths. Medical imaging is done to determine whether or not the cervical cancer has spread. There are 4 ways of imaging diagnosis of cervical cancer: CT, MR, PET, US. About 7 10% of cervical cancer and 90% of deaths occur in developing countries. MR, PET, CT are too expensive, not universally available. Ultrasonography is universally recognized as a convenient and reasonable price method to help clinicians to detect and diagnosis of cervical cancer in clinical. Recently, a study also reported that US-based radiomics was able to predict the lymph node metastasis for patients with papillary thyroid carcinoma and cervical cancer. In the past decade, the field of radiomics has grown exponentially with an increased number of partner recognition tools and an increased in data set size. Radiomics refers to the extraction and analysis of large amount of advanced quantitative image features with high throughput from image. The radiomics enterprise can be divided into distinct processes, each with its own challenge and need to be overcome. Image segmentation, feature extraction, feature selection, analysis. One critical step of radiomics process is to segment region of interest from which radiomics features are extracted for further modeling. However, manual delineation is very labor-intensive and tedious, so we use the 4-UNet deep learning methods to automatically segment region of interest. UNet, attention UNet, UNet with RestNet, CNet. Generally, the UNet is a symmetrical U-shaped model consists of encoder and decoder architecture. The left side encoder is a downsampling used to get feature map, similar to a compression operation, while the right side decoder is an upsampling used to restore the encoded feature to the original image side and to output the results. Skipped connection was added to encoder-decoder network in order to concatenate the feature of high and low level together. Attention UNet has added attention gate compared with UNet attention gates filter the feature propagated through the skip connection. UNet with RestNet is a net when RestNet is used as a fixed feature backbone encoder to deepen the layer of the network and solve the vanishing gradient. RestNet 34 was preferred in this study. CNet, context encoder network. It adds the context structure consists of a dense ultras convolution block and residue multi-kernel pooling block into UNet with RestNet. Before segment ultrasound image, we clip original ultrasound image in order to making the training model robust. Here is an example of pre-processing image. A is original ultrasound image. B, manual contour target tumor. C, image after clipping. D, the mask of cervical cancer target volume. This is the result of automatic segmentation. The first column is original image, second is manual, and UNet, CNet, attention UNet, UNet with RestNet arranged in this way. Detailed results of segmentation accuracy metrics were presented in this table. All dice coefficients of 4 models were nearly 0.9, so automatic segmentation methods was accuracy enough to delineate the target on ultrasound image. The hot map shows Pearson and ICC for the evaluation of reliability and reproducibility of radiomics feature extracted from target volume segmented by automatic segmentation model. After segmentation, radiomics feature were reduced by many Whitney U-test as a potentially information feature to classify positive and negative LNM. Then the lasso and ridge regression were applied to select the optimal feature in the training cohort using a tenfold cross-validation. Here is the result of predicting lymph node status prediction. The AUC of validation model was radiomics feature extracted from manual attention UNet, CENet, ResNet, and UNet were showing on this figure. From this figure, attention UNet show best performance in LNM prediction model. In radiomics analysis, tumor segmentation is a fundamental step as it determines which region will be analyzed. However, since there is no golden standard for tumor segmentation is challenging. No matter manual, semi-automatic, or automatic segmentation methods are applied. These results show radiomics feature can be changed by different delineation. Radiomics from the attention UNet show best performance in LNM prediction model. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much for the nice presentation, and it mentions the importance of segmentation for decision making. So it's all about segmentation properly with automated process. So this is a good presentation and a good domain to search for the biomedical engineers. Okay, so any question or comments, probably the comments from the audience on the presentation. Okay, it sounds that we don't have any comments at this moment. So we may move to the next paper presentation. It's IDOP-33. It would be presented by Mr. Ryo Toda, and the topic from Japan. The topic would be lesion image synthesis using AI-based sketch-to-image translation, a preliminary study on lung cancer CT images.
I'm Toda Ryo from Graduate School of Health Sciences, Fujita Health University. I will give a presentation with this title. In recent years, the development of artificial intelligence, AI technology, has led to its application in medicine. Its purpose is diverse, including lesion detection and technology gaining attention in this situation is the Generative Adversarial Networks, GAN. It is an AI-based image generation technology capable of generating photorealistic images. This technology has been used to generate sub-lesion images to increase the amount of data. Data augmentation of medical images using GAN has challenges. It is difficult to control the shape and features of the generated lesion. Therefore, GAN have not been applied to rare diseases, even though the importance of data augmentation is particularly high in them. Enabling the generation of any shaped lesion images is expected to accelerate the application of AI to rare diseases. Thus, we focused on the usefulness of sketches for intuitive shape control and decided to attempt image generation with the technology capable of translating sketches to images called pix-to-pix. As a preliminary study, CT images of lung cancer is used to verify the feasibility of this method because of its case abundance. Then, the purpose of this study is to generate any shaped CT images of lung cancer using pix-to-pix. Prior to explaining pix-to-pix, the basics of GAN are provided. GAN consists of two neural networks called generator and discriminator. Generator tries to fool discriminator by generating realistic images. On the contrary, discriminator tries to correctly distinguish between the real image and the fake image produced by the generator. The competitive training of both networks allows high-quality image generation. Pix-to-pix is a technology expanding GAN to enable image-to-image translation. Pix-to-pix learns the relationship between input and output images, such as aerial photos and maps, grayscale photos, and color photos. In this study, the sketch-to-photo translation is applied to generate two more images. A patch-based discriminator called patch-GAN is used in pix-to-pix. This is a method to improve the quality of the generated image. While regular GAN uses the information of the entire image to determine whether it is real or fake, patch-GAN divides the image into multiple patches and makes a decision for each patch. This is supposed to enable image generation focusing on local features of the image. In this study, the effect of the generated images with and without patch-GAN is evaluated. The outline of the study is shown here. Based on real CT images, sketches are created, and pix-to-pix with and without patch-GAN are trained using those images. After the completion of the training, the generated images are compared with the real images in two ways: visual qualitative evaluation and quantitative metrics evaluation. This study focuses on the generation of tumor images. Therefore, only each lesion and its surroundings were acquired as volume of interest, VOI. From each VOI, we extracted multiple 2D images with varying slice angles with respect to the actual plane. All extracted 2D images were resized to 128 by 128 pixels. Since it is difficult to create sketches by hand from numerous 2D images, canny edge detection was used as an alternative to sketching. It consists of 4 steps: noise reduction, edge predetection, non-maximum suppression, and edge determination by thresholding. In order to validate when using sketches for pix-to-pix trained with edges, 4 doctors drew sketches. Sketches were based on CT images, and there were no restrictions on whether or not to draw structures other than the lesion. The network structure of pix-to-pix used in this study is shown on the slide. It consists of a generator using a U-net with 7 layers each for encoder and decoder, and a discriminator using a convolutional neural network, CNN. When using patch-GAN, the image is divided into 4 patches and input to the discriminator. The evaluation metrics for GAN and its derivatives are still in a state of debate. Two-way approaches are used to compare real and generated images in this study. First, peak signal-to-noise ratio, PSNR, and structural similarity, SSIM, are used as standard image quality metrics based on statistics. Second, freshet inception distance, FID, a measure of similarity between images using CNN features, is used. FID is currently the de facto standard metric for GAN. PSNR is the most basic image quality metric and is expressed as the ratio of the maximum possible pixel value of the image to the noise. SSIM is a measure focusing on the three factors of brightness, contrast, and structure of an image. It has a range of values from 0 to 1. FID is a measure of the similarity between two image groups and uses 1024 features extracted by Inception V3, a variant of CNN. Details of the dataset and the images after pre-processing are shown here. The 147 tumors included in 133 chest CT images of lung cancer patients taken at Fujita Health University Hospital were included in this study. The processing environment and hyperparameters of the networks are shown on the slide. Here are the results of the image generation. The first result is when edges were used. For the top to the bottom, input edges generated images of each model and real CT images. Most of the lesion could be accurately represented using either model. On the other hand, it was difficult to represent the surrounding structures such as the chest wall. Enlarged images generated by each model are shown here. The model with Patchian produced a smoother image, while the model without Patchian represented CT image-like noise. Since the image is considered to be visually natural when Patchian is not used, the effectiveness of Patchian was not observed in the visual evaluation. These are the results of image generation when using hand-drawn sketches created by doctors. As well as the case using edges, lesions were clearly represented. Therefore, it is possible to generate any shaped tumor image using this method. This slide shows the results of image quality evaluation using quantitative metrics. PSNR and SSIM showed better value when Patchian was used. This can be considered to be caused by the difference of noise representation. On the contrary, FID showed a better value when Patchian was not used. This result is in agreement with the visual evaluation. The result of the quantitative evaluation is shown here as well for the generated images when sketches are used. While there was no noticeable difference in PSNR and SM, FID showed better results when Patchian was not used, as well as in the case of edges. The result of the quantitative evaluation also did not show the effectiveness of Patchian. A summary of this presentation and acknowledgements are shown on the slide. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the nice presentation, Mr. Ryo Toda from Japan. And it is really great to have this kind of idea from this session. So it's like a very new concept and which will be very helpful for the scientists for synthesizing the tumor and the environment, because as we know that sometimes it's very difficult to acquire the images from the hospitals. The less availability of the images could hamper the research work. So it would be very nice that we can synthesize the things and we can continue the research on a particular image processing, particularly in case of medical image processing. Okay, so the audience, dear audience, if you have any comments and anything to add, especially the chair of the session, our respected sir, if you want to add something.
Sorry for interruption. Due to unavoidable circumstances, Dr. Mustafa sir is available in this session. Let's continue.
So I haven't heard things from Mr. Jubair.
Hello?
Yeah.
Due to unavoidable
Hello everyone, I'm Fatima Afika Yazid,
Okay, we
and
can continue. Yeah.
title Deep Learning Based Auto-Segmentation of Breast Cancer. A
Okay, this is paper ID.
is one of the most
Paper ID
common
34. Yeah.
forms of cancer throughout the world. According to World Health Organization (WHO), in 2020, there were 684,996 deaths from breast cancer globally. Early diagnosis can increase breast cancer survival rate. To obtain these, different techniques of breast imaging are usually applied. This imaging mainly include mammogram, ultrasound, and MRI, magnetic resonance imaging. Recently, newer technologies such as digital breast tomosynthesis (DBT) and automated breast ultrasound (ABUS) provide 3D imaging modality, thereby improving breast cancer diagnosis. So this is tomo image and this is ABUS image, which coronal plane on the top part and axial plane at the bottom part. Masses or tumor segmentation is a very important process in diagnosing breast cancer, which can help doctors treat the disease earlier. However, segmenting the tumor manually may take some time and prone to human error. This is sample of tumor segmentation. The drawing parts are the segmentation image. Recently, artificial intelligence (AI) has made significant progress in the field of medical imaging. With these two areas of AI, machine learning and deep learning, automated segmentation of breast tumor can be achieved. However, by using the traditional machine learning model, we will need to define a set of features and extract them. Some examples of features are intensity and edges. With this approach, nothing guarantees which set of features is good to use, while deep learning will train a machine learning model to identify and extract useful features for the classification task by its own. Doesn't need to be told about the importance of features. So the problem here are manual tumor segmentation by radiologists requires medical knowledge and time consuming. Next, manual segmentation prone to error and inconsistency due to human errors by visual fatigue. 3 or 4 images might be okay, but how about hundreds of images need to go through and segment? Next, various models of automatic breast tumor segmentation have been reported progressively, and we want to know which model is the accurate one. Thus, the review question is how deep learning can help in segmenting breast tumor based on mammogram, ultrasound, MRI, tomosynthesis, and ABUS imaging modalities. For the method, I'm using PCO. P, population, is breast tumor imaging modalities. I, intervention, segmentation by using deep learning. C, comparison, we want to compare deep learning algorithm. And O, outcome, to achieve high dice coefficient. And these are the keywords. These are the overview of the keywords to search for the papers. Breast cancer on the top here and combined with the imaging modalities, which are mammogram, ultrasound, MRI, tomosynthesis, and ABUS. We also have deep learning keyword here and segment keyword. I also included the mesh and title abstract terms in my query. These are the library that I run the query, which are PubMed, IEEE, and Web of Science. As we can see here, the most Prisma framework. So here, the first step is searching the database by using the keywords that already prepared before. Next step is to remove the duplicate records and then screen the title abstract. Next, we retrieve the full paper. Then lastly, from the full text, we exclude the unrelated papers. And from the total papers here, mammogram, the most paper that we got, and the least one is tomosynthesis. These are the reasons why there are papers from the search query need to be excluded. Firstly, most of the papers are about detecting the tumor and not segmenting it. This one is detect the tumor and this one is segment the tumor. Detect the tumor is like point out to the tumor and or put a boundary box, small segmental tumor drawn around the tumor. The second reason is using traditional way in segmentation step and only implement deep learning for classification step. We want the deep learning in segmentation step, not in other step. The third reason is breast or tissue or density segmentation and not tumor segmentation. Lastly, we exclude review papers. So from result reviewing the papers, there are two types of data set that use, which are public and private data set. Public data set is open source data that can get online, while private data set is usually data that researchers get from their hospital or institute. These are the list of public dataset by modalities. However, for ARBUS, from the paper that we review, no researcher used any public dataset, and according to CAO 2020, no public dataset available for ARBUS yet. According to our review, 52% of the previous studies pre-processed the data before input to the model. The pre-process that researchers did were extract the breast region from the background, remove the noise, enhance the image, image age detection, and lastly, anonymize the image. 68% of the projects need to perform data augmentation to increase the amount of data, make the network more robust against the degree of enlargement, rotation, and parallel shift. Limitation of data can affect the training process. So this is sample of rotation image and flip vertically. These are the papers that achieve highest dice coefficient for each of the modality. As you can see, the most used technique here is UNet. The other is 3D convolutional neural network and RCNN, regional-based convolutional neural network. This is the model that researchers use for segmentation, which is UNet architecture. UNet is an architecture that mainly used for image segmentation problem. The architecture looks like a U, which justifies its name. The architecture consists of three sections: the contraction, the bottleneck, and the expansion section. Each blue box corresponds to a multi-channel feature map. The number of channels is denoted on top of the box. White box represent copied feature maps. The arrow here denote the different operations. The XY size provided at the lower edge of the box here. The most used metrics for segmentation evaluation is dice coefficient and jacket index, with half of the papers were using dice coefficient. To remind here, the half of the papers not only use dice coefficient, they usually combine dice coefficient with jacket index or others. So, example of others is accuracy, specificity, and sensitivity. Here, I will explain the top two, which are dice coefficient and jacket index. Dice coefficient is 2 times the area of overlap divided by the total number of pixels in both image, ground truth, and predicted image. This is used to calculate the similarity between two images. The jacket index is area of overlap between the predicted and the ground truth divided by the area of union between these two images. This metric is a statistic used for measure the similarity and diversity of sample set. To be concluded, there are public datasets are available to be used for specific modalities. Only half of the previous studies pre-process their data as input. Data augmentation can be implemented to balance and increase the amount of data. Dice coefficient is recommended matrix for segmentation, as the metric calculates the similarity of two images. UNet architecture can achieve high dice coefficient to automate tumor segmentation. These are my references.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I'm facing some problem to start the video. So, okay, I'm here. So any comments from the audience side? So we have the last presentation. So since we were facing some problem for starting the presentation session, this is the OP35 Isobi Yoshitaka from Japan. So he will present the paper named as Preliminary Study on Virtual Cleansing by Cycle GAN in CT colonography.
Hello everyone. The title of the presentation is Preliminary Study on Virtual Cleansing by Cyclogan in CT Colonography. Disclosure of conflict of interest. We have nothing to declare for this study. Introduction. Colorectal cancer is the third leading cause of cancer death in the world. In Asian countries, it is on the rise due to the westernization of diets and lifestyles. To detect colorectal cancer, endoscopy was used, but recently CTC use has been increasing. CT colonography is an abdominal CT scan in which the colon is directed with a carbon dioxide gas, comfort oral suspension. Valium was approved by the Pharmaceutical Affairs Office in Japan. Valium increases the CT density of colorectal remnants, and the virtual cleansing process can eliminate the valium. Eliminating valium makes it easier to observe the intestinal wall. The elimination of valium makes it easier to observe the bowel wall and make it possible to create virtual endoscopy images and virtual gross pathology images with just residue, which are useful for diagnosis. Problem with CTC. If there are two layers of residual fluid and valium, virtual cleansing may be difficult. Challenge in CTC testing. Incomplete virtual cleansing process. Contrast agent removal during CTC examination. Difficulty in extracting the intestinal wall. Artificial intelligence has achieved superior performance through technological innovation. Many applications to medical imaging has been reported. We focus on the domain transformation technology. Domain conversion. Domain transformation is the conversion of one kind of data into another kind of data. It is now possible to rewrite an image into another kind, like this horse and zebra. This is called domain transformation technology, and the method called cyclogan has been attracting attention. Can cyclogan be used to improve images of the lower gastrointestinal tract? It would be useful if we could remove shadows from the images taken during the examination, which would be an obstacle to visualization and diagnosis. This is what we thought. Purpose. Incomplete cleansing process. Contrast medium removal during CT examination. To improve the problem, we use domain transformation technology, cyclogram, to improve the colon image, generating colorectal images by virtual cleansing using cyclogram. In cyclogram, two pairs of generators and discriminators are provided, one for host zebra and the another for zebra to host. The way the two networks repeatedly run in a circular fashion is the original of the name cyclogram. The degree of restoration when an image is restored through the two networks can also be evaluated while running. In this way, each feature is mutually transformed from host to zebra and from zebra to host. In this study of cyclogram images were created from CTC images and manual cleansing images. Method: patient, 50 patients who underwent CTC examination for suspected colorectal disease. Equipment used for CTC imaging conditions as shown in the slide. The creation of training data. When training cyclogram CTC images with HDR, volume and volume remove images, manual cleansing MC images are provided. The MC image is created by subtracting the manually extracted volume region from the CTC image. Evaluation of processed images. We evaluated the images subjectively and by removal rate. We used the formula shown on the slide to determine the rate of volume removal. This is an example of how to find the volume removal rate. In D1, the MC image was subtracted from the CTC image, and the resulting image was squared to obtain the squared error. For D2, we subtracted the MC image from the cyclogram image and squared the resulting image to obtain the squared error. The deletion ratio in this case is 67%. Processing environment and parameters. The learning environment and parameter are shown in the table. 50 cases of learning data, 20 cases of test data were prepared. Results: all the volume in the colon has been cleansed. The sigmoid colon, which is surrounded by bone, was also cleansed. Only the colon was cleansed. Results: the middle image is the virtual cleansing image of the workstation. The image showing the separation of the volume from the residual fluid shows the cleansing of the workstation. Left behind intestinal fluid. Cyclogram cleansed both residual fluid and volume. Here are the results of the error evaluation for case 1. The deletion rate is now 69%. Here is the resulting of error evaluation for case 2. The deletion rate is now 65%. Conclusion: We investigated the virtual cleansing of the CT coronography by cyclogram, an artificial intelligence technology. All generated images of the colon could be virtual cleansed, and the accuracy of the virtual cleansing was better than the method on the workstation. The removal rate of volume was assessed on the server key images, and the removal rate was more than 70%. Proposed method using cyclogram will be useful for cleansing of CTC images. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, so that was fantastic from Yoshi Taka from Japan. So it's a nice presentation. So any comments from the audience? Okay, with this, I would like to conclude this session. However, our honorable professor Rakibul sir can make some comments on the full session. Over to you, sir. Sir, you are muted, sir.
Rakibul sir is not here.
Okay. Okay. I was saying that thank you very much, our co-chair, Dr. Taslim Reza. I was not feeling well for a while, so I handed over to him and kind of just was away for a while. But as you know, I'm more than sure that you have enjoyed the session. It was a good collection of papers, good collection of research involving machine learning, deep learning, and AI. We all hope that the cooperation between the technology of machine learning and deep learning, and also on the clinical side, can come together to come out come with treatments and that can be helpful for the humanity. And this is, I think, is a very good start, and this is a very good platform to share ideas where we see that the research should go on and it should actually improve day by day, so that all of us, researchers and the rest of us, all of us can benefit from this kind of effort. So thank you very much for your consideration of sending papers to this AOCMP 2021. I would like to conclude here. Probably we have a little bit over time. I'm not sure whether anyone wants to make a final comment here, just a brief comment. With that, I think we can conclude the session. Okay. If not, I thank everyone again, audience, authors, organizers, everyone. So, invited speaker, thank you very much. Thanks to all the authors for their presentations. And with thanks to everyone, I would like to conclude this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
So I hand it back over to the organizers so that they can continue the technical work with this session, as the session is over right now.
Thank you, sir. The session is over. Now, our another session will be held in here. The parallel session IV5, the biomedical engineering. Now, I would like to request Mr. Pradip to show the chair and co-chair presentations.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you are audible, Professor Zain.
Okay.
Hello. In the session of biomedical engineering, there Dr. Chian Chin plays his role as a chair. He is the Vice Dean of School of Basic Medical Science, Chief Medical Physicist, and Director of Radiotherapy Center of First Affiliated Hospital, Wenzhou Medical University, Wenzhou, China. She is the chair of Education and Training Committee of Asian Oceania Federation of Organization for Medical Physics, Council member of International Organization for Medical Physics, Vice Chair of Radiotherapy Physics Group of Radiation Oncology Committee of Chinese Medical Association, and he is the Chairman of Zhejiang Anti-Cancer Association of Radiation Physics Technology Group. And now, Professor Dr. Khaja Iftekharuddin Ahmed play his role as a co-chair in this session. He is the Director, Center for International Affairs and Cooperation, and Professor, Department of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, United International University. His teaching experience of about 24 years in different distinguished universities. He worked as a postdoctoral research fellow in the Faculty of Computing and Engineering in Staffordshire University, UK. He worked as a research engineer in baseband group of R&D Center of Olympus located at San Diego, CA. Lead a team of consultants on behalf of Islamic Corporation for the development of private sector, the private sector development wing of the Jeddah-based Islamic Development Bank. From 2008 to 2010, he worked as a board member of Bangladesh Submarine Cable Company Limited, as state-owned company established in 2008 to oversee the operation of the lone submarine cable in Bangladesh. Contributed actively in important policy making and technical decisions since its inception that shaped it to the present structure with a complete functional organogram. Current interest of research includes machine and statistical learning algorithm for biomedical signal processing. Now I would like to hand over the session to our Honorable Sir, Chair and Co-Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your introduction. And hello, Dr. Ahmed.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, nice to meet you. Okay, it's a bit later for this session, so maybe we can just go straight to start, and I will introduce the first one, and you introduce the second. Then we will separate the other one. Okay.
Okay, sure.
Okay, thank you. Now,
so first one is not available, so you can start with second.
Okay.
Should we start with the invited talk, right?
Yeah.
The
first one is not available.
Professor Khandekar Mamun is here, right?
Yes, I'm here. Very good afternoon to everyone.
Okay. I will okay.
So we can start with the first one. Yeah.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I will introduce first. Our first invited speaker is Kandak Abdullah El Mamun, and his talk today is Digital Health Inclusion to Achieve Universal Health Coverage in the Area of 4IR. Please welcome Dr. Khandekar.
Yes, should I start my presentation?
Yes, you can share your presentation and start.
Okay. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So thank you so much for the organizing committee for inviting me to give an invited talk on digital health inclusion to achieve universal health coverage in the era of fourth industrial revolution. Myself, Khundukar Mamun, as you mentioned, I'm a professor in United International University, Dhaka, Bangladesh, and also founder and director of Advanced Intelligent Multidisciplinary Systems Lab, which is the first of its kind R&D center in Bangladesh, where we are working on healthcare and disability, how technology, especially fourth industrial revolution technologies, can actually shaping up our healthcare and towards achieving sustainable development goal. And I'm also a founder of CMED Health, which is the first research commercialization of AIMS Lab, and which working on healthcare service in Bangladesh. And I would like to share you about my journey on the digital health in AIMS Lab and how our solution and service and product actually impacting millions of lives. So let me introduce you my lab is as I said, Advanced Intelligent Multidisciplinary Systems Lab, where we extensively work on innovation and technological adaptation on healthcare and disabilities. You can see the areas we work, which includes establishing equitable and preventive and primary health care, creating health inclusion for every citizen of the country and of the world, and human-computer interaction, fourth industrial revolution technology like Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, neuroscience, neurocomputing, neuroengineering, brain-computer interface, and data science and health informatics. And most importantly, I believe that we all have the smartphone, which is the biggest weapon in our era to change our society and as well as our world. So this is our beautiful campus. I think this is the organizer of this conference, and you might seen this conference physically. This is the nice green campus, and this is the lab where we have teams who are extensively working on this goal, creating digital health and achieve universal health coverage. So one thing in developing country is very new about the industry academia collaborations. It is very common in developed country that industry and academia work together to actually solving the problems in the society and creating impact. So in that context, keep in mind, in 2015, AIMS Lab started its journey, first of its kind lab in Bangladesh. Why we need this lab? If we can have the capacity, skill, intellectual, and capacity, which actually help us to address the problems. In that context, we are going through the COVID-19 pandemic or many challenges in our lives. So this kind of lab will help to solving the local problems and improving the situations. So I would like to give you some context of fourth industrial revolution. And fourth industrial revolution is changing everything. Everybody, actually, it's like many people saying that 4IR will change the job, change this and that. So in that context, I would like to shed light on how 4IR actually changing the healthcare. So previously, we actually working on traditional healthcare system. Now, due to the fourth industrial revolution, especially artificial intelligence, big data, IoT, cloud, and a lot of other technologies actually significantly change the healthcare arena, how we treat the patient and how patient get the service, which will be significantly changed in next 10 years. And you've seen many changes during the COVID-19 pandemic. Let me walk through the digital health ecosystem. So here you can see this is a Venn diagram published by PwC, and here you can see digital health is the biggest things, and on it there is a mobile health and wellness apps, sensors, wearables, big data, telemedicine, connected health, electronic health record, and so on. These all are data driven. It's an ecosystem and platform which improve the accessibility of healthcare, ensures better quality and information driven healthcare, and which actually changing the paradigm of healthcare. Now in the world, majority of the country, especially in developing country, healthcare is all about physician centric, but in next 10 years time it will be patient centric. Already in UK or US, you already seen the shift that if you empower the patient, the healthcare will be better. So that's why the paradigm shift will work, and the patient-centric healthcare will take over our current situation of physician-centric healthcare, and it will empower the patient and create a better information flow, better service delivery, and most importantly, it will bring efficiency, accessibility, inclusiveness, no one leave behind, and also timely and safer. So to address this context, Bangladesh, if you consider the Bangladeshi situation, our government took a vision to create digital Bangladesh, where their vision is the service go to the doorstep. People will not go to the service. In that context, government built a huge infrastructure on digital Bangladesh. However, if we think about the health, it's still behind. So what we need to do, we need to leverage the digital Bangladesh infrastructure and 4IR technology to improve the healthcare situation. Let me tell you the situation of healthcare in Bangladesh. I believe the similar situation will be in other developing countries. This is a scenario in many districts and big hospitals in Bangladesh. You can see that all the hospitals are full of patients, and all the floors and corridors is all about patient. And WHO is always keep telling us that Bangladesh can treat 80% of the patient in lower facilities. What it means that if you have a good primary care health infrastructure, then you can reduce the load of secondary and tertiary care infrastructure. You can see this smile of this mom and her lovely child. If we not improving the healthcare system, we cannot retain this smile for longer. So to actually do this analysis, we did extensive research in 2015 and find out what are the major obstacles in our healthcare system in urban and rural areas. And also, how can we utilize the 4th industrial revolution technology to improve the situations. And based on that, we wrote a research paper and create the new model, which is 4IR technology driven, and we actually applied for the patent and publish a paper. And we already got the patent, and you will be very happy to know that that patent and the publication in 2 years of time lead to a company commercialization. This is first of its kind research to commercialization in Bangladesh, and where now we are serving many people, impacting millions of lives. Let me go through what problem we are solving in this sector. So Bangladesh, according to 2.5% of the world population, in a small tiny 0.03% of the land of the world. In here, everyone only focusing on curative care, especially secondary and tertiary care. However, they have a very low attention on preventive, primary, palliative care as well as public health. And due to that, the biggest problem is NCD is the biggest cause of death, and which occurs 67%. Also premature death, lowering the productivity. There is no functioning referral mechanism working in urban and rural areas. There is no health record, and surprisingly, there is no health insurance systems. So if you are sick today, you have to pay from your pocket, which is 74% out-of-pocket expenditure. And one interesting fact, every year, 22.5% of the patient growth in hospitals. I always say, being a professor, scientist, and entrepreneur, 22.5% growth as a business is a fantastic growth. However, when we see the public health perspective, it is not acceptable. We have to reduce this burden. So to address that, we actually commercialize that design. It's a collaborative digital health platform to transform the landscape of healthcare in Bangladesh. What we do, we create the CMET platform, which is a technology driven, which unlocks the individual potential, build a society in which everyone has the opportunity to live healthy, fulfilling, creative, and abundant life, both in urban and rural areas. What it do? It actually understands the problem, and through the technology, it efficiently connects the fragmented healthcare system in Bangladesh and provides better healthcare service with lower cost and empower both patients and providers with improved experience. So let me share you the journey. So this is CMET collaborative healthcare platforms. You can see here, you can see here that we are actually focusing on healthy living, and that healthy living that lead to prevention. And even I always follow the prevention. We always think about diagnostics, treatment, and as well as we use artificial intelligence for periodic health check, home care, and risk prediction before something happens. If you see this cycle, we can have a home and local community health cares for preventive and primary health cares and some limited diagnostics, and we can think about the hospital care, or we can have a doctors, labs, clinician, and hospitals for diagnosis, treatment, and monitoring. In that way, we can generate huge amount of data, and that data will help us, our government, our donors, our NGOs, our corporate, our industry partners, our doctors, our pharmacists, future insurance companies, and research organizations to define and designing every time better healthcare systems. And now this platform helping to connecting all the lower healthcare who are community health worker, who are at the bottom of the pyramid, and to doctor, hospital, pharmacists, and everyone in Bangladesh. Let me give you more realistic context here. So you can see here that our beneficiary who actually live in a household or work in organizations or buy different medications in different places. So we can have a first layer that pharmacy, our organizations, our paramedics who can actually give primary and preventive health checkups using our IoT-enabled, artificial intelligence-driven, cloud-based systems. And based on the risk assessment, they will connect to the physical doctors on telemedicine. Based on the doctor's conversation and assessment, they can refer to diagnostics, hospitals, and many inpatient and outpatient services. And all the data is coming to the platforms. And that platform data can be used by stakeholders, governments, and the data will be used for artificial intelligence-driven risk prediction and data-driven healthcare. Let me show you some of our stories and success, how R&D and implementation together help to improve the healthcare. So you can see here, I'm giving you some context of Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, we have a 200,000 pharmacies, and 65% cases, people go to the pharmacy and buy medication without doctor prescription. Even they buy antibiotics over the counters, which will be a biggest malpractice. And we are going through the COVID-19 pandemic. It is predicted that misuse of antibiotics, antimicrobial resistance will be the biggest pandemic in 2050. So if we don't act on it, there will be a big disaster. So what we do, when patient go to the pharmacy, we created our IoT-based medical kit and the symptom checker app. The pharmacy salesman or pharmacist do the checkup, and then they can actually refer to the doctor consultation or telemedicine or referral to that. Everything actually happened through the cloud-based IoT and AI-driven platforms. And on top of that, we know antibiotic resistance controlling is very difficult. What we took the initiative that if someone come with the prescription to the pharmacy, they can actually do a counseling on the about the rational use of antibiotics, and they can actually, in Bangladeshi context, many people cannot buy full course of antibiotics at the same go. So they can buy separately, but pharmacy owner took the responsibility to improve and communicate to complete the completion of the antibiotic course. If someone coming with different symptoms, we have a symptom checker. That symptoms helps that he or she need to talk to doctors or get the OTC medications. If they get the OTC medication, they can do it. If not, they can connect to a telemedicine and follow the process. So you will be happy to know that we are now running this model in one of the area with a third-party pharmacy and getting good outcomes. And we always doing research that how to improve the situations. Now I am coming to the next context about the organizations. In Bangladesh, 90% organization doesn't have any healthcare. So what we do, we created a trained health worker who have the CMAT platform, smartphone apps, and the IoT-based medical kit. They stay in the organizations. If they have, everyone have a health account. If they have a problem, they can actually go to the paramedics, get the checkup, and based on the checkup, risk assessment, they can connect to the telemedicine or doctor consultation and referrals. And now about the rural areas. So in Bangladesh, we don't have a GP practices, or we don't have a like a catchment area based healthcare service. So for the first time in Bangladesh, 2018, we created a model in one unions. What we did, we took one union where there is 32,000 people, around 7,000 households. What we did, we actually enrolled one of the full-time GP doctors. Under the GP doctor, we created medical assistants, which is a paramedic, and then we created community health workers who are responsible for 500 families. Think about it. We have a 7,000 households. We took 14 community health workers, who each of one then responsible for 500 households. They go to the doorstep every month for every family and provide preventive and primary health checkups. If they find any problem, immediately they connect to the telemedicine. If there is a more problem, they can connect to a doctors in the unions. Let me show you how this model works in a 2-minute video.
Although everyone is familiar with Facebook or bank account, but few of them are familiar with the health account, where the detailed information of the health condition of a person can be stored over the decades. Health Visitor has given us a health card at only 100 taka for a year. We get health services using that card. Health Visitor came to our house and checked our health condition using smart devices. We don't need to go anywhere. We're getting health services at home. From newborn to people of all ages, everyone owns a health account in Shumbag Union. Primary health care of each person is regularly checked and followed up under the supervision of one doctor, 2 assistants, and 14 health visitors. As I'm pregnant, the health visitor gives me effective advices and I follow them regularly. A sample of blood has been taken from my finger and put it in the smart device to check my blood sugar, and they found diabetes. After finding the high blood pressure, the health visitor suggested me to consume less red meat. If there is any pregnant mother in the family, she is given iron tablets. Thus, the regular illness in our daily lives is also checked by our health visitors and doctors. And we also provide referrals, treatment, and follow-up for the patients. After analyzing the data of digital health accounts, it is observed that 16% of total population are suffering from diabetes. 11% have high blood pressure and 25% are suffering from obesity or overweight. Once in every month, each person is screened for 10 tests and get appropriate health advices from doctors and health visitors. We will include 20 new services so that people can get vital medical tests like ECG, ultrasound, and other services at home. People will be able to know their health conditions at home without visiting to remote hospitals and can take preventive measures by knowing about their health risks early.
So you will be happy to know that we already introduced the ECG at the doorsteps. So based on that success, I'm just very happy to share with you that we actually converted the same model in 51 unions, where we are serving 1.3 million people on a regular basis. This is our rural model. So based on that experience, we actually created the urban model with a comprehensive digital platforms in a 6 clinic, which is going to launch 15th of this month. And you can see here, this is a very extensive model that the people will come to the center and get the risk assessment and then go to the doctors and actually get the assessment, referrals, and every time they can actually rate their service about the doctors, about the patients. So due to the time limitation, I'm not going to details. So what service we cover? We use the digital health account and digital platforms to provide the preventive and primary health care. I would like to give you what service we cover. We provide regular health education, basic NCD and communicable disease service, common illness, nutrition, pediatrics, maternal nutrition health, mental health, geriatric care, and family planning. On the other hand, preventive side, we do regular health screening like diabetes, hypertension, these diseases, autism screening, breast cancer screening, Alzheimer's disease screening, Parkinson's screening, eye screening. And all of these, you might be surprised at how much will be cost. You might think about this very costly. And we are trying to implement this model. It's a $1 per family per month healthcare, preventive and primary healthcare service for Bangladesh and beyond to achieve universal health coverage. We want to create this model for SDG for not only Bangladesh, around the world, and it is only $1. So this $1 model we also we first launched, based on our experience, we launched our 50 years of university and 26th of March in Bangladesh, and that is our one of the biggest success we have in this era. So I would like to share you some of our more research work very quickly. So we also did a first cancer registry service in Bangladesh. Our oncologists now actually use that platforms to diagnose, grading, staging, and everything automatically. We converted ICDO and AGCC cancer staging manual algorithmically, and we launched.
Excuse me, Professor Mann, please pay attention to your time. Thank you.
In 2 minutes. So this is the one, and we also developed fast breast cancer screening tools in Bangladesh, and you will be happy to know that we recently completed first phase clinical trial with the accuracy of 97%. And we have developed, as I said, the virtual eye doc. It's an eye screening tool, and we also under the clinic we are doing under the clinical trial in the National Institute of Ophthalmology, and we did a Parkinson screening tools that we are doing clinical trial in National Institute of Neuroscience, and now we actually working on Alzheimer's disease screening tools in our lab, and also we developed the autism screening tools, as I said. And lastly, we also working on one of the project last 5 years, that how can we improve the quality of a non-verbal children who have autism or other neurodevelopmental disorder. And we developed a tool called DAY-2, which helps the non-verbal children to actually express their desires, improve their communication, and you will be happy to know that our simple solution enhances the communication of many children. I would like to share with you 1 minute video about one success of one of the students who is 11 years old and who never speak. Now he can, after using our solution, he can speak and sing a song and going to the normal schools.
I am Dr. Khajatul Kubra. My child Asha Munin Choudhury diagnosed with autism. He got admission to school for gifted children. Before he had many problems, including poor communication skills. He could not talk, had no eye contact, could not indicate, and had other behavioral challenges. His aforementioned problems significantly reduced after getting admission to school. We are also using both the apps. After using the apps, one sees rapid development. Now his concentration has improved. He can understand tasks, timekeeping, and sequences. All these activities are customized in DAY. By using DAY, Monim is experiencing rapid development with usually a new hope.
So we also did AI-based COVID-19 surveillance systems in Bangladesh, and we served 2 million people last year. So that's the conclusion. I would like to say that if we utilize the technology, we can potentially convert 2.5% of the world population healthy and productive nation and improve the healthcare and solving the problems that I mentioned. So, so this is the impact we are making in Bangladesh. So these are some snapshots of the work we did last 7 years. So, and thank you so much for your patience. And I just want to finish with a quote that Devi Shetty, who is the renowned cardiologist in Asian subcontinent, he said, software will make smarter diagnosis than doctors in next 5 years. And it will become a legally mandatory for a doctor to take second opinion from software before starting the treatment. You need the right data, that's all. So that's the things we are working last 7 years. And we believe with that we can make a huge impact in our society and achieve the SDG goal. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Professor Mama, thank you for your talk. It's really nice talk. It's very excellent. But there's one question for you from the audience: is that is there any special health schemes for poor people in Bangladesh from the government? I also have a question. I think you answer in the law because we are short of time. I'm not sure this is very good digital platform, but does the Bangladesh people have the enough education, computer science education to use this digital platform? Or how much really cost can be decreased for these poor peoples? Thank you.
So thank you. I think you were talking about the literacy of the users, right? So we have two options. We are working in the field. We have two options. One option is if you are educated, you can a smartphone user, you can do that. If you are not educated or not a smartphone user, there is a health worker. We have a 3,000 health worker in the field who are trained, who go to the doorstep and provide the healthcare service. So in that way, if poor people or not literate people, they can not use it, there is a health worker to support that. And it is already functioning.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. So I think people maybe have lots of questions for you, but we are really long out of time. Thank you very much again. So now I would hand my microphone to Dr. Kawada.
Yeah. So our next speaker is Professor Dr. Mohammad Ashrafuzzaman. He's associate professor, Military Institute of Science and Technology. So he'll be talking on augmentation of health technology management through effective implementation and proper engagement of biomedical engineers at all levels of hospitals in Bangladesh. Dr. Mohammad Ashrafuzzaman, over to you.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to all of you. Firstly, I want to thank you, all the organizers, especially the South Asian Center for Medical Physics and Cancer Research and International University for inviting me on 21st AOCMP as a keynote speaker in these sessions. Today, I will deliver the augmentation of health technology management through effective implementation and proper engagement of biomedical engineers at all levels of hospitals in Bangladesh. Myself, Major Mohammad Ashrafuzzaman, and currently serving as Associate Professor in Biomedical Engineering Department of Military Institute of Science and Technology. Besides this, I am collaborator of Clinical Engineering Division of International Federation of Medical and Biological Engineering. In Bangladesh, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare is the main stakeholder and authority for taking care of all the healthcare professionals in Bangladesh, under which the Director General of Drug Health Services, Director General of Family Planning, National Institute of Populations Research and Training, and then Director General of Drug Administration, Director General of Nursing and Midwifery, Directorate of Nursing Services, Health Economic Unit, Health Engineering Division, Transport and Maintaining Equipment Organizations, TEMO, Bangladesh Nursing and Midwifery Council, Pharmacy Council of Bangladesh, and National Electromedical Equipment Maintenance Workshop and Training Center, NIMIM, are functioning well. By the places in Bangladesh, mainly the health professionals are engaged in the hospitals. Almost 70% of doctors and nurses are working in the hospitals, and in the pharmaceutical and medical device company, another 10%, and for the research center, another 10% health professionals are involved. And rest of the 10% is shared with some government jobs, service and marketing, administrations, and scholarships. In Bangladesh, we have government and non-government hospitals, total 5,816. We have 29 medical colleges and 54 private medical colleges. And very recently, government has established an institute for biomedical engineering. In Bangladesh, there are 610 government hospitals, district level hospitals, that means secondary hospitals 65, sub-district level hospitals around 500, medical college hospitals 15, bed at government hospitals, around 50,000, community clinics, 16,000, and satellite clinic for especially children and maternal health care, 30,000. And beside this, we have private hospitals and clinic more than 5,000, under which almost 90,000 hospital beds are available. Populations per the hospitals beds ratio is 1,528, and registered doctors around 94,000, and doctor per 10,000 populations is only 4.9. Nurses per 10,000 populations is only 2.8, and registered paramedics are almost 33,000 here in Bangladesh. But unfortunately, there are none certified biomedical engineer or clinical engineering technicians in Bangladesh. There are also several specialized hospitals with bed capacity, as shown in my screen here, especially the Dhaka Medical College Hospital, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib Medical University, Sharawardi Medical College Hospitals, and then Solimula Medical College and Hospitals. And besides this, we have National Institute for Neurosciences, National Institute for Cardiac Diseases, and also we have the NITOs and BARDEMs, and also in our military facilities, the combined military hospitals are running with almost 1,700 bed capacities. In Bangladesh, there are the homeopathic, Unani, Ayurvedic, and allopathic and herbal manufacturers. In those places also, there are scopes to work places for the biomedical engineers as well. Currently, we have 5 medical devices manufactured in Bangladesh. Another 15 are in pipeline. Bangladesh government has strong regulations on medical devices and health professionals, especially monitored by the Director General of Drug Administration, DGD, under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. We have the Drug Control Committee, Medical Devices Technical Committee, Subcommittee, and we have already the registration guideline for medical devices, and we are following the WHO Medical Devices Technical Series. Also in 2020, medical device manufacturing guidelines also prepared by Bangladesh government, especially by DGDA, for the running clinical trials and device development, technical test, and other certification process. Several organizations are involved in Bangladesh, especially the Bangladesh Medical Research Council, and the Institute of Epidemiology, Disease Control and Research, IDCR, and then ICDDRB, and also the Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib Medical University. We have 9 CRO contact research organizations who are facilitating all these facilities, and DGDA operates their district office in 47 districts in Bangladesh. For the doctor, nurses, and engineers, there are the BMDC, and then the DNS, and the IB is the highest authority, and they are certifying their related professions and the professionals, especially the doctor, nurses, and engineers. But unfortunately, there are none to certify the biomedical engineer or the biomedical engineering technicians or the electromedical technicians in Bangladesh. Though recently the South Asian Center for Medical Physics and Cancer Research has taken the initiative, and International Organization of Medical Physics are running their examinations and accreditation procedures in Bangladesh and certifying the medical physicists, but that is only few to receive these certifications. There are several places, especially in the hospitals, are very crucial where biomedical engineers are directly involved when their service is required, especially the health technology management processes and the operation room, intensive cares and cardiac centers, and the hypobaric oxygen therapy, especially the operation assistance in the gas plant, in the pacemaker divisions, in the staff educations also, for the endoscopy perfusions and hemodialysis, and in all other sectors, including the health information management systems, biomedical engineers has a strong role to play. And not only this, especially in the repair cells, where the biomedical engineer can repair the sophisticated equipments and instruments. And not only this, during the commissioning and installations of the medical device, their active involvement is required. In Bangladesh, there are few, not only few, that the several hundreds biomedical engineers are already produced in last few years. Though we have studied biomedical engineering in our country back in 2008 and then regular practices from 2015. Until now, from the Polytechnic Institute, the electromedical technician graduated around 6,000, and the BSc engineers are graduated mainly from the Kuwait, the Khulna Engineering University, Khulna University of Engineering and Technology, and then Military Institute of Science and Technology, and then Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology, Kuwait, and Gana Vishwavidyalaya. Total almost 500, and we have master's graduate for biomedical engineers 75, and only 2 PhD are graduated from Kuwait only, and not from the other organizations till now. So for the different type of hospitals in Bangladesh, especially the district level, sub-district level, and medical college and community clinic and satellite clinic, the required number of biomedical engineers and technicians are respectively 8 and 32 for the secondary hospitals. For the primary hospitals, 4 and 16. So the ratio is for the medical college hospitals, 8 and 32. And for community clinic, it is 2 and 8. And for satellite clinics, it is 1 and 4. So with having these calculations, almost 1,500 to 1,800 biomedical engineers and more than 6,000 biomedical engineer or electromedical technicians is immediately required for Bangladesh to serve all the public hospitals only. For the private hospitals and the clinics, more number of biomedical engineers, medical physicists, and the biomedical engineer or electromedical technicians are required. Besides this, there are several private hospitals, mainly the Evercare, Square, United, Popular, Asgorali Hospital, BRB hospitals, or Ashana Cancer Missions. They are running their hospitals with the several hundred bed capacities, and the number of electromedical technicians as these hospitals is maximum 8 to 10. But biomedical engineers are absent, though the experienced electrical engineers and mechanical engineers are having some training from the biomedical engineering sectors. They are mainly controlling or they are serving in the biomedical engineering divisions and acting as the in charge of this biomedical department in these hospitals. During inaugurations in 2015, so the biomedical engineering department in MISTs, and then we have collaborated with all other universities in Bangladesh, especially who are running the biomedical engineering and the medical physics. And then we have tried to establish the biomedical engineering and medical physics in Bangladesh through Global Clinical Engineering Day on medical physics and the seminar conferences, regular workshops, training visit, and career brief, project showcasing, including the job fairs, and of course the short course for very specific topic in regular interval. And this way, actually, we try to aware the stakeholders about the biomedical engineering and medical physics, and outcomes are visible by the government stakeholder now, and they have much interest in the biomedical engineering and medical physics. And soon, I think we will have more changes to receive in these sectors. In Bangladesh, there are several challenges for development of biomedical engineering. For this one, there are several universities and especially the engineering universities. They have taken initiative and currently running the biomedical engineering education is mainly in BSc Masters and PhD programs. In the Military Institute of Science and Technology, we have the 40 students per batch. For the Dhaka University, they are running the Department Medical Physics and Technology, and only for the graduate program, they are taking only 5 to 10 students per year. For the Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology, the batch size 30. In Kuwait, the batch size is 30. Also in the Joseph University of Science and Technology, batch size 35. For Islamic University, in the Biomedical Engineering Department, batch size is 50. For Gono University, the batch size is 30. And for the Chittagong University of Engineering and Technology, the batch size is 40 per year. In Bangladesh, actually, the medical equipment installation, commissioning, and services, mainly by the private sectors and the vendors of different medical equipment manufacturers and their vendors. And National Electromedical Equipment Maintenance Workshop and Training Centers is functioning with very less manpower. And recently, they have taken initiative to recruit more biomedical engineers. Almost 43 biomedical engineering recruitment is in process, and very soon I think the recruitment will be completed by 2022. The main reason for these things actually the lack of biomedical engineering or clinical engineering professions in government sectors who can convey proper message to the higher authority and take the decisions about the biomedical engineering for the successive implementation in various hospitals. And then ineffective practice of health technology management is another problem in Bangladesh. And not only in the government sectors, this is found in private hospitals and clinics as well. And we have also the absence of clinical engineering or biomedical engineering, health technology management certification or accreditation process. So here you can find the ratio to the doctors and the biomedical engineers and biomedical engineering technicians as the guidelines formulated by WHO World Health Organizations. By 2030, we need almost 62,000 electromedical or biomedical engineering technicians and almost 16,000 biomedical engineers in Bangladesh. So for that roadmap, we need more initiatives to increase the number of universities where the biomedical engineering education can be run. Only in the 17% public university currently offering the biomedical engineering educations, and we have 39% medical colleges in Bangladesh among the all universities and institutes, and also we have the private universities and polytechnic institutes, but polytechnic institutes are mainly focusing on the developing electromedical technicians, and this ratio is very less also. So for these things, government has taken initiatives and different module is under setting up for the process for the biomedical engineering development and plan for almost 12,000 biomedical engineering technicians development after 2025 each year, and almost 10,000 electromedical or biomedical technicians will also be sent to abroad by the Bureau of Manpower Employment and Training in Bangladesh. For these reasons, I'm focusing the development of biomedical engineering and medical physics field to support the healthcare facilities, mainly the public hospitals and healthcare facilities. Bangladesh government has signed a MOU with Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on 7 March 2019 to establish Saudi Bangladesh Institute of Biomedical Engineering and Technology (SBIBMET), under which the 15th trade will be run in different fields of biomedical engineering and medical physics. And these modules are already formulated and already reviewed by the experts, not only the national experts, global experts, and hopefully the program will launch in that Saudi Bangladesh Institute of Biomedical Engineering and Technology from July 22. Following this, the government has taken a strong initiative to uplift the infrastructure for biomedical engineering and clinical engineering and medical physics development with the support of National Skill Development Authority and that Biomedical Engineering Institute, and already taken initiative for immediate recruitment of 100 biomedical engineers through the Ministry of Health, and then another 735 biomedical engineer technicians recruitment is proposed by the NIMU together with the Military Institute of Science and Technology to our Armed Force divisions and the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And we have several discussions and visit, and hopefully this process will be implemented soon. Following this, government has planned to establish biomedical training center in east of the 64 district in Bangladesh by 2023. And this biomedical training center will play dual role as the training center with diagnostic and testing services for the populations of Bangladesh. To make all this happen and to uplift our biomedical engineering field, especially the enhancement of health technology management and effectiveness of proper care delivery to the patients in each public and private hospitals and healthcare facilities in Bangladesh. We need biomedical engineering and health technology policy development, and the key stakeholders and the leadership shall come forward. We need a strong collaboration between the universities and healthcare facilities for long-term training of biomedical engineer or biomedical engineering technicians in hospitals, direct collaboration with the biomedical engineering education and health technology management leaders to share the ideas, and then we shall implement learning through the practical sessions and problem-solving skill development for our biomedical engineering and then EMT students and the professionals in various hospitals in Bangladesh. Also, we need to regular updates on courses, curricula, especially to adopt the new or the advanced courses in this sector, and then we march with this one to develop our biomedical engineer and medical physics and technicians to elevate them at the global level. Also, we need the adaptive decision-making process, especially from the high-level decision maker of the government. Also, we need more conferences, congresses, or the roundtable meetings, or the digital platform for the enhancement of awareness of the biomedical engineering and the convey the message about the necessity of health technology management and its importance in the public and private sectors. And also we need to formulate our biomedical engineering and medical physics action plan and implementation nationally. Though the government has already created only 12 posts for the medical physics in 3 different public hospitals in Dhaka only. So we shall focus more to increase the number of the medical physics and biomedical engineers through all channels. And then we shall work hard for quality enhancements for our biomedical engineers and biomedical engineering technicians and the medical physicists. We shall work to increase the number of biomedical engineering department and students in our universities and institutes and technical training centers. Also, we need the recruitment of more biomedical engineers, more number of biomedical engineers in all the public and private hospitals and the related facilities and wherever required. And also, we need the training for the trainers and the junior faculties. In such a way, I think we can perfectly implement and enhance the patient care in all our public and private hospitals of Bangladesh, and we can achieve the global sustainable development goal by 2030 in our healthcare sector of Bangladesh. Thank you for your patient hearing. Thank you so much. And thank once again to all the organizers for 20 AOCMP. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ashrafuzzaman, for your nice presentation. It was very comprehensive and actually reflects the present situation of Bangladesh and also what we need to do to tackle the challenges in coming days. So one question from the audience is regarding the special training program for polytechnic students in biomedical engineering. Is there any such training schemes for polytechnic students on biomedical engineering? Professor?
I think he's recorded, so it's a recorded presentation, maybe not present.
Okay, so Dr. Ashraf is not here?
Yeah, I think he's not here.
Okay, so we can...
It's okay, sir. It's okay.
Okay, then we can skip that. Yeah. Professor Zin, over to you.
Yeah, okay, I can, yeah. Our next speaker here, Dr. Malakhan from Bangladesh. His topic is necessity of implementation of metrology for medical device in Bangladesh. Is Dr. Malakhan here?
Sorry for interruption. Ms. Malakhan is not available in this session. Please move this first.
Okay, he's not here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's not here.
Okay, then I will move to next. Okay. So our next speaker is is Dr. Boston Martin Jonan from Australia. His topic is the safer sticker verification of solar disinfection of water by solar ultraviolet radiation. Please welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. My name is Dr. Martin Butson from Australia, and whilst my background is in radiotherapy physics, I have recently had the opportunity to expand my horizons and work on an incredibly important medical physics task with the aim of providing improved life quality and life safety for those most in need in our world in the area of water safety. Out of this opportunity, the Safe Sticker project has been formed with the intent of helping people afford the basic life goal of access to clean and safe water and sanitation. So to proclaim the aim of the project upfront and openly, the Safe Sticker project aims to break the water poverty cycle and provide the first steps towards a better life through initial access to safe water via the SOTUS process. But what is SOTUS? Well, it isn't a term for social distancing. SOTUS stands for solar disinfection of water, a process whereby solar disinfection is achieved utilizing the sun's rays to kill microorganisms in water. When a sealed bottle of water is exposed to sunlight, the UV radiation destroys bacterial, viral, and parasitic pathogens. But what are the guidelines for SOTUS and how is it achieved? WHO recommends guidelines for SOTUS are outlined in the infograph. Contaminated water is collected and placed in a clear plastic bottle. The bottles are then placed in a sunny position and allowed to be exposed to the sun rays for 6 hours. After this length of time, the water is expected to be safe to drink. However, when testing is performed in the field, where people use SOTUS, results have shown that it is only effective between 9% and 86% of the time, and diseases remain. It is well known that the contaminated water causes many health problems, with the 5 main waterborne diseases being typhoid, cholera, dysentery, hepatitis, and salmonella. There are a myriad of other diseases passed on through biologically contaminated water as well, and some common daily effects of these are diarrhea, stomach cramps, vomiting, fever, and muscle fatigue, whilst the more severe conditions result in permanent disability to death. And these sort of issues are just not located in developing nations. Areas such as remote Australia in Indigenous communities also suffer from contaminated water supplies. So why is there a varied and probably more critically a low percentage success rate for SOTUS amongst end users? Well, this is specifically due to the fact that the recommendations are time-based, 6 hours in the sun, and not UV exposure-based. This is a significant flaw in the SOTUS process, and a cheap, easy method for verification of SOTUS is needed. Well, for us, it is well known that solar UV content varied substantially with the time of day, whether there is cloud cover, as well as what time of year or the latitude and your position on Earth. So there are very many variables which affect the 6-hour SOTUS recommendations. As an example of what I'm saying, the figures shown provide the predicted and actual UV exposure levels on 2 days in Melbourne, Australia in February in 2021. SOTUS was performed for 6 hours on each of these days. The water would still be contaminated on Sunday, the 7th of February, and thus would be unsafe to drink due to the fact that there was cloud cover blocking some of the UV rays, and not enough UV would have been received by the bottle to cause SOTUS. However, on Tuesday, the 9th of February, the sun was out all day and SOTUS would have been effective. But many people do not have the luxury of an accurate UV solid state meter or the knowledge of variables which directly impact the efficiency of the SOTUS process. As such, a cheap and accurate device is needed to show when SOTUS has been completed and water is biologically safe to drink. As such, the creation of the SAFE sticker was implemented to bridge this gap and provide the means necessary for safe drinking water. The engineering process has been developed over a long period of time, incorporating many aspects and design requirements, including but not limited to sensitivity of differing UV wavelengths, low sensitivity to visible light, minimal construction costs, accuracy and reproducibility, and low thermal sensitivity effects, just to name a few. A summary of some of the outcomes of the SAFE sticker construction are: the SAFE sticker utilises a proprietary, waterproof, highly consistent and accurate radio UV chromic film layer, built within an easy-to-use sticker to accurately measure the UV component of UV radiation exposure of the water undergoing solar disinfection. The sticker is small in size and very thin, thus it can be bundled into a group of 1,000 in a small package for easy delivery around the world. The SAFE stickers are passive devices requiring no power and have no sensitive electronics, and the devices are maintenance-free and thus are very cost-effective, and their cost is parallel to none. The SAFE sticker removes the time requirements and uncertainty of the SOTUS process, and it verifies when the water is ready, safe to drink. As such, the Safe Sticker is a unique, simple and scalable device which has the potential to easily and cost-effectively transform millions of lives worldwide. Only one sticker is needed to be used with any sized batch of water undergoing SOTUS. So how does a Safe Sticker work? Well, during the solar exposure, the inside layer starts at a certain colour, which in this case is a light yellow, and with a significant amount of UV exposure changes to a royal blue colour, which matches the sticker's permanent outside colour. At this point, the sticker, and thus the water, has received enough UV exposure for SOTUS to occur. Figure 1 here shows the prototype stickers undergoing the colour transformation along with the net optical density change with UV exposure. The scale here is exposure in milliwatt hours per centimetre squared in the wavelength range of 320 nanometres to 390 nanometres, or in the UVA wavelength range. As such, once the inside part of the sticker is the same colour or darker than the outside colour, the water is safe to drink and disinfected. A comparison has been performed between the human eye's ability to distinguish whether the inside colour is darker than the outside colour compared to computer-aided validation, and the results have shown that greater than 95% confidence was found in individuals' ability to discern the appropriate colour change of the sticker during these trials. As such, the Safe Sticker showed the required level of UV exposure could be determined accurately within 10%. Microbiological testing has also been performed to evaluate the disinfection rate of water using the solar disinfection process. Water was tested for E. coli count rates for highly contaminated water supplies. Results showed that after 200 milliwatt hours per centimetre squared of UVA radiation, cell death for E. coli bacteria was greater than 99.9%, and E. coli levels were brought down to a level which were considered appropriate for SOTUS by WHO guidelines. So, in conclusion, the Safe Sticker verifies that enough UV has been received for SOTUS to be effective. The Safe Sticker is cheap, accurate, and ready for a pilot study. And the Safe Sticker allows people to take their first step in safe water. And that's where you can help. We are looking for a community who are willing to perform a pilot study with the Safe Sticker. This could be any country or any area. All materials and resources will be supplied, including the Safe Stickers. What we require is a small village or community who are willing to give it a try and allow us to help and evaluate how the use of SOTUS and the solar sticker and the Safe Sticker changes their health over a 1 month to 3 month period. So I have included my email at the end of this presentation. If anyone would like to be involved or knows an organisation who may want to be involved, please contact me and we can discuss the Safe Sticker project further. Thanks again for your time and patience.
Okay, Martin Bartson is here, so we can take 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Hi, Bartson. Do you hear me?
Hello there.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you fine. Yeah.
I've just one quick question. So, if it is exposed to UV light, is it safe for drinking? Is it, for anyone? So.
Absolutely, yes. So the process behind that SOTUS is once the UV there's been enough UV given to the water, it kills your bacteria, viruses, and protozoans, and therefore it's at a level which is actually sanitized and safe to drink. And as I mentioned in that talk, that the main problem people have is that people that use this SOTUS technique, they're not sure whether the water has actually received enough from that process. But the sticker, the idea behind the sticker is that basically you put one in there, you put it with that batch of water, and therefore you know that it has received enough UV and that it actually is safe to drink.
Okay, so how much it cost?
At the moment, I have the manufacturing costs at about 0.9 of an Australian cent, which I think is about 0.5 or 0.6 taka. Is that how you say in?
Yeah, taka is our
Takas,
currency.
yeah. So about
Yeah.
0.5, 0.6. So that's the cost price of it at the moment, and that's what we're sort of aiming at. Hopefully, keeping at that sort of level.
Yeah.
And obviously, that can do as much water as needed to be done in one batch at one time.
Okay, so if you run over multiple days or maybe more than one day, still the sticker will work, right?
Still works, yes, yeah, because the way this sticker works is it is an accumulative dose. So therefore, yes, it has the ability over those 2 or 3 days, which is sometimes the case, as you probably know, that it can take 2 or 3 days, sometimes in winter or when there's clouds. And that's the beauty of it as well, is it actually records that the value, and therefore you can know when it is actually ready to drink.
It's fantastic. Thank you.
No problems at all.
Thank you for your
Thank you for
discovery and presentation. Yeah. So we go to our next speaker. He's from Japan, Atsushi Taramoto from Graduate School of Health Science, Fujita Health University, Tokyo, Toyaki, IT, Japan. The presentation will be on an automated classification scheme of cytological images using attention-based deep multiple instance learning.
Hi, my name is Atsushi Taramoto, Graduate School of Health Sciences, Fujita Health University. In this presentation, I will talk about an automated classification scheme of cytological images using attention-based deep multiple instance learning. As you know, lung cancer is the leading cause of death among male and female in the world. There are about 1.8 million patients in the world. Recently, many effective treatment methods for lung cancer have been developed. So, early detection and accurate diagnosis become more important to extend the survival rate. Regarding to the diagnosis of lung cancer, it is made by radiological and pathological tests. For the screening, chest X-ray and low-dose CT examination are performed. In case suspicious lesion is found, detailed examination such as high-resolution CT and PET-CT are performed. When the lesion is suspected to be malignant, a pathological test will be performed. In this study, we focus on the pathological test. The pathological test consists of cytological and histological tests. In this study, we focus on the cytological tests. The bottom images are the cytological images stained by Papanicolaou method. The navy blue one in the center is the nucleus, and there are nucleolus and chromatin inside it. Around the nucleus, we can see the cytoplasm with light color. In the diagnosis, pathologist checks the structure and layout of cells. There are many typical differences between benign and malignant cells, and the pathologist identifies them. However, there are many atypical cells difficult to classify. So, it's often a hard work for pathologists to make decisions using huge number of cells on the specimen. Currently, artificial intelligence is attracting attention in the various fields. There is also a craving for artificial intelligence to assist pathologists in diagnosis. From 2016, we are studying the artificial intelligence technology for cytological images. We previously proposed an automated classification scheme of benign and malignant cells using convolutional neural networks, CNN. The classification accuracy of malignant cell using lung cytological specimen was about 85 to 90%. Its accuracy was on the equivalent level as that of pathologists. In these studies, huge number of the pair of target image and correct label are given to the deep learning model for training, which is called supervised learning. The good classification performance is achieved when the correct label is assigned to each image. On the contrary, if the labels are inaccurate, the classification performance will be degraded. In cytology, there are some similarities between benign and malignant cells, and there are also many atypical cells. Therefore, it is very difficult to assign accurate labels of benign and malignant to individual cells. Recently, weekly supervised learning methods have been attracting attention, which can perform classification with only rough training data. So, we introduced the weekly supervised learning method in our study. In this study, we propose a classification scheme of benign and malignant lung cytological images using a novel weekly supervised learning method. As a weekly supervised learning, we introduce attention-based deep multiple instance learning, ADMU. Before getting into the main topic, I would like to briefly explain about multiple instance learning used in this research. First of all, let's assume that there are many objects called instances in the container called bag. In the case of pathological image processing, think of the bag as an entire patient's specimen and instance as cells. The bag on the left is different in size and color, but contains all normal cells. Since all the cells in the bag are normal, it is labeled as negative bag. On the right side, there are many normal cells, but there are also abnormal cells. If there is even one abnormal cell in the bag, it is labeled as positive bag. In this way, when a large number of cells are included in a single set, multiple instance learning is a mechanism to assess comprehensively whether the cells contain abnormalities or not. In conventional supervised learning methods, it is necessary to classify each cell as normal or abnormal, which makes it difficult to create training data. And if normal cells are included in the group of abnormal cells, it is necessary to exclude normal cells from the training data. However, since multiple instance learning classifies by bag, if the result of final diagnosis of each case are known, the number of manual operations for training a CNN is remarkably simplified. Now, let me show an overview of a method for classifying benign and malignant cells by applying multiple instance learning. First, from the images taken of the patient specimen using microscope, many small images that can contain a few cells are cut out, and the images of the same case are stored in the same bag. Each bag is then given a correct label of benign or malignant. These labels will be quoted in the final diagnosis. Regarding to the image dataset, we collected Papa Nicolau stained specimens by lung biopsy in this study. They consisted of 108 benign cases and 214 malignant cases. The cell area on the specimen was taken with a dedicated camera attached to the microscope. Since the original image shows a large area of the specimen, we divided the image into 64 by 64 pixel patch images to include a few cells in the smaller area. The patch images with no cells or dust in the background were deleted, and only the ones with cells were selected and stored in the bag prepared for each case. We labeled the bags for malignant cases as positive bags, and those for benign cases as negative bags. Next, I go to the processing procedure of ADMU used in this study, which is the extension of conventional multiple instance learning. First, The individual instances and patch images in the bag are fed to the convolutional neural network, CNN, to obtain a multidimensional feature vector. As for the CNN used to extract the feature of the image, was a simple model with 5 convolutional layers, 3 pooling layers, and 2 free connected layers. The feature vectors obtained from the number of instances are assigned importance by the attention mechanism. Based on the importance, all the feature vectors are weighted and combined to obtain one composite feature vector. This vector is then fed to the artificial neural network ANN to classify benign and malignant. Now I go to the experiments. In order to verify the effectiveness of the proposed method, classification accuracies of benign and malignant cells were evaluated by tenfold cross-validation method. We also compared the performance of the proposed method with the conventional supervised learning method. For training and evaluation, Python code developed using Keras and TensorFlow was executed on the computer with NVIDIA Quadro 8000. Now, I will show the results of classification of malignant and benign using the proposed method. This slide shows 4 results, each with an input image on the left and an attention map like a heat map on the right. The malignant cells were correctly classified as having a mass-like structure typical of adenocarcinoma, and orange-stained cells common in the squamous cell carcinoma, and small and dark cells such as small cell carcinoma. In the attention map shown on the right, malignant cells are highlighted in red, indicating that attention is being paid to cells that are important for classification. Benign cases were correctly judged to be benign if the shape of the cell nucleus was uniform, or if there were many normal epithelial cells. The confusion matrix obtained by summarizing the result is shown here. This matrix shows the correspondence between actual result and predicted result. With the proposed method, which employs weekly supervised learning, the overall accuracy was 91%. On the other hand, the results of conventional supervised learning method showed us an overall accuracy of 89%. These results indicate that the proposed method has the same or better accuracy than the supervised learning method trained under the same conditions. In summary, we have developed a method for classification of cytological images as benign or malignant using ADMIR, which is one kind of weekly supervised learning method. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, Taramoto, thank you for your presentation. Is there any question from the audience? I don't see. Okay, so I have few quick questions. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Regarding, you are saying it's supervised and I think it's semi-supervised, right? So how these two are different? So you are in one case you have a proper labeling, but in another case you are saying that the labeling are different, right? So how is it different? Can you just explain a little bit on that? The semi-supervised or weak supervised, that is what you're saying.
Yes, weekly supervised require the rough annotation data. So we don't need to identify all cells.
Okay.
We don't need to annotate all cells. So it's very easy to make the training data.
Okay, so when you say annotation, that means you are identifying each cell, whether it is a malignant or benign, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, in weekly supervised, you don't need that in annotation, so it saves a lot of time, right? That is how it is. Yeah. Okay. And then you are having different bags. I mean, can you explain that a little bit? The bag. So why you are having different bags rather than just two classes, right? Binary and binary classes like benign and malignant. You are having different bags. So why are you? How is it helping you?
The currently my method is two-class binary classification, and we can extend the multi-class and the regression model using this multiple instance learning method. We can extend.
You can extend that, but when you are saying, so when you are having different, you are saying that different bag contains like malignant cells, and also some cases it's benign cells. So why you are having this kind of segregation or different types of bags instead of just two classes?
Yes, currently two class, and in future we want to extend the number of category to identify the cancer type.
Okay. Okay, I understand what you're saying. So is there any questions from the audience? Okay, thank you, Dr. Taramato, for your nice presentation. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, so we go to our next presenter. Presenter 43 is not available here, so we go to presenter 44, Sheikh Saima from Bangladesh. She'll be talking on skin disease detection module through image processing.
Greetings everyone, Assalamu alaikum. Myself Sheikh Saima. I am here to deliver a presentation on the topic computer-aided skin disease detection from image. I have worked under the great supervision of Dr. Muhammad Asadur Rahman sir, the other authors sir Sadi Mahmood, Mala Khan, Dr. Muhammad Ashrafur Jaman. All of us work together in this research work. About the outlines of the projects, outlines of this presentation have been enlisted here. As skin is one of the biggest and vital organ of human body and considered as source of most common clinical outpatient diseases, there are different kinds of way to identify skin diseases, mostly image processing techniques. Here we have shown an annual survey from 1999 by Category Bureau of Labor Statistics to show the severity of skin disease considered to other human illness. About the objectives of our research work is to develop a suitable image processing and machine learning based algorithm for disease detection to identify different classes of skin disease and to develop a simple, fast, distant and accurate approach while providing suggestions based on image analysis reports. About skin, which is a vital organ that covers the entire body and forms a protective layer. When this protective layer is affected or somehow infected by bacteria, virus or other microorganism, then we can consider it as a skin disease. There are many common skin diseases which are eczema, melanoma, scabies, ulcers and many others. The impact of skin disease is very severe and it is considered as the fourth common human illness, and from the study, it can be said that almost 1/3 of world's population is suffered from skin diseases. The impact of skin disease on 2013 US life expectancy we have shown here. We can see the skin disease amount of death is 22,953 and the percent is 0.90%, which is very high percentage according to other human illness. About the characteristics of skin disease detection, there are different kind of visits visible alteration in texture, color, or anatomical features like redness, inflammation, and others, and also the gross morphological, histological, pathological, or electron microscopic finding changes can be considered as characteristics of skin disease. And also there are changes in mechanical factors or environmental influences or drug-induced reactions, allergies, or outer appearances causes significant diversity, which we have shown here in these pictures. About the problems in skin disease detection, there are different kinds of problems like lots of security issues, watermarking, encryption, or stenography, or also image enhancement techniques can cause alteration in the original image data set, and also absence of ideal capture condition or presence of complex backgrounds or not well-defined boundaries can also be considered as confusing or arise difficulties in feature extraction, or uncontrolled capture condition or unknown resources or unreliable techniques can also be considered as an issue while detecting skin diseases. About the background study, we have studied 3 different papers which are very recently published. Here, the first paper that we have studied named as DARM-NN skin disease detection using convolutional neural network, where they have developed a prototype using convolutional neural network by layering up several layers while using picture handling strategies and machine learning based classification, and achieved an accuracy of 73%. About the second paper named as computer-aided clinical skin disease diagnosis using CNN and object detection model, where they have implanted an ensemble method based on several CNN models and built 2 versions of skin disease datasets from internet images and benchmarked several SOTA CNN models, and the accuracy they have achieved is from dataset 1 is 79.01% and from dataset 2 is 53%, which is considerably About the third paper that we have studied named as a method of skin disease detection using image processing and machine learning, where they have worked on color image and extract features using pre-trained convolutional neural network. After that classified features using multiplex SVM and successfully detects 3 different types of skin diseases with an accuracy rate of 100%. We have developed our methodology based on our requirement. Firstly, we have taken all our images as input and reshaped, processed them by reshaping and grayscale conversion. After data processing, we have used noise removing filter for the removal of existing noise and filtered image data. Then for removal of existing noise, filtered image data are then binarized, and while removing the background, images contain certain features which are extracted by feature extraction method. Extracted features are taken as input and separated according to different classes. We have splitted out data into 70% for training and 30% for testing. Furthermore, we have trained our model with 70% training, and after finishing our training, the classifier have been tested with testing data set to get the classification accuracy based on which it can be understand whether our proposed methodology and model is fulfilling our requirement and what could be further scopes of the work. About the data, we have taken 4 different classes of skin diseases, which are eczema, fingertips, statitis dermatitis, and ulcers, hemangioma, malignant melanoma. All the images are collected from 3 different sites named as DermNet, DermNet IG, and Science Photo Library. About the sources of this data are unknown. All the images are in JPG format, and the sizes of image ranging from 128 by 128 to 7072 by 1422 pixels. The image data sets are pre-processed by reshaping and grayscale conversion. Digital images are prone to various types of noise. Noise is the result of errors in the image acquisition process that result in pixel values that do not reflect the true intensities of the real scene. Images are filtered using Winner 2, which is pixel size adaptive low pass filter for removing this kind of noises. Filtered images are binarized and background is removed by thresholding. About the features are extracted from background removed image dataset. Generally, feature extraction is a dimensionality reduction process where initial set of data is divided and reduced into more manageable groups required to build the model with less machine efforts, and also to build them also to increase training and inference speed. We have used hog features, histogram of oriented geometry for extracting our features from the image dataset. Here, the total gradient magnitude is calculated by using the Pythagoras theorem by summation of the square of the base and height, and then square root of the summation, and the orientation or direction of for the same pixel is calculated from the equation which we have shown here as which we have shown here. Feature extraction of the dataset using hog feature. We have shown here the gray image and the extracted feature using hog feature method. Why we are using hog features method? We have tested two different methods for feature extraction, which is convolutional neural network and hog features. When we are using a convolutional neural network, it is taken the entire background as data, which increases the redundancy and reduces the accuracy rate, which is why we have used hog features, which only considered the infected area, not the entire background, which is unnecessary. That's why we have used hog features method. About the classification technique, we have used support vector machine, which is a supervised learning model with association of learning algorithm that analyze data for classification and regression analysis. It is a supervised learning method that looks at data and sorts it into one of two categories. A support vector machine is also known as support vector network. According to the form of this error function, support vector machine models can be classified into different kind of distinct groups, classified as type 1 or CSVM classification, and many others. Why we have used SVM is to avoid the difficulties of using linear function in the high dimensional feature space, and also to avoid the optimization problem while transferring the dual converse quadratic programs. We have used polynomial 2 order, which represents the similarity of vectors in a feature. In machine learning, the polynomial kernel is a kernel function commonly used with support vector machines and other kernelized models that represents the similarity of vectors or training samples in the feature space over polynomials of the original variables, allowing learning of nonlinear models. We have for order D polynomials, the polynomial kernel can be calculated by this equation, and we also showed the K correspondence to a inner product feature a feature space based on mapping phi, and the equation for that calculation of K value. About our result, we have at the end of our thesis work, we are able to develop a classifier with total accuracy of 87.4126%. We have shown the accuracy here in the confusion matrix, where we can see the gradual changes in accuracy, and the total accuracy of 87.41%. We can see the accuracy of for eczema fingertip is 77.03%, and for hemangioma is 81.67%, and for malignant melanoma is 87.30%, and statistics dermatitis is 98.23%. The accuracy varies, depending on the amount of data and many other issues. We have also shown a bar diagram of the accuracy comparing to the other three papers that we have studied and discussed beforehand. And also we have shown the comparison in this table with our proposed model to the 3 paper that we have studied beforehand, with the number of DS classes that considered in the previous methods and our proposed method as well. About the discussion, we mainly try to focus on finding out which models gives us the most accurate result between support vector machine and other deep learning methodologies, while finding out the effect of filtering, edge detection, and the effect of feature extraction and classification methodologies in skin disease detection. About while this proposed system is considered as disease detection technique, here we have used both image processing and machine learning techniques, and entire process includes image pre-processing, thresholding technique, and feature extraction, and finally classification. Therefore, this methodology can be used by dermatologists to give a better diagnosis and treatment at a lower cost. About the problems or limitations that we have suffered while working on this project, while working on this proposed work is the amount of the increased number of skin disease classes actually reduces overall accuracy, and also online data cannot always be considered as reliable, but we have to taken it from the reliable sources as much as possible. For the future perspective, we are mainly suggesting to develop or find a more efficient way to classify while increasing the rate of accuracy, and to develop a classifier which can actually differentiate between non-diseased and diseased condition, and finally to integrate developed classifier in mainstream healthcare system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Saima, for your nice presentation. So I don't see any questions from the audience. So I have a few quick questions. One thing is that you're claiming superiority of your method, which is based on SVM, support vector machine. But you have compared that with other method, like those are some of one is based on deep learning method, right? So why your one is superior? Because I have seen that the procedure is pretty standard procedure that you have followed, right? So why you are thinking that you are giving better accuracy? What is the reason for that? Or how your work is different from others' work?
I'm sorry, sir, if I have conveyed it in a wrong way, but I actually didn't try to convey that my methodology is better than others. I just wanted to prove that my methodology is considering more classes of skin disease, and I tried to develop in a standard way to mainly develop in as a classifier which can be used in the mainstream healthcare system. And as for whether which methodology is better than the other, we cannot say it, because different requirements is actually biased on this kind of classification or specification. So we cannot say that which methodology is better than other. And also there are other complexity, computational difficulties, which is why we cannot say which methodology is better than other. But according to our requirement, SVM works or performs better than other methodologies, because other methodology did not work very well with less data, or they are taking background images or background data and increases the redundancy, which is why we have said that it is a standard procedure. We did not actually try to say that it is the better procedure than the other methodologies.
Okay, in that case, how your work is novel?
Sir, actually, sir, I tried to classify 4 different skin diseases. Beforehand, skin disease works are very less. Many people, not many people actually worked on skin disease images, and there the highest accuracy that gained from 3 classes. So we tried to use 4 classes, and
Also, we start to change every single methodology that we have used from pre-process the image data, like filtering, noise removal, or edge detection, or background removal. Every single thing we have tried to use multiple methodologies. Then we have selected certain procedure which can be used for such kind of classification. That's why we are trying to say that we have done a proposed work which can be considered as method.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Simon. I think we don't have any further questions. So one question from Taramatu from Japan. So he's asking, you converted color image to grayscale. How about the use of color information? So the question, yeah. Can you answer that?
Thank you, sir, for the question. Sir, we didn't use color because actually skin disease images have much more data in the infected area. Like we have decoloration, pigmentation. Also, it is a good suggestion that we also need to develop a classifier which can be used both color images as well. So we are trying to develop something in the near future. We will keep a note on that. Yes, sir. Definitely, sir. Thank you, sir.
So you're saying that color image has more information, so we should also utilize that.
Actually, sir, increases the amount of data. So, sir, the classification becomes more difficult. That's why we try to convert it to the grayscale image, but it is definitely a good suggestion that if we can actually develop a classifier which can both classify color image or grayscale image or any of that, then it can be used in mainstream healthcare system in an easy way. Any people can use such kind of classifier.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your. Yeah. Okay, Professor Zine, you can take. So we, presenter 43 was absent, but now he's available. So we can go back to 43, and then again come back to 45 and 46.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's welcome 43, right? Dr. Muhammad Hakel. Is you here, Indonesia from?
Yes.
Yes. His talk is study on EEG signal classification using deep learning method. So please go on. Hello?
Yes, I sent my video. I think.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Muhammad Haikal, and today I'm going to present our latest research, which titled "A Study on EEG Signal Classification Using Deep Learning Method." This study is performed by our principal investigator, Mr. Ghani, who unfortunately could not be here. Electroencephalography, or EEG, is a method of brain imaging that has been used to measure the potential electrical activity of the brain. Nowadays, EEG is mainly used in the clinical settings and also in the psychology field. These images show a raw data of EEG which was taken from a subject. The main reason EEG is used in clinical settings as well as the psychological field is that the EEG may detect an abnormality in brain wave activity during certain activity. For example, during seizures or for an epilepsy patient, EEG can detect an abnormal brainwave that is different compared to the normal people who doesn't experience seizures. Or when when the researcher tried to measure or study the effect of emotion or psychological effect on someone from certain events, then the abnormality of the EEG can tell which emotion or which part of the brain is affected by the emotion that is experienced by the patients. Since the EEG came in the format of a signal, then the EEG needs to be processed and interpreted in a proper way. The general method of processing an EEG signal usually consists of pre-processing and post-processing methods. First, after the EEG signal data is acquired, then in the pre-processing process, the signal is cleaned from any artifact or noise which can occur due to external or internal effects. After the signal is cleaned, then the signal is going through the filtering method, which will convert the signal into a more presentable way. Then in post-processing, the signal is undergo a feature extraction, which will later undergo a classification in determining which signal or which activity is correlated with which signal. The use of deep learning in classifying EEG is one of the study that studied is from Divya et al. In soft computing for problem solving. They studied that the increasing epochs in deep learning and increasing learning rate could actually increase the accuracy of the classification of EEG signal. Therefore, they recommend the method of CNN or deep learning to classify or to obtain the classification for the EEG signal for the EEG brainwave, for the brainwave. In their study, they study emotion-based EEG signal. Therefore, our purpose here, we would like to study the application of deep learning in classifying seizures signal in EEG. The methods that we will use in this, study is first we prepare the data, and then we do the features separation or extraction, and we feed it into the deep learning algorithm training, and then we will evaluate the model, and later we will assess if the model is achieved a good accuracy or not. Compared to that, we'll then later do a hyperparameter tuning, such as the learning rate or epochs, and then we will redo the training, and then we will calculate the model evaluation again. And if we satisfied, or if the model is satisfied certain requirements, we will continue to the seizures prediction. The data that we use, we take from the EEG CHB MIT datasets, which contains 23 pediatric subjects, consisted of 17 female, which range with age range of 1.5 to 19 years old, and 5 male subjects with age range of 3 to 22 years old. We do the cleaning process or the artifact removal from the signal by applying a bandpass filter FIR to the data. We then separate or extract the features in two parts. We have temporal features and spectral feature or spatial features. In the temporal features, we extract mean, variance, skew, kurtosis, maximum value, and minimum value. In the spectral features, we separate total coefficient energy, maximum, minimum, skew, kurtosis, and mean standard deviation. The algorithm that we use here is the long short-term memory architecture. So we input a 648 dimension of the input, and then we'll go through 2 LSTM layers, and we will have 2 final dense layers. The parameters that we used, we divide the data first into training, validation, and test ratio with the ratio of 8:1:1, and then we normalize the data sets. We use the batch size of 4 times steps of 7 with a total feature of 648. We use the GPU here, the NVIDIA GeForce GTX 960M. The results that we obtain is that we varied the epoch and learning rate of the model first in order to obtain the hyperparameter tuning. In these results, we obtained that in the learning rate of 0.005 compared with 0.001 and 0.01 is more stable in producing the outcome, mean square error. As you can see in the 0.001, when we use 500 epoch, it jumps to 1.8 mean square error, while in 0.01, it's also stable, but not as small as the 0.005. Therefore, we conclude that if we use the learning rate of 0.005 and the 50 epoch, we'll get the least mean square error, and we can get the most accurate results. And this is what we use, but we use 2 types in testing the model. We use the learning rate of 0.001 with epoch 100, and we use the learning rate of 0.05 with epoch 50, the best one. When we compare the 2 models, we can see that the specificity and the positive prediction value is larger or is higher than the learning rate 0.001 and epoch 100. Therefore, here we conclude that the learning rate of 0.05 and epoch 50 can achieve near 100% testing rate. Although in the accuracy is also higher, but the sensitivity is the same. Therefore, we conclude that the classification of seizure signal in EEG datasets can be performed accurately using deep learning. However, since deep learning requires large datasets, we need a larger number of data in future studies. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for Dr. Mahathir for your nice talk. I don't see any questions raised from the audience, but I just curious, the data you have analyzed is quite small for a deep learning study. Like you have only 23 PDH patients.
Yes.
So do any special measures to handle this data problem?
Yeah, unfortunately, this is quite a bit of problem related. So we do this study in the start of the pandemic in 2020. So, and we would like to get more data, I mean, primary data, but unfortunately it got held back. So we can only do until now is getting secondary data from the MIT database. So we haven't done any measure to, we would like to have synthetic data to counter the imbalance of the data sets, but unfortunately we haven't been able to do that. So this is, I think, the early results from that study. So we hope in the future we can get more data in the future.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have just one quick question. In your case, since it's deep learning, so how do you think that it will perform? Because there are lots of earlier work based on conventional machine learning, right? Feature-based machine learning. So how will be the accuracy in those cases? How you compare your accuracy with those conventional cases?
Well, yes. I think due to the problem that we had, I don't think we can compare it like apple to apple with the previous study, but LSTM itself is previously used for I think it was used in the NLP deep learning, so it held a great potential for decoding a time series such as EEG, but we would like to do that, but yes, that's kind of problem that we had currently. So I'm really sorry I cannot answer that.
So
accurately.
have you considered any particular feature, or because you are using deep learning? Yeah.
I think so. This since I was only helping as a secondary investigator, I think based on our discussion with the primary investigator, he would like to have in the future a fractal. He would aim to have a fractal dimension feature. I think based on our latest discussion, but I'm not sure about the actuality of that. So I cannot say anything at the moment. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Kawada, would you like to cover the next one?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So the next speaker is our presenter 45 from India, Syed Mohammad Shoaib. He'll be talking on studies on the propagation of elastic waves in bovine compact bones as a function of temperature.
Yes, sir. Is it audible?
Yeah, it's audible. Yeah. So you have the recording, or you will present it live?
No, sir. I am live, giving live.
Okay. Okay. So then just mind your time.
Yes. 20
minutes. Yeah. So I think you can finish it like 16-17 minutes, so that we can take 2-3 questions.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Inshallah, I will finish. Is it the screen is
visible.
Okay.
Visual, sir, but full screen.
Yes. Full screen. Okay.
You can make it full screen. Yeah.
Where it is full screen. Yes. It is now. It is full screen.
Full screen.
Okay. Good evening to all. Myself, Dr. Syed Mohammad Shoaib. I am working as assistant professor in Maulana Azad National Urdu University, presently posted at Manu Satellite Campus, Kadapa. Today's my presentation is studies on the propagation of elastic waves in bovine compact bones as a function of temperature. I started with the name of Almighty, the most beneficent and merciful. Here there is abstract of my presentation. My presentation is, the study of physical properties of biomaterials like bony hard tissues through the propagation of elastic waves is one of the most successful method. For that, I choose this method, and in this method, we use the compact bones. In the present investigation, we calculate the reported the internal friction, that is internal friction loss factor, that is Q inverse, for all the 6 types of bovine compact bones for the first time in a single experiment by using the ultrasonic piezoelectric composite oscillator technique, which is old one, but for using this compact bone by attaching them in with the gum, we use this technique. And in this technique, I will explain what is the specialty and what is the advantages. In this technique, we use X-cut quartz transducer is also verified with the mounting of bovine compact bar-shaped bone samples. And here the keywords internal friction loss factor, Q inverse, and bovine compact bones. I use 6 type of bovine compact bones in both the two conditions, fresh and woven dried decalcified condition. Next.
Just one interruption, little bit. Actually, 10 minutes is allocated.
Yes,
so
yes.
Okay.
I will speed up. Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. Recently, there are many development methods has taken for this technique. In the present investigation, the information relating the forces that are opposite between the atoms, ions comprising the bony hard tissues can be assessed with the help of elastic constants. So I use this technique. And the elastic behavior of solids was, already was reported by several investigators as a function of temperature. And a lot of research work was also happen for this purpose to understand the mechanism of acoustic losses and phase transitions in these biomaterials. The author, myself and our research supervisor carried out studies on the internal friction loss measurements of bovine compact bones. Here, the materials and methods which we use are, we use bovine 6 type of compact bones, that is metacarpus MC and metatarsus MT, radius ulna, I coded as R by U, humerus H, tibia and femur. And the experiment method is the composite piezo oscillator was constructed by cementing quartz. Later I will show the how you cementing it. And metacarpus, metatarsus, radius ulna, humerus, tibia and femur, these are the bones I used. And here the RC is altered until the oscillatory condition is achieved. The critical resistance RC and the resonant frequency FC were set on using digital multimeter and a frequency counter respectively. By knowing the RC and FC, internal friction loss of bovine bone tissue can be calculated by using the formula, following formulas. I will show it. Here the figure 1 depicts electronic setup to detect the resonant vibrations of a piezoelectric oscillator. Here the crystal is there. Here op-amps are there, and this is the CRO. This is the setup. And as I told, the formula to calculate the internal friction is Q inverse, where delta W by 2W, and these are the formulas. Complete description is given there. I will, if you want, I will give the slide. I am escaping. Here cementing. As I told, how he is cementing it in a picture, I will show it how it is. And the quartz transducer which you used here, the physical dimensions of the X-cut crystal, and in the presentation we use X-cut quartz crystal. Here, as I told earlier, the figure 2 represents the 2-component composite system. That is here our sample. Here is the quartz crystal. We make it joint with the gum, and here the total setup is there. Quartz crystal, Z-axis is optic axis, and X-cut crystal and crystal holder. This is the crystal holder. And the results, the piezoelectric composite bone tissue specimens. The piezoelectric composites with bovine compact bone tissue samples of identical cross section. As I shown in the previous slide, these are the identical cross section, and that of the transducer were prepared employing the method detail mentioned above. And temperature study, that we go to we can go 300 to 400 degrees centigrade, but as our sample is a biological sample, bovine sample, so we go up to 120 degrees centigrade, and the set temperature can be able to control plus or minus to 0.2 degrees centigrade. Accuracy of the method is also by determining the decrement delta. The accuracy of the decrement delta determined in this present investigation is about plus or minus 5%. And table 1, we show the results in the table 1. The table 1, the room temperature, internal friction, and the peak temperature data for bovine compact bone tissues is shown. Here the bovine compact bone internal friction value in fresh condition, in woven dried decalcified condition, where the peak temperature where we got it in fresh condition, in woven dried condition. These are the bones, 6 bones: metacarpus, metatarsus, radius and ulna, humerus, tibia and femur. And in fresh condition, these are the readings. In woven dried, these are the readings, where the peak temperature for humerus bone we got for radius rule we got highest peak temperature, that is the 76 plus or minus 2.50. This plus or minus is we calculated you repeated this experiment for 10 to 15 samples, and this is the mean average value. That's why we standard deviation value. For over decalcified condition, the highest peak value comes at 68 plus or minus 3.97. Here, table 2. Temperature variation of logarithmic decrement in quantities, that is we started with room temperature, that is 25 degrees centigrade to 120 degrees. We conducted this experiment at Anantapur, where it is hot zone area. That's why our temperature, room temperature, starts with 25. Otherwise, there is a chamber is also there. We can go for a lesser temperature also. Here you can see the variation, how it varies. Delta C into 10 to the power 4 values. It is 1.13 and slowly increases, and then again slowly it decreases. Here the graph, the variation of internal friction Q inverse with the temperature T is given here. There is a peak is there for different bones. Here in x-axis we put it to temperature, and in q-axis internal friction factor, y-axis we put the internal friction, and MC represent for black. This block is represent for MC metacarpus, and the femur is the highest femur for, and tibia is T. These are the different colors for different bones. Now, discussion. As mentioned earlier, evaluation of internal friction of bovine bone compact bone sample demands the knowledge of temperature. For that, quad transducer delta C and the table 2 to test the reliability of the experimental technique developed in the present work. The internal friction MCMT. We go to 20 degrees centigrade to 120 degrees centigrade, and here we tabulated the Q inverse internal friction value and temperature. Further, in the present in the temperature range of the present investigation, the internal friction Q is found in increase further to rise the temperature. Yes, as I told. And this it indicates that the reliability of technique for the calculation of internal friction of bony hard tissues. An examination of the data presented in table 1 as shown earlier shows there is a good agreement between the values obtained in the present investigation and those observed by the other investigator in literature. And further, the compositional change of internal friction Q inverse for different bovine compact bones, MC metacarpus, metatarsus, both in different physiological conditions. I mean, that is a fresh condition and woven-day decalcified condition. From the present investigation, it is observed that, as I earlier told, the peak temperature for the bovine compact bones lies between 63.80 degrees centigrade to 78.75 degrees centigrade in fresh condition. Whereas for woven-day decalcified condition, it is range 51 to 5 degrees centigrade to 71 degrees centigrade. And in conclusion, the internal friction loss studies on these bovine compact bones composites reveal that acoustic losses are low in the fresh compact bones than their own woven-dried decalcified bovine compact bones, indicating their usefulness for the transducer applications. As we know, bone is having a piezoelectric property. For that, we can use it as transducer in making which can act very effectively at higher frequencies. From these studies, it is found that the internal friction loss Q inverse in 6 different type of bovine compact bones is as follows. That is, femur is the highest one, and after that tibia, after that humerus, after that radius or ulna, after that metacarpus, after that metatarsus. The least one is metatarsus, and the highest one is the femur. We conducted this experiment for more than 50 to 100 samples. After that, we conclude this one. And the peak temperature for bovine compact bones lies between 63.80 to 78.80. in fresh condition, and that is 51.50 to 71.97 centigrade. It is found for decalcified condition. It is found from the present studies that it is possible to develop natural bovine ceramic materials with mechanical strength independent of temperature. And these are the references and acknowledgement. The author, myself, and Honorable, thankful to Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Syed Ainul Hassan sir for encouragement of R&D activities in our Manu Central University, and Professor K.V. Shivkumar, who is former Dean and Board of Studies Chairman of Department of Physics, Sri Krishna Devanath Anandapur, and Ram Manohar Reddy, Department of Physics, Yogi Vyamna University, AP India.
Thank you, Dr. Syed Mohammad Shoaib.
Yes, I am also thankful to today's chairpersons and Professor G. Abu Zakaria, Professor Dr. H. Anupama Azhari Madam, and Anwarul Islam, and MD Akhtarul Zama, and MD Jobrel Islam for time to time updating the.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your
time.
time.
We have run out of time.
Yes, sir. Yes.
We're not taking any questions. So I will now hand over to Professor Jean to conduct the last session and conclude this session. Thank you.
Okay, now let's now move to the last one. It's Dr. Ramajia Hossain from Bangladesh. The talk today is design and the construction of portable ECG machines created by mobile application for patients. Please welcome. Is this a recorded video?
No, sir. I think he is not available.
Sorry, he is not available.
Okay, it's not recorded one. Okay.
No.
Okay. Now let's close this session, and thank you for all the speakers, for the audience questions. Due to the time limit, we will close this session. We'll move to the next one. Thank you.
Thank you. Especially thanks to Chair, Honorable Chair Dr. Shianjin, and Honorable Co-Chair Professor Dr. Khaja Iftikhar Uddin Ahmed. Thank you for your support, and thanks to all participants. Now I would like to inform you that our another session, dosimetry and QA, will be started at the 6:30 in this session. Thank you.
Cancer touches us all in one way or another. That's why we're dedicated to connecting all care to realize a world without fear of cancer. We're achieving that through intelligent cancer care. Through building shorter paths from research to remission, bridging the distance between Manhattan and Mozambique, driving a direct link from high tech to high impact, and resolutely facing today's unique challenges by connecting the world through more personal.
Welcome, Dr. Raju. Can you hear me? Dr. Raju, can you listen to me? No, you are muted. You are muted.
Yes, Professor, I can hear you.
Okay, great. I have heard your name too many times. I have seen you, seen your writings, but this is first time I am face to face.
Yes, yes.
So you are in Belgium.
Yes, Professor. Yes, Professor. I'm in the Belgium. I was graduated in India a long time ago, where Professor Sarma also teach me. And last 18 years I'm in Belgium.
Welcome to the
Sir, someone's platform voice is echoing.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay.
I can hear.
Welcome to the 21st Asia-Oceania Congress of Medical Physics. Now time for session. Dosimetry and Tibet 2. I would like to introduce our chair and co-chair. Our as a chair, Professor Dr. Sunil Datta Sharma, Senior Scientist and Medical Physics Section of Radiological Physics and Advisory Division, Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Mumbai, India. Professor Sunil Datta Sharma is a well-known researcher, renowned researcher and popular guide for many medical physicists of India and abroad. He is working in the field of the medical physics and radiation safety for more than 28 years. His research interest is design and development of radiotherapy equipments and treatment accessories, dosimetries, phantom, QC, tools, and quality audit methods. He has authored 120 papers in peer review, high impact international journal. Professor Sharma contributes significantly in medical physics and education and training, and he is a coordinator of prestigious post-MSc diploma in radiological physics course. He is serving as associate editor of Journal of Medical Physics since 2016, and he is the president of Association of Medical Physicists of India, AMPI. In this session, as a co-chair, Dr. Raju Prasad Srivastava, Medical Physicist, Department of Radiation Therapy, University Hospital, Belgium. Dr. Raju Prasad Srivastava in a medical physicist at Department of Radiation Therapy, University Hospital Ghent, Cornell, Belgium. He is also a medical physicist at Department of Radiotherapy Center, Hospital, Belgium. He achieved his MSc in physics from Kathmandu, Nepal. He achieved diploma in radiological physics, Mumbai, India, and Master of Science in the medical string NARIC, Belgium. In 2012, he completed his PhD in medical physics from Ghent University Hospital, Ghent, Belgium. Now I would like to request to our honorable chair to conduct this session. I also inform you, Dr. Raju Srivastava, our honorable chair, Dr. Sharma is not available. Now it is available in this session. He is another speaker in Hall A. He will join after 20 minutes later.
Hello?
Yes, Dr. Raju, he has told you to start the
Okay.
things.
Okay, so it is my pleasure to invite Professor Pratik Kumar from India, who is the first presenter, and he is going to present the topic of properties optimization of KCL SIM using TA-OCL for radiation dosimetry. So I respect you, Professor. You can continue.
Okay, thank you very much. I share the screen. Is this screen visible?
Yes, you can go. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks a lot. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of this wonderful conference. I'll say almost after 2 years, we are in mid of some core medical physics conference, if I say that way. Webinar is going on, but conference is really nowadays has become a bit scarce due to pandemic. My topic of this presentation is properties optimization of potassium chloride doped with samarium, and this is being used. We have developed this as a OSL dosimeters. Basically, OSL dosimeter, as we know, that aluminum oxide Al2O3 doped with carbon is the only commercially available OSL dosimeter. And now some other is also coming, but largely this is the only commercially available OSL dosimeter. So we have tried to develop some other potential phosphor which can be used as OSL dosimeter, number one. And this TA is the thermal assisted OSL, and this is one of the method of measuring the OSL, where thermally OSL is generally generally what we do in OSL dosimetry, we excite the phosphor with light only of one color. So generally it is blue or green, and then it is red. Its outcome is also in the form of light only. So that is read by the PM tube. So that is a OSL dosimetry, which is not taking it is being used very largely in all the radiation dosimetry, since it is supposed to be, OSL is supposed to be better monitored, since the light is better controlled than the heat. So, and OSL, that's why OSL is supposed to be more sensitive. So still, thermal assisted OSL is one of the area which has potential to increase further the sensitivity of the OSL method, basically. So overall presentation, I will take around 12 to 15 minutes presentation of which will be distributed in introduction and methodology of what we have done, and then this KCL, which is doped with samarium 3+ doping, that something we will see that how we have tried to characterize it. As I said, that thermal assisted OSL is one of the is such a OSL method which is already available in RISO. RISO is a company which is making a OSL equipment where we can change the light color of the light, we can change the temperature, we can even irradiate inside, and we can anneal also. Annealing here is not thermal annealing, it is the light annealing. So we can say that it is a thermal annealing is also possible in that RISO. So it is a very versatile type of OSL equipment that way, which is generally not used in a hospital setup, since hospital setup needs a very compact type, since a number of dosimeters will be quite large. So here, this is a research type of equipment. So here again, I'll say that it also gives you a shape, decay shape, like TL gives, but its shape, decay shape is depends upon the sample, type of sample, like aluminum oxide if we use, or any other oxide, like beryllium oxide is also available nowadays. In some I think one company in US, they are just commercially available or not, I'm not very sure, but beryllium oxide is another, BeO is another OSL material which is available. So it's a its absorption, what is the illumination intensity or the temperature, what we use, that all determine the decay shape. So here what happens when we heat it, when what we try, we initially we try to heat the OSL sample up to certain extent, so that the deep-seated defects, deep-seated electrons which are deeply trapped, they come up to the those defects which is at lower level, and then we excite it with the light. So it increase the total output, light output, and increase the sensitivity. It is like that. If we see here, this is valence band and this is a conduction band. In between there are electron traps. So generally these electron traps are similar what we have in the thermal or the optical. That's why we have written here optical or thermal excitation. And then here is a vibrational energy state which are deep seated. Here light since cannot penetrate this much depth, so light, when we use light for the excitation, they are only the shallow traps, they are excited, and electrons which are trapped in here, they come to the conduction band and they give off light when they come to the valence band. But heating in the beginning raise this vibrational energy states electrons from here to these electron traps, and it becomes a light intensity increases. So whole the process is remain the same, basically, that we want that thermally we assist the whole things to increase its sensitivity. This is the RISO equipment what I have used here, and whole thing we can see that there is a whole one disk which can hold 48 OSL samples. We used powder, or it could be a disk form also, where we can make it a disk. All powder can be made in the disk, and then we can anneal or optical bleaching. So annealing is generally, annealing word is used for the heating, but optical bleaching is also possible. Annealing is also possible in this setup. Then after making this, we can use its dosimetric properties. We can check the dosimetric properties by exposing it with X-rays or gamma rays to see how are the dosimetric properties. So these are the methods, steps what we have used in this RISO setup. And here in RISO setup is here, if we see the right side, this is the sample which I showed just now, and it can be excited with the blue LED or even infrared LED. Infrared LED is also there, so infrared excitation is also possible. Blue or green LED we can use here, and when light it emits light that goes to PMT through some proper filter, so that these lights, these irradiation lights or IR should not interfere with that. Inside is the strontium yttrium source which can irradiate if irradiation is needed, or we can irradiate in X-ray, gamma ray outside also. There is no need that every time we irradiate here. We can, if we see here, stimulating light sources, we can change here. We can change the stimulation time, how much time we should irradiate or we should take the reading, that also can be changed. We can change the temperature at which it should be heated before we do the inside this this RISO reader only, that before reading this with light, we can heat it to remove the not only to bring the deep-seated electron to the lower level, shallow level, or at the same time, it has two properties. Basically, it serves two purpose when we heat it. Shallow traps, which gives the, which gives a fading, that can also be removed if we heat marginally before reading it, so that its reading remain very stable. Fading becomes less. So any pre-irradiation, pre-reading irradiation serves these two purposes. Methodology to to just synthesize this is very simple. Basically, we took the precursor sample of potassium chloride and mixed it with samarium chloride in the proper weight, that in the proper weight, and then after homogenizing it with, it is just by, I mean, just it is by milling thing, manual milling could be, that we homogenize it. After homogenizing it, we heat it in the muffle furnace for at 200 degrees centigrade for 3 hours. So that chemical equation, such type of reaction occurs, and which gives you the samarium doping in KCl. Now it could be nanophosphor. We can create nanophosphor, or we can create microphosphor. It all depends upon how much grounding we can do. Grounding of this powder. We do grounding. Grounding could be done manually, or we can ground some mechanical devices are available. And then after getting the proper nanophosphor, we heat it further for the 2 hours. So that 2 hours and at 72 degrees centigrade. So that how to arrive at 72 degrees centigrade is right or not. So what we do, basically, we take several aliquots and then heat to various temperatures, and then we give some certain dose, say fixed dose, say 1 gray, 2 gray, any fixed dose, and we see its output, OSL output. So the highest OSL output what we get is the temperature, which is I will say optimized temperature. So that optimized annealing temperature we have to find out first. Once this optimized temperature, optimized annealing temperature we found out, then we know that this all the material which has been optimized by at this temperature is now our final phosphor. Now we start studying its analysis. So first we will see some temperature dependent properties. What are the temperature dependent properties? And then can we calculate some trapping parameters are there? So I mean, how much energy, at what energy these electrons are trapped? So that trapping trapping parameters that that are depending upon the material, that what type of material it is, and then certain it's how its structure is, how this is a new phosphor KCl doped with samarium. So we have to see some its morphological characterization that we will see here. So first its dosimetric properties. So it's what are the temperature dependent properties. If we see this here, what we did, that we gave 10 gray of gamma fixed to all the material aliquots. Material was the same, KCl doped with samarium, but at different annealing temperature, 40 degrees centigrade to various 225 degrees centigrade. And in fact, we gave up to 310 degrees centigrade, but data is for up to 225 degrees centigrade only. And if we see here, we observe that maximum, here we see maximum was at 100 degrees centigrade. So 100 degrees centigrade means maximum reading. If we see the highest reading, highest peak, we approached 100 degrees centigrade. After that, it started decreasing. If we go further, 125, 175, it started decreasing. So 100 degrees centigrade was the proper temperature where deep traps can be brought higher up. In the same way, if we see here in this inset, this also says the same thing, that at 100 degrees centigrade it gives you the highest signal. Further we went on, like what is the heating rate that could be the optimized. Similar way, heating rate like 15 degree centigrade per second was the heating rate which was optimized. And here also again we can give the various doses also. So to see the linearity of the doses, like 1 gray, 2 gray, 5 gray, 10 gray, various doses were given, and then it was read. And we see that here in inset that this is linear up to 500 gray. From 100 from lower doses of to 500, it was linear, except at the very low doses where it was sublinear. Basically low dose low dose could be, this was could be under a few grays. So for very low dose, there was sublinearity here, but more than that, it was linear. So linearity, we accept the low dose if we leave the low doses. Otherwise, linearity was very good, 0.99. R square was 0.99 up to 500 gray. And at low doses below 10 gray, KCL's, as I said, KCL W Sumerian shows sublinearity, because at low doses, energy density of nanoparticles were not enough to overcome the surface barriers. So this material may not be suitable for low doses. Like in radiotherapy, 10 gray is a quite high, but some other applications, like say in sterilization, or in some of the application, that high dose is required. There probably, or further we have to improve it to make it a low dose suitable phosphor that we are working upon. Now, we tried to calculate its activation energy, like what trap depth, what energy these electrons are there. So there is a one formula, that intensity of the TaOSL, it is equivalent, it is equal to this equation, where Z is a constant and E is the energy what we are calculating about. That since we know the intensity of the TaOSL, this energy can be calculated if we know the temperature. T is the temperature, K is the Boltzmann constant. So with that, we come that it is a few electron volt. It comes around 0.2 electron volt plus minus 0.05 electron volt. This is a standard deviation. In fact, how to arrive at 1 by KT and log of ln, natural log of TaOSL, its slope gives you this activation energy, basically, that at what depth these electrons are there, what energy, how much energy they need to make them active. For morphology, that what type of phosphor it is, I mean its characteristics, size wise or the shape wise, we did X-ray diffraction, XRD method, XRD pattern, and pattern showed that these are of 50 nanometers, so they are nano scale. They are of nano scale, and they are having some specific type of face-centered cubic structure, and all this can be arrived at by this XRD pattern, where it can be compared that only KCl also we did, KCl doped with samarium also we did, so that we know that samarium has been doped or not. And there is a formula we call device formula, where we can know that how much is the size, basically. So I'll show some figure which is from the same scanning electron microscope figure, and first figure A shows that all these we can see these are the insect. There is a bigger one, so we can see that they are the circular type, or even all are not perfectly circular, but they are circular type, or some distortion in circular shape that is there. And A is without any irradiation, B is after the irradiation of 100 gray, and C is after the irradiation with 500 gray of the gamma radiation. So we saw that there is not much difference with the increase of radiation till 500 gray. Its shape and size remains unmodulated with the radiation dose. And these are the inside EDS spectrum. We can see that we know by this it shows that samarium, presence of samarium, it shows that it is doped. It is really doped that way. And this is the same image, basically, which is on right upper hand corner. So to conclude that this is a new material, KCl doped with samarium, and we saw that 100 degrees centigrade is the right annealing temperature, where it gives us the good signal. It gives good signal, but only difficulty is that up to 10 gray it is not linear, it is sublinear. and its activation energy, we found out that it is 0.2 electron volt. Structural analysis of XRD shows that average particle size is in the nanometer. So they are nano, though macro size also can be produced very easily. Same analysis shows that the homogeneity of grain size are within the range of 100 nanometer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Prateek Kumar, giving such an excellent presentation and clear your result. Maybe I would like to know, Professor, do you also do some study for dose rate that we can maybe in the future we can be also use in radiotherapy?
Yeah, dose rate must be done basically. Dose rate at present, if I remember, we have not done, since it is ongoing study. Still this work is going on basically. So dose rate study has to be done, since not only and the energy dependence also, energy dependence, dose rate. So all the any dosimetric characteristics has to be there. No doubt about that.
So I not see any other questions. Maybe I would like to say thank you for you on time, and also be here. Maybe some questions will come, and then maybe we can ask later.
Sure. Most welcome.
Okay. Okay, so we move to our next speaker, who is P. Satyaraj from India. He is going to present. Is a reference field enough for calibration for VMAT quality assurance? Hello? 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 Yes.
Yes.
Now I can.
Morning to all.
Now I can.
This is Dr. P. Satyaraj, working as an assistant professor in Department of Radiation Physics at DAY Memorial Institute of Oncology, Bangalore in India. My presentation's topic about is reference field-based calibration enough for patient-specific quality assurance. Whenever I'm doing patient-specific QA, a doubt comes into my mind regarding calibration field size. I changed the doubt as a question and I try to find the answer for this question through this presentation. What is the origin of this study? Let us consider an hypothetical plan which is contained only one field size, that is 5 by 5 centimeter square. I am going to calibrate my QA device with the same field size, that also 5 by 5 centimeter square. Under the assumption that no other any IMRT error, I am very confident about my delivery. It will pass 100% because my calibration field size and plan field size are very similar. I am very confident about my delivery. Then where I will be lack of confidence, where I will question my delivery, the situation where I am using a reference field size to calibrate the heterogeneous field size which is associated with your IMRT plan called segments, I am questioning my delivery because we cannot say the calibration field size exactly equal to the segment dimensions because IMRT contains a lot of segments. Each segment has its own dimension and own shape. We cannot tell which segment exactly equal to our calibration field size. Under this condition, I raise the questions about my delivery. So how a conventional or single calibration field size can be a representative group of segments in IMRT plan? In general, there is an assumption that when you are doing calibration with the particular field size, the calibration factor of that particular field size equally applicable to all the segments which is contained in IMRT plan. So this assumption supposed to be verified thoroughly. TG218 listed out few sources of error when you're doing IMRT QA, like MLC position error, it may be random or systematic, MLC speed, gantry rotation stability, beam stability. In addition, I introduced another uncertainty that is called the calibration field size. So I made an hypothesis that the calibration field size also may introduce an error in IMRT QA. In order to verify my hypothesis in the right path or wrong, I have done very small experiment. You can see the right one is the ideal calibration factor. I have done very small plan using different field size, like from 4x4 field size to 15x15 field size. Each and every field I planned with 100 MU. The same plan delivered in the treatment machines. So I have taken the dose difference between the. I have taken the ratio of the TPS dose and measured dose in order to obtain the calibration factor. You can see the right one is the ideal calibration factor. In this calibration factor, the calibration curve, I can exchange the calibration factor of the 10x10 field size to other field size without any hesitations, because I know that the calibration factor of the other field size also similar to the 10x10. In this situation, you can exchange your calibration factor to other field size without any hesitation. So this is the ideal calibration factor, and it is very valuable. But in reality, you are not getting such kind of ideal calibration factor because it doesn't show any linear pattern. It shows non-linear trend. So in this situation, you cannot exchange your 10x10 field-based calibration factor to other field size. So this experiment increased the strengthening of my question about the my delivery. So again, I am questioning the validity of single reference field-based calibration for doing patient-specific QA. In this study, I have taken total 12 samples. I have done rapid arc plan using Eclipse treatment planning system. I delivered the plan with the variant unique machines. The delivered fluence has been captured by the 4D ActiveAce Phantom. It contains 729 detectors. The plan has been delivered in perpendicular composite mode, and I used Gamma Index as a QA analysis tool with the 10% low dose threshold global normalization used for every plan, and the gamma criteria was 2% 2 mm, 2% 3 mm, and 3% 3 mm. Before doing the QA of each and every patient, I have taken the calibration factor from 4x4 field size to 15x15 centimeter square. Each and every field has its own calibration factor. I use the calibration factor of all the field size to the one particular patient plan. So total, I used 6 calibration factor for single plan. So total plan is 12. So total into 6 is equal to 72 delivery has been performed in this study. This is the result of the gamma evaluation of my plan. You can see here from 4x4 field size to 15x15 field size, the gamma value is reducing. Especially the gamma values reduced in sagittal coronal compared to the transverse plane. You can see here the rounded, the highlighted one shows the gamma passing rate of transverse plane for 2% 2 mm. The same trend has been observed in 2% 3 mm also and 3% 3 mm also. The most important thing is the gamma value is not same irrespective of the field size. For each and every field size, gamma value is different. This is the bar diagram shows how the gamma value change as a function of different gamma criteria and different calibration field size and different plane. You can see here the transverse plane shows the maximum gamma passing rate compared to the sagittal and coronal. And another one most important thing, as I said before, the gamma value is not same for each and every field size. For each and every field size, you are getting different gamma. This is another diagram express how the gamma passing rate change as a function of the field size. When you move from smaller field size to larger field size, the gamma value is keep reducing. So one can easily conclude that, okay, when you increase the field size, the gamma value is reduced. This could be the conclusion of, in general, if anybody see this diagram, they can conclude like this. But it is not the case here, because you can see here, the 8x8 calibration field based shows different gamma than 4x4, and similarly 12x12 field based calibration based QA shows different gamma than 10x10. So I made an interruptions to this study. Any plan can have better gamma passing rate if the 2D array calibrate using field size which is equal to the maximum number of repeated segments in the given plan. So this is my interruptions. So in order to get the better gamma result, you have to first identify what are the segments are equal size. After identifying, find the equivalent square fields of each and every segments and take the average. Then use these dimensions to calibrate your device in order to get the reliable gamma passing rate. Okay, we justified our result. How to do this? How to prove this? To prove this interpretation, what I have done very small composite plan in Eclipse treatment planning system. You can see here in a single plan 3 4x4 field size and 1 6x6 field size. I merged all the field size to deliver in one plan. So as my interruptions, when you do the calibration with 4x4 field size, your gamma passing rate is closer to the expected result value, because in this field, in this plan, you have the total 3 4x4 fields and 1 6x6 field size. So this is the result of my proof of interpretations. You can see here, in one plan, 3 4x4 field is there and 1 6x6 field is there. When I do the calibration with the 4x4 field size, my measured dose will be very close to the TPS dose. So 4x4 field based calibration shows 1.054. This is very close to the TPS dose. The percentage difference is 0.95. Similarly, in another plan, I used 3 6x6 fields and 1 4x4 field size. So as per my interpretations, when you do the calibration with the 6x6 field, you are getting very closer value to the TPS. So as I said before, 6x6 field based calibration yield 1.1 as a dose, which is very close to the TPS compared to the 4x4 fields. That is differ from minus 1.8%. So this is my findings. So the single calibration field may mask the superior result of patient specific QA. So the repeated segments equivalent field size may appropriate for the calibration. Gamma passing rate is higher in transfer plane, and the plan complexity has appreciable correlations with these tighter gamma criteria. So these are my limitation. In this study, I used total just 12 samples. This may not sufficient to express the accurate results. And the merged field verification is not sufficient because the plan verification not performed with the real patients. Just I verified with square fields. And results are not verified with other dosimeters, and expected calibration, except calibration field, other uncertainties are not verified in this study. I would like to express my gratitude and appreciations to the CAHS Hospital, Dimapur, Nagaland for supporting the data collections. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Satya Raja.
Thank you.
I saw Professor S.T. Sharma has joined. So maybe I would like to ask him to continue further.
Thank you. So I have a small question from Satyaraj. Now, yes, because your difference might be within the measurement uncertainty. So how can conclude that this method was good or that method was good?
Yes, sir. I didn't account any measurement uncertainty. So it's better to verify with other uncertainty to give the better conclusion.
Okay. Thank you. So consider this in next time.
Yes, sir. Definitely, sir.
And I have another remarks because your detector resolution is very poor, very small compared to another detector. Like if you are selecting for 6x6 field size, so your resolution or your detector size resolution is better than 4x4.
Of course.
So it might also introduce some your result uncertainty.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with your points. So even I have quoted that is one of the uncertainty. So we are working with the fine resolution array. So we are going to use 1500 instead of 729 later, and film and EPID. So we are going to compare with these three detectors in our future study.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So can we move to next speaker, Mr. Puspen Chakrabarti? A simplified method to estimate energy spectra at the central and off axis by reconstructing the monoenergetic depth dosage. Mr. Puspen Chakrabarti.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Sir, let's go to the recorded videos. My name is Puspen Chakrabarti. I'm going to present a simplified method to estimate energy spectra at the central and off axis by reconstructing the monoenergetic depth dosage. This presentation consists of aim of the study, theory, methods, results and discussion, and a conclusion. Aim of the study. Accurate dose calculation plays an important role in the clinical practice of radiotherapy. There are several dose calculation algorithms, such as vector-based, model-based, and principle-based algorithm. Regardless the model-based or principle-based algorithm, information of precise energy spectra at the central and off axis is very important for accurate dose calculation. There are several methods to estimate the energy spectra. While measuring the energy spectra directly, it requires manipulation of the gun current to reduce the dose rate as well as the energy. Several investigators have proposed computer spectroscopy as a solution of this problem, but the measurement setup of this method is quite complex and it requires massive flare shielding to prevent the scattered and leakage photon. Besides, required special detectors are not commonly available in the clinical environment. An alternative way rather than the experimental method is Monte Carlo by modeling the treatment head. But although the estimated energy spectra using this method is engineering, but it is really time consuming and the geometry and material information of the treatment head are hardly available. So the aim of the study is to develop a simplified method to estimate energy spectra at the central and axis by reconstructing the monoenergetic depth dose. In this study, we used a point source and calculated the required monoenergetic depth dose. After that, we reconstructed the PDD in agreement with the measurement using GRG nonlinear function and simply obtained the energy spectra. Let's come to the theoretical explanation of a reconstruction method. Consider if a water phantom is irradiated with continuous energy spectrum, PDD at depth D and field size A can be calculated by the following equation, where phi E is the differential photon fluence and D is the absorbed dose per photon of monochromatic energy E. If the change in PDD due to energy is small, an energy spectrum can be handled as a discrete probability distribution. Relative fluence Pi can satisfy the following equation. In this study, we calculated energy spectra at radial distance of 0 to 4 cm. For this reason, we calculated monoenergetic depth dose from 0.1 to 9 MeV using dose RZ NRC at radial distance of 0 to 5.5 cm. The purpose of using dose RZ NRC is to describe the energy spectrum according to the radial distances and to increase the statistical accuracy. For all the monoenergetic depth dose calculation, we used a point source and field size of radius 5.642 cm, which is equivalent to a 10 by 10 cm square field. The SST was 100 cm and we considered the calculation depth up to 35 cm. The cutoff energy for electron was 0.521 MeV and for photon it was 0.01 MeV. The number of history was 1 billion. After formulating the analytical model in Microsoft Excel, GRG of the Microsoft add-in program solver was performed repeatedly until getting a good agreement between the reconstructed and reference PDD. Thus, by minimizing the variance of the relative deviation between the reconstructed and measured PDD, the relative fluence Pi was obtained. Here we have explained the formula that we used to calculate the variance. We used several constant conditions to obtain a realistic energy spectrum. Number of energy beams were determined by trial and error process. Width of each energy beam will increase gradually following the properties of attenuation coefficient. Monoenergetic depth dose for the average energy of each energy beam were taken for the reconstruction. For the verification of this method, we mainly used Monte Carlo simulated PDD and energy spectrum as the reference. This slide shows the comparison of reconstructed reconstructed PDD and energy spectra of 6 MeV photon beam calculated with Monte Carlo compared with Monte Carlo simulated PDD and energy spectra at the central axis. The PDD, reconstructed PDD has a very good agreement with the simulated PDD. the relative difference is less than 0.3%, and the root mean square of the variance is 0.16. Besides, the reconstructed energy spectra has also shown very good agreement with the simulated energy spectra. This slide shows the comparison of reconstructed PDD and energy spectra with Monte Carlo simulated PDD and energy spectrum at radial distance of 1 centimeter. The reconstructed PDD has a very good agreement with the simulated PDD. The relative difference is less than 0.2%, and sigma is only 0.1. And the reconstructed energy spectra has a good agreement with the simulated energy spectra. The reconstruction at radial distance of 2 centimeter is also very good. The reconstructed PDD has good agreement with the simulated PDD. The relative difference is less than 0.2%, and the sigma is only 0.11. Besides, the reconstructed energy spectra has matched well with the simulated energy spectra. At the radial distance of 3 centimeter, the reconstructed PDD has shown good agreement with the simulated one. The relative difference is less than 0.2%, and the sigma is only 0.1. Besides, the reconstructed energy spectra has good agreement with the simulated energy spectra. At the radial distance of 4 centimeter, although the PDD has good agreement, the relative difference is less than 0.3%, and sigma is only 0.12. But the reconstructed energy spectra has some deviation with the simulated energy spectra. This is mainly caused by consideration of the penumbra region in the reconstruction process. In the penumbra region, the dose changes drastically. So if we would calculate the simulated PDD with more precision, and if we would calculate the monoenergetic depth dose more frequently, we would able to solve this problem, and we would able to get a better energy spectra. As you know that the energy spectra is somewhat harder at the central axis and gradually soften as the distance increase. So we used all of our reconstructed energy spectra, and we found that the energy spectra at the central axis is somewhat harder, and slowly it becomes softened as the radial distance increased. Except the energy spectra at 4 centimeter, the reason we have explained before. Finally, we tried to make a comparison between our reconstruction method and the analytical energy spectra used in photon correspondence convolution in Monaco treatment planning system. We calculated the PDD using the analytical energy spectra of photon correspondence convolution in the Monaco. In the same time, we also calculated PDD using our reconstruction method. The relative difference here with the PDD calculated by photon correspondence and the measured PDD, the relative difference is more than 0.5%, and the sigma is 0.3. While using our method, the relative difference is only 0.2%, 0.3%, and the sigma is 0.13, which shows the effectiveness of our method. In conclusion, estimated energy spectra and reconstructed PDD had a very good agreement with the reference. The reconstruction process required very short time, and the same data sets can be used in future to calculate energy spectra for other linacs as well as energy. By summarizing all the outcomes, it can be concluded that our proposed reconstruction method is significantly trustworthy to estimate energy spectra for accurate dose calculation. Thank you.
Okay. So Dr. Raju Srivastava, you can, if you have any question, you can ask him or can proceed for next. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute Dr. Raju Srivastava.
Yeah, just my small query about the measurement and Monaco. difference. You present 0.3%, but the measurement, what you do you expect this error comes by your detector? I think this was the recorded.
Okay. So he is not live.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So we'll proceed to next.
Oh, he's on live.
He's on live.
Can you answer here his question, Mr. Puspen?
Yes, sir.
Please, can you repeat your question?
Yes.
Like you present in your result the difference between Monaco and measurement, and where Monaco is computing as you present as a based of Monte Carlo. So this difference, do you expect due to your detector selecting or positioning or something like this?
Actually, I think so. It's because of the calculation, some calculation uncertainty. Detector position will have some small amount of uncertainty, but mainly depends on the calculation. So I think it's because of the reconstruction error.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So you can invite next speaker.
Our next speaker is Hironaki from Japan, and his topic is the perturbation factor of parallel plane parallel chamber to scanning proton beams, Monte Carlo study. So, which is your floor? Yeah.
In this study, we have nothing to declare. In radiotherapy, determination and management of delivery dose by measuring the absolute dose are important. Ionization chambers used in radiation therapy are generally calibrated under 60 cobalt radiation with beam quality. When such a calibrated chamber is measured in a radiation field with different particle types and energies, the dose response of the chamber changes, requiring a correction with Q-beam quality correction factors, KQ. The KQ calculated by Monte Carlo can be found by the equation shown on the slide. The KQ is also important for proton dosimetry. In this study, Q is a proton beam. DW and DL were calculated by Monte Carlo simulation, where WL value are provided in ICR 90. FQ is determined by the ratio of the absorbed dose of water, dW, to the dose of cavity, dL, in the chamber. FQ is a chamber-specific parameter and dependent on beam quality. FQ per FQ0 ratios, which are the basis for the MC calculated KQ factors, are the only part of the KQ factor that can be calculated using MC methods. When using the term Monte Carlo calculated KQ factors, it means the MC calculation of FQ per FQ0 ratios and subsequent derivation of KQ factors by using the WAQ values. The conversion from DA to DW includes perturbation correction factors, PQ, and Spencer-Tix water per air stopping power ratios, SWR. The PQ is to correct the inequivalence caused by the difference in material between water and cavity of the ionization chamber due to the insertion of the ionization chamber in the water phantom. At present, there is not sufficient data, the PQ, required for calculating the absolute dose for the proton beam. In particular, the proton beam quality varies with depth. However, the relationship between depth and PQ has not been investigated. Therefore, the purpose of this study is to calculate the PQ of a plane parallel chamber of scanning proton beam using Monte Carlo simulations. The PQ of ionization chambers is assumed to be unity for proton beams in the IAEA TRS report. We calculated PQ to clarify whether the assumption from the IAEA TRS report is sufficiently accurate or not. The equipment used is shown on this slide. We used PTSIM, a particle therapy simulation framework based on Monte Carlo code GEANT4. We calculated the FQ and PQ for the plane parallel ionization chamber NSCP-02. The detailed structure of the ionization chamber was provided by IBA. Geometries and measurement conditions are shown on this slide. The absorbed dose to water DW was calculated in the region of 1 centimeter radius and 250 micrometer thickness. And the absorbed dose to air DR was calculated in the cavity of the ionization chamber. The simulation setting is shown on this slide. We investigated 5 different monoenergetic beams. Also, the FQ was calculated for a monoenergetic proton beam of 150 MeV at 11 different depths to investigate the relationship between FQ and measurement depths. To control the length of a step, the parameters d/r and final range are used in GEANT4. This slide shows all material used in this study and their physical densities as well as the mean excitation energy, the physical densities and I values of air and water, and the I value of graphite are the values given in the ICR9 report. This figure shows the FQ factors calculated in this study along with FQ factors published in the literature. The values calculated in this work agreed with those in Goma and Stapin study using P and H within 0.3% at low energies, and agreed with those in Bauman study using FURCA with 0.5% except 150 and 250 MeV. In general, the agreement of FQ factors calculated with different Monte Carlo codes is good for low energies with deviation on the 1% level. The maximum deviation from this study was 1.09% at 250 MeV and 0.98% at 150 MeV for reference 2 and reference 3 respectively. While there is a good agreement between this study and 2 references for low energies, it was shown that the FQ factors tend to diverge for high energies. The reason for this difference in FQ is assumed to be difference in Monte Carlo code. Different codes were used in this study and in each of the 2 previous studies. These results, as well as those of previous reports, indicate that the difference in the FQ factor at high energies is most likely due to the difference in the nuclear interaction model implemented in the Monte Carlo code. Comparing this study with previous studies using GEANT4, the FQ in this work agreed with those in Kretschmer's study within 0.5% at all energies, and agreed with those in Bauman's study within 0.3% at all energies. The values of this study were in better agreement with those of Bauman's than with those of Kretschmer's. The reason is assumed to be difference in parameters. In this study, we used the same simulation parameters as Bauman et al. The results of this study and the differences between the 2 references suggest that parameters controlling step size have a significant impact on FQ. This slide shows the PQ factors calculated by the ratio of FQ to SW air in this study. The PQ was about 1% different than unity at 200 and 250 MeV. This difference cannot be neglected, and PQ should be account for the calculation of KQ. We show the FQ results for a 150 mega-electron volt monoenergetic proton beam measured at different depths. The values of FQ were almost constant in the Plateau region, independent of depths. The values of FQ measured in the proximal region of the Black Peak were smaller than those in the Plateau region, and the values of FQ measured in the distal region of the Black Peak were bigger than those in the Plateau region. We thought that this is due to the fact that the area for calculating DER is considerably larger in depth than the area for calculating DW. We calculated PQ in monoenergetic proton beams using PT-SIM Giant 4. The PQ was about 1% different than unity at several energies. The role of the interaction model in influencing the difference in FQ at high energies needs to be explored in more detail. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you, Hironari. Professor, do you have some comments?
Just one comment. He is available online.
Yes, I can hear.
Yeah, just I have a small query. What was the source term of proton beam?
Sorry, once more, please.
Source term you used in Giant 4 as well as in PT-SIM. Okay, I think no problem. We can proceed further. Okay. Yeah, please call next.
Okay, so our next presenter is Alif Khan from Bangladesh. He's going to present a study and analysis of a small field photon beam dosimetry using diamond detector and comparison with PTW pinpoint ionization chamber and PTW silicon diode, I think. So please continue, Alif.
Hello everyone, this is Alif Khan. Thanks Asia Oceania Congress of Nuclear Physics team for giving me an opportunity to present my presentation. My presentation is a review of 2 research articles. The topic of my presentation is study and analysis of small field photon beam dosimetry using diamond detector and comparison with silicon diode and pinpoint chamber detectors. Outlines of my presentation are introduction, aims of the study, materials and methods, results, discussion. What is small field? At least one of the following 3 physical conditions will be fulfilled for an external photon beam to be designated small. First condition is there is a loss of large lateral charge particle equilibrium on the beam axis. Second condition is there is partial occlusion of the primary photon source by the collimating devices on the beam axis. And the third condition is the size of the detector is similar or large compared to the beam dimensions. Several challenges in the small field dosimetry are steep gradient of the radiation field, volume averaging effect, lack of charge particle equilibrium, partial occlusion of radiation source, beam alignment, and unable to use a reference dosimeter. The importance of small field dosimetry are to obtain the accurate beam profile in the high gradient dose regions, to avoid volume averaging in small photon fields, to avoid errors in dose calculation, to prevent misalignments, to choose a suitable dosimeter, and to precise dose delivery in small photon fields. Aims of the study, the aim of my study are to test the suitability of a PTW diamond detector for non-reference condition dosimetry in photon beams of different energy and field size. To compare the measurement accuracy of 3 commercially available chambers and to compare the experimentally measured data with available consistent data set provided by international small field dosimetry working groups. Materials and methods. I have chosen the 2 research articles for my review, and the 2 of research articles belongs to Marcelo Titiol and Ambuculonitiol. The materials, according to Marcelo Titiol, PTW MP3 compressed water phantom, variance linear accelerator, shielded silicon diode, pinpoint chamber, diamond detector. And according to Ambuculonitiol are SLI plus electrolinear accelerator, Riga diamond detector, Scanditronics hierarchic pinpoint chamber, Scanditronics, fit of energy, compensated silicon diode. Methods. Methods according to Marcelo Titiol, the dose rate dependence of the detector response was investigated for a 10 to 10 centimeter scale field at 10 centimeter depth in water. Measurements were performed by irradiating the diamond detector at each pass repetition frequency with a constant dose of 1.32 gray. The energy dependence of the detector response was studied by irradiating the diamond detector with a dose of 0.66 gray in a 10 to 10 centimeter scale field at 10 centimeter depth in water. Dose linearity, dose rate, and energy dependence of the detector were studied by connecting the diamond detector to a PTW unidose electrometer. The dose profiles measured at 10 centimeter depth in water were compared to those obtained with 3 commercially available active detectors. The depth dose curves measured with the diamond detector for 0.6 into 6 centimeter square and 10 into 10 centimeter square field sizes. Depth dose curves were normalized at the depth of maximum dose. Output factor measurements were performed with the diamond detector up to 0.6 into 0.6 centimeter square field size and compared to those obtained with the active commercially available detector. According to Ambuculonitiol, depth dose curves obtained with different dosimeters were compared considering 2 different parameters: the distance between points with the same dose value in the high gradient region, that is before the maximum dose depth, and the percent dose differences in the decreasing part of the curve, that is after the maximum dose depth. The output factors are obtained at 10 centimeter water depth as a ratio of the detector response for a certain field size and the detector response for the 10 centimeter to 10 centimeter field. For each irradiation, 200 monitor units were used. Transverse profiles were acquired for the 3 field sizes at the depth of maximum dose, 1.5 centimeter, 3.5 centimeter for 6 MB and 25 megavolt respectively, and at 10 centimeter. Results. Percentage depth dose according to Marcelo Titiol. This is the graph, and I'm showing the comparison of PDD for 0.6 into 0.6 field size with diamond diode and pinpoint chamber detectors. This is a table where I compare PDD for silicon diode with diamond detector. And another table is about PDD value, PDD comparison of pinpoint chamber with diamond detector. This is the percentage deviation of both tables. According to Saglioni-Titiol, comparison of PDD for different field sizes with diamond and pinpoint chamber. In this graph, we show I showed the different field sizes for diamond and pinpoint chamber detectors. PDD comparison of pinpoint chamber with diamond detector. for 4 field sizes, diamond detector PDD values are here, impression chamber detector values are here, and percentage dimensions are here. 0.27% for 5 into 5 centimeter field square, where diamond detector values are 71.77, and iron impression chamber values is 71.5. Output factor. According to master tutorial, comparison of output factor for different field sizes with diamond, diode, and impression chamber detectors. In this graph, we see 5 field sizes where different detectors are denoted by different colors. 0.6 to 0.6 centimeter field sizes, values are close to 0.5 centimeter, and we see in small field size, output factor is close to 5, and in large field size, large field is not large field, but more than 4, we see output factor is close to 1. Output factor composed of silicon diode with diamond detector. This is the field size of different field sizes, diamond detector values, silicon diode values, and this is the percentage division. Again, output factor composition of information chamber with diamond detector. This is the silicon diode detectors comparison with comparing silicon diode, and there is silicon diode detector, diamond detector with information chamber detectors. Comparison of output factor for different field sizes with diamond, diode, and information chamber detectors. This is for 5 into 5 centimeter field sizes. This line is likely a straight line, again for 2.6 to 2.6 centimeters, where diamond, diode, and information chamber values are like similar. Output factor comparison of silicon diode with diamond detectors. Here are 2 field sizes, 5 into 5 centimeter and 2.6 into 2.6 centimeter.
Mr. Ali,
Again, output factor comparison of information chamber with diamond detector.
Can you please
percentage deviation is -0.1%, and for 2.6 to 2.6 centimeter, percentage deviation is 1.09%. Penumbra values. Comparison of penumbra values for different field sizes with diamond, diode, and information chamber detectors. Here I also see two field sizes for diamond, diode, and information chamber detectors. 2.6 into 2.6 centimeter field size values are lower than 5, where 5 into 5 centimeter field sizes showing close to 5, where information chamber showing more than 5. Penumbra values comparison of silicon diode with diamond detector. Same, I show the different values and percentage deviation. Comparison of penumbra values for different field sizes with diamond diode and information chamber detectors. This line for 0.6 to 0.6 centimeter, and this line for 10 to 6 centimeter field size. diamond to values for 0.6 to 0.6 centimeter 2.41 and 10 to 10 centimeter field series for 4.93 and percentage deviation is 21.9% for 0.6 to 0.6 centimeter field size and 8.51% for 10 to 10 centimeter field size.
Mr. Alif, Mr. Alif, yeah, I think he's not live. It was the video recording. Okay, so we will proceed to next speaker.
So our next speaker is Muhammad Anurul Islam from Bangladesh, and his topic is design and dosimetry of 6 MB Electa Synergy linear accelerator using EG Synergy based Monte Carlo simulation code. So, Mr. Islam, yeah, please go.
Good day. This is Muhammad Anur Islam. I am the student of Department of Physics, Sangin University, Bangladesh. And today's topic is design and dosimetry of Electa Synergy linear accelerator using EGS NRC based Monte Carlo simulation board. This is actually the part of my PhD thesis. My PhD supervisor is Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdul Mannan Chaudhary, Professor of Physics, Sangin University, Bangladesh, and my joint supervisor, Professor Dr. Ghulam Abu Zakaria, is from Germany and Department of Radiation Physics, Teaching Hospital, University of Cologne. The objective of a study to build a linear accelerator, its simulation by beam energy Monte Carlo simulation code based on vendor specification. I have simulated some relative data like PDD, profile, output factor, and absolute dose, and some physical parameter like penumbra, flatness, symmetry in homogeneous medium using dose XYZ NRC code. I have compared all the simulated data with my practical measurement data. In material and method section, I have used a PC which is a speed fast PC with the 12 core with a Linux environment and Electa Synergy linear accelerator heads geometric specimen I have taken from the vendor, and beam energy and dose XYZ kit I have used, which is developed by the National Research Council of Canada. To run this two code, we need some pre-written software and optional software. And here is treatment head specification. Due to confidentiality, I have not shown all the data here. This is a single page which is mentioned from target to jaw. And material and in the measurement section, percentage depth dose and off-axis beam profile I have measured. You all know that the Monte Carlo solution code calculate the dose in rectilinear voxel. In PDD session, I have simulated the dose in z-axis, and the resolution was 1 centimeter times 1 centimeter times 0.5 centimeter. In the case of beam profile, the resolution was 0.2 times 0.2.1 centimeter in X and Y direction. I have simulated the beam profile in different depth. And absolute dose, we have followed Professor's formula. In this formula, we have seen some parameter like this is forward, this is back, and some ratio. Some ratio to do this, I have divided my simulation geometry in two parts. In the first part, I have taken the independent part of the geometry like target, primary collimator, flattened filter, and monitor chamber, and score the dose in just below the mirror. In the second part, I have designed my geometry from monitor chamber to the jaw. In the first geometry, I have scored dose which is coming from the target. This is called this is forward. In second geometry, we have scored the dose which is back scale from the jaws and also the MLC. And this is actually the ratio of measure and this is actually the ratio of measure and simulated dose. I have taken a different dose. This is all measurement and this is all simulation, and this is actually the ratio. The average ratio I have taken, and the standard deviation was 1.6%. And some other parameter like output factor. This is actually the ratio of a given field size divided by a reference, which is like 10 by 10 square. This is also I have calculated and measured, simulated and also compared with measurement. And the penumbra, some physical parameter I have already said that the penumbra, which is the distance between 20% dose level and 80% dose level. And if the flattening filter is rightly modeled in this simulation, the penumbra of this machine should be comparable with the measurement. The same thing for the flatness and symmetry also. The flatness you have seen the relationship. We have taken 30 by 35 field size and identify the Dmax and Dmin dose ratio from this profile and calculate here. Ideal situation you have seen that the flatness should be 0, but in clinical situation should be less than 3% is acceptable. Here also the profiles, here on the same case for the profile, symmetry. The area, if the ZOA and analysis, if rightly model the area left and right should be more or less equal. According to this relation, ideal situation should be 0, but our reference value is 2 to 3%. All the data I have especially for relative data PDD profile, I have evaluated with gamma index criteria. This is the gamma index formula, and the gamma index criteria should be criteria 3% 3 millimeter, and the pass rate should be 90 to 100%. There is a free Scandos Math software which is available in internet. I have taken. I have evaluated using this software. This is my result. This is my result. This is PDD comparison measure versus Monte Carlo simulation in homogeneous meter water. So here's my depth, and this is percentage reduced, and this is the gamma index criteria. I have in 3% 3 millimeter gamma passes. I have shown that the 100% passes, 100% passes, 100% passes. And here is my other field sizes and other gamma passes criteria. Gamma passes because we see only 3 by 3 and 2 by 2, and all the passes 100%. But if we go tighter condition 1 by 1, we have seen some differences. Though this is very acceptable ranges. In the case of profile, we are in the case of profile with 3% similar. This also passes. This is apex distance and the measured and multicolor simulation comparison here. The gamma index criteria shows this red line. This is inside the field. This is masses very nicely. If we see other field sizes and other depths, here I have 3 field sizes and different depths. If we see the gamma criteria 3% 3 millimeter and 2% 2 millimeter, all passes nicely. If we go a tighter condition, when the field size is very the shallow depth, and when the field size is very larger, the deviation also very higher. In absolute comparison, according to TRC 98, we have seen that our result is 6.7 and multicolor solution is 0.674. The percentage deviation is less than 1%. And for output factor comparison, we have seen that our measured and multicolor simulation output factor is approximately overall across is less than 2%. And in case of flatness and symmetry, flatness, symmetry, and penumbra, the flatness value is 1.31%. Our reference was 3%, which is very good. And the symmetry is reference value is 2 to 3%. Our result is 0.05. This is also very nice. And the penumbra, our reference value is 0.721 centimeter for linear system. Our relative value also within limit. And discussion, absolute measured versus multiple simulation homogeneous medium have excellent agreement and percent deviation less than 1%. Relative measurement in homogeneous medium, PDD 3% and 2% gamma pattern shows 100% passes. A tighter condition like 1 by 1% is a little bit less. In case of profile, 3% passes 100%, 2% a little bit less, and 1% a little bit a very less, and for higher field sizes this is very less. Output factor, most of the percentage deviation of output between major and multi-pulse is less than 1%. Larger field size shows a very higher percent of deviation. In conclusion, I can say the simulation PDD beam profile output factor good agreement with measurement in homogeneous medium. Multi-column simulation can be used as an alternative tool for validation of a beam data and verification of treatment planning system. Thank you.
So thank you, Muhammad Islam. It's very nice presentation and it's very clear. Maybe Professor Sharma, you have some comment?
I think it is all right. We are already late, so
okay,
we can proceed with the next speaker.
So our next speaker is Masato from Japan, and he's presenting profile measurements for SOBP carbon ion beams using radiochromic films. So Masato, you can continue.
I will be giving a presentation on my research called Profile Measurements for SOBP Carbon Ion Beams using Radiochromic Films. In the beginning, I want to give you outline of my presentation. So I will explain this in more details from now on. First of all, I'd like to discuss the background of this study. In radiation therapy, accurate irradiation is important. Quality assurance QA is an important process to ensure accuracy. However, the QA process is very time-consuming. Therefore, radiochromic film has excellent spatial resolution and may be a useful detector to reduce the measurement time. But since the film response of carbon ion beam depends on LET and dose, it is difficult to determine LET and dose from film measurements. The purpose of this study is to measure the SOBP, spread out black peak carbon ion beam with radiochromic films to obtain the profile dose and LET, linear energy transfer. The film measurements were compared with the dose measured by the ionization chamber and the simulated LET. First, we created calibration curves. The SOBP carbon ion beams were irradiated to the film pieces with varying doses for 6 LETs. The LETs were buried using a tank with variable water depths. The beam conditions were energy of 290 MeV per unit and SOBP bias of 60 mm. The 6 types of LET are shown here, and each was irradiated with dose of 0.5 to 14 gray. The irradiated films were scanned to obtain the pixel values. Since the pixel values include the background of the film and the scanner, we converted them to net-OD values to reduce the effects of these factors. We used this formula to convert pixel values to net-OD values. Pixel value exposure is the pixel value of the film that has not been irradiated. Pixel value exposure is the pixel value of the film that has been irradiated. And pixel value background is the background value of the scanner. Calibration curves were created based on the relationship between the obtained net-OD value and the dose. The calibration curves were used for the analysis. The relationship between dose and network values was determined for each LET. Each relationship was approximated by a quadratic function. We used this relationship to perform our analysis. We can estimate the approximate dose from the film darkness. When the number of particles doubles around that dose, we can get the ratio of the film darkness for each LET. The LET that was closest to the film darkness obtained from the film measurement was defined as LET of the analysis result. We applied this to the method. Irradiate 2 or more doses with unknown LET as x, 2x, 3x gray. If 2 or more network values and their dose ratios are known, the LET can be identified. Once the LET is determined, the dose can be calculated from the network values. This method was used for the analysis. We measured two-dimensional dose distributions on films and obtained profiles using the analysis method. The three films were irradiated using SOBP carbon ion beams with a bolus. Irradiations were performed in such a setting using a bolus and solid phantoms. The bolus was made of 5 tiers, with each tier being 1 centimeter high, as shown in the figure. Experiments were conducted at 4 centimeter and 9 centimeter depths by changing the thickness of the solid phantoms. The presets of the dose monitor, the number of irradiated particles were 20,000, 40,000, and 60,000 respectively. Since film measurement errors can be optimization errors, these different doses and network values were used for the analysis in this study. The beam conditions and irradiation method are as follows. The 5 points for the profile are analyzed to obtain the LET and dose. The network values for each dose are summarized in this graph. The analysis was performed using these network value ratios and dose ratios. Here are the results at the depth of 4 centimeter. The LET agreed with simulation to within 15 kilo electron volt per micrometer, and the dose agreed with the ionization chamber to within 5%. Next, here are the results at the depth of 9 centimeter. The LET agreed with the simulation within 26 kilo electron volt per micrometer, except for the high range of LET. And the dose agreed with the ionization chamber within 5%. In particular, the LET at this position differed greatly between the simulation and the film measurement. The figures on the right show the dose profiles obtained from the treatment planning system, measurements with the ionization chamber, and the film measurement at each depth. We will discuss why there is a difference between simulation and film measurements in the high LET region. We believe that this had a significant impact on the results of this study. The higher the LET, the smaller the change in the film darkness with dose, which has a significant impact on measurement error. This could be due to the error between the approximate equation of the calibration curves are the optimal solution. Therefore, it is necessary to consider the accuracy of the calibration curve in the range of high LET. We also need to consider the optimization method. This is the conclusion of this study. We obtained dose and LET from film measurements for SOBP carbon ion beams. In the future, we'd like to apply this method to patient-specific quality assurance to shorten measurement time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you for your excellent presentation. I have a small query that do you use commercial or your own homemade software to analyze the film?
Thank you for your question. Please one more again.
Do you use commercial software or you own developed software to analyze radiochromic film?
Software.
Okay. So maybe Professor Sharma can.
Yeah. So thank you. I think he did a good job, and radiochromic film needs to be explored for its use in carbon ion dosimetry. So I think we have come to the end of this session. So on behalf of both of us, I would like to thank all the speakers and the organizing team and technical support team for giving us this opportunity and conducting the session very smoothly. So thank you very much. And it was my pleasure to conduct the session along with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. So good night. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Today's session is over.
British streaming. 1 second. Are we playing sponsors video now?
You may.
Cancer touches us all in one way or another. That's why we're dedicated to connecting all care to realize a world without fear of cancer. We're achieving that through intelligent cancer care. Through building shorter paths from research to remission, bridging the distance between Manhattan and Mozambique, driving a direct link from high tech to high impact, and resolutely facing today's unique challenges by connecting the world through more personalized treatment, more data-driven decision-making, more direct access to care, and a new, more unifying, smarter standard of oncology. We're all connected through intelligent cancer care.
We're not waiting for the future. We're creating it. Imagine radiation treatment that's easier, more efficient, and delivers therapies in record time without compromising on quality. Because quality of care is so important, there's innovative beam shaping technology, combined with 100% image guidance and patient positioning. This is a new way of thinking, a transformation designed to help more patients enhance their well-being and comfort in less time. Together with our customers, we've led radiotherapy innovation for years. Now we're creating its future.
Launching a new era. PTW BeamScan, the new water phantom. Automated, wireless, fast. PTW beams you up to a new era in 3D water scanning.
I still remember that morning, the day I first set foot on the campus as a student. I couldn't imagine that the campus of a private university is so large. Yes, I'm talking about United International University. Built on 25 bighas of land, 30% is built-up area and 70% is open space. There was a large corridor in front with a lot of students. I went ahead with a surprised look. As soon as I entered the class, all the new faces stared at me. They were my university classmates. Sir entered the classroom. Lesson started. The way of teaching was different. He explained everything in a simple way. Beyond theory classes, there were associated laboratory classes on different subjects. A large number of computer labs for meeting the needs of CSE students. Circuit lab, machine lab, digital lab, microprocessor lab, communication lab. All are equipped with modern setup for producing competent EEE graduates. Civil engineer labs to prepare civil engineer students to design and build modern infrastructure. The robotics lab is the place for innovation and discovery in this era of fourth industrial revolution. In Advanced Intelligent Multidisciplinary Systems lab, researchers are exploring the application of IT in multifaceted domains including health sector. Center for Energy Research, CER, is dedicated to the research in producing clean energy. It is thus helping the country to combat against effects of climate change. It has modern servers and data centers of international standard to keep the campus live online without interruption for a second. Proverb goes that the more you read, the more you learn. There's a spacious library stuffed with so many books and a pleasant, calm environment for serious reading. Spending time with friends in a lovely green environment was really very exciting. Large playground over the horizon cannot be forgotten. Suddenly, I was in trouble. It would be too late to get money from home. A friend advised me to go to the DSA office. I went and got an interest-free education loan. What a relief it was for me. There is no end to the benefits. There's a game room, gymnasium, nice canteen, large auditorium, plenty of benefits. Is it possible to pass without good results? So, study, study, and study. I got scholarships several times along with many of my classmates. The wheel of success of this organization is moving forward under the leadership of our Honorable VC Sir, Professor Dr. Chaudhry Mafizur Rahman. And that's why United International University has been accredited by ACBSP, IEB, CIMA, and has been ranked in Asia by QS. The main secret behind this is the quality of education and all the modern facilities. Time passes by. A special day comes. I got the certificate of graduation from the Chancellor. Today, during my busy schedules at work, even though I am far away, I still remember the key contributor of my success, the United International University. Today, graduates of United International University are working successfully in home and abroad, bearing the flag of this noble institution. United International University. Quest for excellence.
Cancer touches us all in one way or another. That's why we're dedicated to connecting all care to realize a world without fear of cancer. We're achieving that through intelligent cancer care. Through building shorter paths from research to remission, bridging the distance between Manhattan and Mozambique, driving a direct link from high tech to high impact, and resolutely facing today's unique challenges by connecting the world through more personalized treatment, more data-driven decision-making, more direct access to care, and a new, more unifying, smarter standard of oncology. We're all connected through intelligent cancer care.
We're not waiting for the future. We're creating it. Imagine radiation treatment that's easier, more efficient, and delivers therapies in record time without compromising on quality. Because quality of care is so important, there's innovative beam shaping technology combined with 100